Sometimes like all you want to do is run. Hear me out, hear me out. It's all the things you never show. There are the things I want to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't want to tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Losing almost all my energy. It's getting hard to talk to you, and I'm the only one who speaks. It's all the things you never show. There are the things I want to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't want to tell me now, I guess I'll never know.
Okay, make sure my mic's okay. Hey guys, sorry, this is a YOLO live. Okay, it's one of those ones where I was sitting there going, yeah, you know what? I just want to talk to my peeps. So I made this for people that are 3 hours. You have to be at least a subscriber to this channel, because I want this to be for the community that actually is subscribed to this channel, that always cares to be part of this channel. And so to the people that aren't, that just want to sub and then unsub after and stuff like that, then, you know, like I said, for that purpose, not today, at least not this live anyway. I want it to be for the special peeps that are true followers of the channel. So I love the intro still too. Every time I listen to it. Thanks, Sharon. I love listening to it. It just, I don't know. It just every time I hear it, it just, you know, helps me in a sense. I usually have a smile on my face, but today I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of feeling a bit down. You know, Libby and Abby, a bit, just thinking about the girls. But let's say hi. Hi, Shelly. How are you? Hi, Sharon Parker. Let's see here. Who else we got? Brr, it's cold. It's colder. I wish I had fur. I wish I was a bear with furry hair. I live in Canada, so it's not snowing. I looked at the forecast. It only got some snow yesterday. Other than that, they're showing sun and some rain throughout the week. Typical stuff going on over here. So if anyone doesn't know, again, I'm from Vancouver, Canada area. And yeah, and Adam, of course, is from North Carolina, just like Sharon Parker over there. Streamlabs, of course, is in the house. So you guys remember with Streamlabs always that if you don't do your periods properly in a spot, it might say that you're, of course, trying to drop a link. And thank you. And hello, Paul Taylor. How are you? Paul Taylor, follow frame. Hi, always street. A1. Well, I'm not even sure. Is that supposed to mimic like a L in a sense? Always street. It comes off looking like, but I know like a one-way street. Oh, a one-way street. Okay, I gotcha. Back when I was younger, A1 Street, underneath, I remember when my dad, when we went to the United States, because, you know, the border is not too far from us, to get into like Washington there, or Blair, I think, is over there. Well, different parts, but anyways, we would go to this friend of my mom's that she had known, and there underneath the beer caps was these little, I don't even know what the word is. You know, when it's like you say I love you, and it's like an I, and then say a heart. Oh, is that somebody? Oh, Aunt Clara. Hey, Aunt Clara. How are you? Thank you. You just Merry Christmas 5 people. So let's see who those 5 people are. Oops, I gotta find my live stream over there on YouTube Studio. So let's see. Jen P. Well, let's go in order here. Jay Turner. Okay, so Jay Turner was gifted a membership. Audrey C was gifted a membership. R was gifted a membership. And Jen P was gifted a membership. So now you guys, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's somebody missing. Oh, Phil Bond. Phil Bond. Hey, Phil. Um, and yeah, so that's really nice. I love the membership. It's gonna go off each time. It's okay. We get in the mood. Okay. Hi, Kyle. Enjoying one of my favorite days off. I know, and you could be sitting here with me sharing it, but no, no. Yeah. Instead, he's going, do I like Pepsi or Coke? Coke or Pepsi? That's a personal joke, private joke. Um, but anyways, yeah. So I know it's going to go off a couple more times, but I always love that, because not only does it help support the channel, but 5 people. But 5 people also, get to have a membership in a sense. And of course, you guys can play with the emoticons that are there and stuff like that. And when you are a member, just so you know, you guys don't have to deal with um, the slow mode when it's on. Members don't have to worry about that. And so I didn't know that for a while because I don't really pay attention to always the finer details. Make off one more time. I can't remember how many is that. Is that 4? Um, and so yeah, so just so you know that always makes it nice because I don't purposely put slow mode on just for the purpose of anything other than to keep chat slower because it's easier to see people's questions and you don't want people typing enter, typing enter, typing enter and stuff like that because it really can be distracting in the chat when that happens. Hence, and so if it depends on the chat, but usually I always make it about 35 seconds, but sometimes I'll make it a minute because I know people have a lot of questions on some of the lives, and it just makes it easier for the content creator to see them in a slower way. So hence why that happens. Okay. But anyway, so being able to gift someone and giving them just that free membership, regardless, gives them a chance to just experience being a member of the channel and play with emoticons and not have to deal with that. And it's a nice way of giving back. And that's what I love. I love it. Charmaine, she has donated last month, especially. Like, actually, she was doing it to help me out for sure because my goal last month was to basically have or make enough YouTube money in a sense to have it so that I could gift my husband in a sense, not have to pay $440 car payment that we have biweekly. So it was just kind of like YouTube pays for ads, and then there's people that donate, and stuff like that. But Charmaine was being like extremely excessive and kind and generous. So a lot of people got memberships. So bless her heart, of course, for that. Hey, CJK, how are you? Missing. Nice to see ya. Kyle Davis. Yeah, Pepsi. Let's see here. Memberships in memory of our dear funny Blaine. Oh, that is so sweet. So if anyone doesn't know who Blaine is, and I miss him so dearly, he crosses my mind all the time because I miss him so bad. We just connected. Like I said, two different sides of the tracks of living, for sure. And he was just a jolly redhead guy, and I miss him and I love him. And Clara exactly knows that. It's just he's a special guy. He passed away of an overdose. Last, I believe it was October 16th. If my memory serves me correct. Only because I'm a little bit tired, but I'm pretty sure it was like October 16th. And it was a very, very shocking and sad day because we were in the middle of a live when the information came in. And then before we said anything, we needed to verify. And even as I'm saying it right now, my heart hurts. He was a good friend to me, to this channel. But I just miss him. I just really miss him. So Blaine and Clara, Blaine, like I said, prayers to you up in heaven there. And again, such sadness, you know. It's not like it was an intentional overdose, and just sometimes things like that happen. Obviously, there was stuff going on. Yeah, I didn't know it was say drugs. I just thought he was like there's stuff going on. I don't. I'm not like besides when I was younger and did like kind of like lesser drugs and whatever. But nowadays there's like all these meth and fentanyl and all these different things. I don't know anything about that. I don't know how people act. I have a niece that has been lost since she's been 15 years old, who lives somewhere in downtown Vancouver. And she's a product of someone that's definitely um, on and off, on and off, on and off. And, it's one day with the expectation of one day you're just going to get that phone call. Instead of it being that she's in the hospital, it's going to be like, you know, perhaps her life ended. So it's really sad. And for that, like I said, prayers to Blaine on that. Hi, Allie. How are you? Warm hugs from the UK on there. Absolutely. Talked to my mother-in-law in the UK yesterday. I was just asking Travis something earlier today, and I'll have to look at this in just a bit. I was asking him about the gag order. Um, you know how it's like for family and friends or whatever, and there was the gag order that came down last year. So I'll take a look at his answer in just a minute here. Um, and Travis, if you're watching, thank you. And it's Sunday today. It is 15 days to Christmas. 15. Cars are expensive up there. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, you know what? We started off with this. Oh, hi, hello, husband. Say hi to everyone, husband.
Say hi to everyone.
Say hi to everyone. Okay. Especially Aunt Clara. She's from the UK there. And someone same with Allie. Bye, honey. Okay. He's him and his brother are just gonna go out for a bit. Hi Mustang, how are you? But anyways, yeah, I was like it originally started like it was like $73,000. It was a stupid thing back then, but it was a good thing, but stupid thing. That's when I didn't really understand things a little bit. But anyways, 1 year left to pay off that darn 73,000. So it's like it's right around 11,000 right now. So next year, finally get rid of it. $440 every 2 weeks, people. It's a lot. It's a lot. But at the time, we were general managers of a hotel. We didn't have to pay rent, anything like that, and stuff like that. But life sometimes comes up and changes and stuff like that. And so, anyways, I lost my job last year from the economy, from the COVID kind of era, how it kicked in and stuff like that. So my husband's basically trying to let me work on the YouTube channel and stuff like that because I enjoy talking with people and I enjoy creating and I enjoy bringing awareness. And although I do not enjoy the missing and the murdered part of it, of course, but we can do things to help families and bring awareness to cases and talk about cases and stuff like that. And that's what makes it worthwhile. And in this case, we get to talk and love these girls that are not our girls, but a sense, but are, because we've put a lot of time and years and stuff like that into bringing justice for Abby and Libby. And Libby's birthday, don't forget, is coming up December 27th. So I'll be doing, of course, a special video. So if ever anyone wants to send something in for that video, like a picture or something that they've made or whatever, it can be a Christmas thing that, has Libby's picture and stuff like that. You can send it to the email up top there on the left-hand side at crimeandshame@gmail.com. So just know, I always like to interact that if people have the option. Sad thing is, almost nobody does anything every time I ask. There's maybe one person out of everyone that ever sends me something, which is sad. But I'm saying that, you do you, I'll do me, and I'll make a special tribute video for Libby, of course, for her birthday. Halloween was her favorite holiday, but her birthday is December 27th. And thanks, Sharon. Everyone knows someone affected. Absolutely. Absolutely. What shall I saying? Kyle, last year they had the Grinch and all of them there, and the line was so long it backed up to my street in front of my house. Was Adam there? Was he the Grinch? Charmaine's recovering from excessive alcohol from her Christmas party yesterday. Adam, his mother's birthday today, so happy birthday to Aspen, Adam's mom. I call him Adam. But Aspen, you guys always know. So it's his mom's birthday today, so happy birthday. And then he said he was visiting with his brother as well. And then later he said he was doing nothing. So this was just a live that I decided to do with you guys because I just wanted to spend time with you guys, if that's okay. And I think it is. Right, Claire? Yeah. Okay. And yeah, if you can hit the like button and that always helps the channel. Sunny, none of us have perfect lives. To be able to love and laughter together on your channel is such a blessing. Aw, you're gonna make me cry now because I'm kind of, I don't want to say I'm having a heavy day. It's just, thinking about the girls and the case and that, and there's another thing, but that one's more private. But anyways, so I'm just trying to, I was like, you know what, I just want to go spend it with my peeps from the channel. That's why, hence the 3 hours on being a subscriber. Either you're part of the family already, and if you're not and want to be a subscriber, but I just want to share it with the peeps that are like the loyal followers of the channel. Your words this year have helped me move on to a much better place in my life. Yes, 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 Aunt Clara. Yes. And honestly, like I said, again, more of a private matter in a sense. I know exactly what you're saying to me, and absolutely, I just wish for every female, especially out there, or even a male, but usually a lot of females will watch. I just wish that everyone finds their happy place in life. You don't need people to drag you down. It doesn't matter about marriage or that stuff as well, but that included. But everyone, not to preach, but I'm going to for a second, everyone, including myself, needed to come to terms with, I need to love myself enough not to be in an abusive relationship, to realize that I'm only in control of my own actions and thoughts, and I'm the only person that can make changes to my life. And, because of all the experiences I've gone through and stuff like that. And so sometimes you guys, which I never used to do, will hear me talk about some personal things because I just like to feel that we're not apart, that things happen to all of us, whether it's health issues going on, right, Sharon Parker? Um, and some health issues going on, Metal Michelle Mama, Lewis, eye issues, different things, like I said, Sharon Parker, I think Lisa recently as well, Gail. I'm just trying to, sorry, I'm trying to think of, but the names, but I can't remember everybody at the moment off the top of my head. But anyways, you guys know what I'm talking about. So I just wish that in life people find their true happiness. And if you're not happy in a situation, then do yourself that favor and love yourself enough to move on from it. Because this is a prime example, like Abby and Libby. It doesn't matter if it's Abby and Libby or somebody else, that you never know what's going to happen tomorrow. These girls went to a bridge, just girls being girls, you know. Whoever would have thought that their life would have ended on that day, right? Nobody would have thought that, especially in a small town where, you know that there's drugs in the back scene, but in a small town where there's not a lot to do and stuff like that. And who would have thought? So always, this is why it's important to always remember the important things of life. It's not money. It's not how much you can make or how much you can trample over somebody or how much you can beat somebody down and stuff like that. It's loving yourself enough to realize that life is short. That's why I have a YOLO attitude. I go through my things here and there as well, but I always try to always have a positive outlook. But sometimes you just feel beat down. It just happens, right? You have those days. And no matter what, no matter how good things are going, but I prefer to always look at the glass as half full than rather at half empty, for sure. But again, um, meeting my husband, who is 21 years younger than myself, we met online gaming, playing RuneScape, and he's the best thing that I ever met in a man. Like, we're not perfect, but we're close. We're pretty darn close to it. And he's everything that I could have wished for a long time ago. But I had to go through those certain phases in my life to find which I wasn't looking for. It found me, and we found each other. And then when you have that, and when you have someone that respects you, and when you have someone that cares about you and loves you, I don't care if this is a friend, anybody, right? People don't try to bring other people down. They don't try to hurt you. They just don't. So the people that try to bring me down, and you guys know this from the channel, I will block you. I will kick your butt so hard out of here. And then of course they're going to sneak back in with another username, which always happens, but I don't care. The minute somebody acts up and is ignorant and rude, I will block you and kick you out of my life. Why? Because I don't need your negativity ass in my life or on my life and stuff like that. Because I respect myself enough that these people are being disrespectful. And I don't care if that's in real life or here. You surround yourself with people that care about you and people that love you. But just know that tomorrow, you never know if something's going to happen. Just what happened with the girls. Did I preach it? You guys, you're welcome. Merry Christmas. That was like a cup of hot chocolate right there for y'all. Treat people as you want to be treated yourself. Absolutely. I will stand up for myself, but I learned to do that through abuse. I learned to stand up and not take people's bullcrap, right? Because you get tired of getting pushed around and beaten around. And even though I have a strong personality for that stuff, it took me to go through that to make myself stronger. I maybe got too strong at one point when it first happened back when I was 26, and I was like, no man ain't gonna tell me ever what to do. And the minute I remember my ex-husband that I was with for 17 years with their father, my son Matthew, that I had with him. At first I was too strong. I was like, really? You're gonna say that? Well, you know where the door is, okay? Because I don't need your shit. And then I had to come down off that high horse of it being too strong, and then going, wait, hold on. He didn't deserve the ex's relationship from Dion. He didn't deserve the attitude in a sense. So I had to come to terms that, look, that sorry word meant nothing to me after 11 years of abuse, okay? Sorry means shit all to me. Don't Sorry is just a word. Actions will say it, but not sit there and say sorry for like all the times, right? Then you have to realize that nobody put me in this position. I put myself in that position. I stayed in it too long, but yet I learned a shit ton because of it. And again, I always reflect on myself all the time. Um, you know, am I being too bitchy? Am I being too I'm not a bitchy person by trade. I'm really not. But I will hold my ground to anyone that wants to attack me for sure. See, in the BG is applauding right there. Or is that a high? Or is that a backhand? Is that a forehand? That got to be a forehand. Huh. But yeah, thank you very much, Aunt Clara. Thank you very much. Hi, Ellie. There's Ellie. See Ellie. She was kind enough to buy me this calendar from Jackie Lawson. Anyone knows that you did, and it's an advent calendar that you open up a door each day that it happens. And she wanted to do something special for me, and I appreciate that so much because it's nice when you know that people are thinking about you. And that's why, again, why I really love it when people gift memberships to each other, because you're giving somebody else something, right? So meaning someone can donate $5 and that's fine. Or someone could donate that to gift memberships. And not only does the channel still benefit, but the person getting the gift cards benefit from it as well. So remember all that stuff, paying it forward, stuff like that. Juju. Mwah, love you back. I'm just scrolling down right now. We'll talk Delphi. Don't worry. Our dog is called Sunny. Enjoy your channel. Mom listens to you as well. She was 97. Oh my goodness. 97 on Friday. Well, happy birthday to your mom. And she lives in Canada. So happy birthday, Mom. Ah, that's so sweet, Allie. That 97, that's a good life. That's a good life. Yeah. Whenever I come across someone that's up in those 90s, I'm just like, that's a good life. That's a long life, you know. In my family, I'd say about 60, 67 is kind of what people seem to start ding, you know. So 97 and stuff like that, that's an amazing, amazing life for sure. But anyways, happy birthday to your mom, Allie Harris. Thank you so much. Oh, there's Metal Mama Michelle. And Metal Mama Michelle, she'll be joining us next Friday on a live. Metal Mama Michelle had come on the channel a few times back last year. Again, she was having some health issues, or has been, and still does probably, with her eyesight, and things were going on. And so she went on vacation, and then I was expecting her to come back, but then she started having these issues. So, just like Lewis and stuff like that. So, Metal Mama Michelle is, again, another dear person that I love very much. And so I was like, okay, like, you want ready to come on live? Because it's Christmas time now, eh? And then she was like, she would love to. So I'm like, sweet, love to have her back on. And like I said, so June or December 15th, um, Metal Mama Michelle should be on. God, it's like a tongue twister. Michelle, Metal Mama Michelle. And Shelly says, happy birthday to your mom, Allie Harris. It's happy birthday from Mustang as well. Oh, there's our tree specialist right there. There's Steffa, Sports Evan. Sunny, you are such a blessing to us. I love Steffa. She's such a sweetheart. We always make fun of her. She knows it. I think she loves being made fun of, especially the tree hugger, the comment. So, just to explain that one, is that we were talking about Delphi and about the trees on either side, and she totally had them backwards. And so ever since then, we basically have made fun of her because of this, and we call her our tree expert. Hence why when I did that video, the live that I did with people that had donated to the channel throughout the 15th or whatever, I made sure that I put trees in your scenery there. Hi, AJ. How are you? Well, the topic is Delphi, and we're getting around to it slowly but surely. Now, let me just tell you right now, there is a more intense live that I'm going to do. I'm not sure if I'm going to do it tonight. I'll probably just save it for tomorrow. That will be a lot more intense with Delphi and things that have been going on. And I just like to cut to the crap, like this channel here. If you don't know, we're not into trying to, mislead, misinform, anything like that. We care about the girls. We want justice. That's the bottom line of this. This is why, we care so much about the case, because these two beautiful girls did not deserve what happened to them and stuff like that. But, we just like to cut to the crap, okay? Not put out false information. We try to put out anything as accurately as possible. And we like to see, proof of that. But we also like to discuss with you guys about the thoughts, right? About Richard Allen, about the unspent casing, about BG, also about, the affidavit and people saying like black clothes, this clothes, PT Cruiser, this, and stuff like that. And just kind of put our thoughts together. At the end of the day, honestly, this is gonna come down to prosecution versus defense, and a jury deciding if Richard Allen is guilty. No one's gonna have a special answer before then. Unfortunately, not. We know about leaked photos and different things like that going on, and it's too bad. This is what truly makes me sad. Is that there's a way to do things and there's a way not to do things, and you try to do things as respectful with most creators as possible. But there's always those douchebag creators out there that will forever be douches, and they'll be at the bottom of the barrel, and I will have nothing to do with them, don't want anything to do with them, because they don't represent what this channel tries to do. But those creators have every right to do whatever they want on their channels, because that's their God-given right. They want to say that, like I said, that an alien somehow, like I said, dropped off the girls, or that they went on a kayak down the river and someone on a horse dragged him to, all the power to them. I don't like to put out that stuff. We just like to put out the facts that we know, and to have, hopefully, most times, obviously, the proof to back that up and stuff like that. It's just about respect. So I just, for creators and stuff like that, like I said, we can only control what goes on here, and so hopefully people that do follow us understand that our hearts are always in the right place. It's never for the benefit of clickbait or money. Nothing will ever in my life. It's never been motivated by money, and it never will be. We know that money makes the world go around, but do you know what I mean? There's a difference, But if creators are in it for money and stuff like that, that's their that's their thing. Go right ahead. Um, that's their right to do that as well. These little girls should be spending the holiday. They absolutely should. That's making me sad again. Like I said, knowing Libby's birthday is coming up, as time. So I'm thinking, tribute. I start thinking, of course, I'm always thinking about the families and how much suffering that they've had to go through. And to watch this circus act go around, it's so heartbreaking. It's just heartbreaking. Um, we have also been the victim of a horrendous fraud, narc abuse, and murder, but we have tackled it with sincere research, tenacity, and research with our job. Thank goodness. Age gaps. I think that's supposed to be in there. Age gaps. Yes, absolutely. And prayers and blessings to you, Allie. Again, for anyone that has suffered, anything to do with drug abuse, you lost someone, to do with murder, someone missing, anything, right? Always the heart is here for anyone that has to ever feel that type of pain. It is so horrendous. And so when I hear stuff like that, obviously, if you really care, you care. You simply care, and it hurts my heart. That's why I was never in true crime. I never even knew it existed until the Delphi case. It's good for, like, meaning technology wasn't the same 26 years ago when I stopped watching the news and reading a newspaper to find out horrendous things. Technology and computers was not there. It's good for everyone to have kindness in the chat. I'm happy you have someone who loves you and respects you. You are a beautiful person and deserve that. Thank you. Thank you. And I wish that back for everybody else too. Like I said, I love myself to know that I deserve my husband. He's a good person, and I deserve that for myself. I deserve somebody to treat me with respect. I deserve someone to love me because I am me, and not to try to change me. You change yourself a bit, right? Because it's two people, right? You're a relationship. But my husband doesn't try to change who I am. He supports everything I do, and that's exactly how a relationship should be. You know that saying that you treat a woman like a queen and she'll treat you like a king 10 times more. It's one of those things that's so right. When a guy treats a female, properly, the way that they should be treated, and not to say that men don't get treated, but just the old adage there, like those small things, those little things that someone just really shows you that they care, because everyone wants to be cared about. Everyone wants to be loved, right? We all want that. We all want to have that nice Christmas, that family thing going on. We want to have someone that loves us, that's not cheating on us, that's not beating us up, that's not doing that. Everyone wants, kind of like the Harlequin romance type of life, in a sense. And to me, it's like, that's what I feel like I have. It's not perfect, but it's, like I said, darn closest to it. Anyone that lets you be yourself, and loves you, like I said, unconditionally for who you are, and you let them be themselves, and you don't have to sit there and be a detective to investigate if they're cheating on you, because if you have to do that shit, either you have a problem because you're overly jealous, or there's something going on that you feel you need to investigate. But that's not a healthy relationship. A healthy relationship is two people loving each other to let them be themselves, and you work together as a team, and that stuff makes you happy, right? That stuff makes you happy. I have a miserable twin sister, okay? Miserable. And if you're ever watching this live, twin sister, seriously, you're going to be dead before you know it, and you're going to be still miserable. So either she can change her attitude about how she sees life, or she's going to stay miserable, and her life's gone, and she was miserable the whole time, complaining about how miserable it was. And it's sad, right? It's sad. It's sad to sit there and waste all your years complaining how miserable you are. I think that's sad. We must be twins, also married for 16 years and had so much narc abuse. Yeah, narcissistic. He hasn't changed. I got on advice from my doctor. Oh, bless you. That was 30 years ago, and then married 3 years later, a family friend older. Beautiful to hear that. Beautiful to hear that. Everybody has to find that. Nobody can force someone to do something. You've had those friends where no matter what, they'll keep coming running back to you, right? Saying how bad they're being treated, how bad this person is, their other half is, and stuff like that. And they'll keep coming back to you. And after a while, it's like the person that cried wolf. It's like, you know what? I'm sick of hearing it. Look at, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. You can only maybe perhaps like Clara, um, you know, finally get to that point where you're just tired and you just realize that you deserve better in this one life that you know that you have, that you deserve happiness throughout it. And you deserve the best for yourself. And the only way you can achieve that is if you love yourself enough. If you love yourself enough to say, look, I don't need to put up with this shit. I deserve better and I want better for myself, And it's not an easy road. My road wasn't easy. When that happened and my life flipped upside down during my divorce back in 2013 with the ex Steve. My current husband is Steve, but it's spelled differently, But I had to, like, everything in me, I had to box the scaredness and I had to focus on what I needed to do to survive, knowing that my whole world just kind of flipped upside down. And everything that I thought for security, from pension and all that different stuff, everything just flipped. And I survived. I knew that everything will work out. It's just that it's really scary sometimes going through it. But I'm that person that when you have to do something, you close off that outside crap so you can focus on what you need to do just to keep moving forward. And I had to do that with my son, who decided to disown me and to treat me like I was a piece of crap. And I had to box that with all that hurt and pain and go, you know what? You need to go right here because I can't stand that hurt that you're doing to your mother. And I can't stand that pain and that pain that the ex is trying to inflict on me through our son. I couldn't take that. So I had to box it and keep a smile on my face and move forward, knowing that life would change. Yep. Mom is called Barbara. Well, hi, Barbara. Happy birthday from It's a Cramming Shame. And you know what? Another 100 more years, Barbara, okay? We're going to find that fountain of youth for you. I'm going to listen while I make some popcorn. You know what? I love popcorn. And every time I go make a bag of popcorn, my husband says, really? Do you really have to stink up the place with popcorn smell? He doesn't like it too well. Oh, hear my husband back. 60s is still young. Both of my parents recently turned 60, so not something I want to think about. Luckily, they're both super healthy. Absolutely. My mom passed away at 67. Cancer runs both sides of our family. So yeah, so again, appreciate that, right? So I'm glad, that you have some. Ivy. You know what, Ivy, I'm sitting there reading the comment and I didn't even realize it was you that was saying that comment until I was like, wait, that's Ivy. Ivy, an amazing person as well. I want to say that. Just an amazing person. I know she has a beautiful heart and she's smart as shit. She's a great source. Hey, Ivy, where are you? You have this, you got this file? You got this thing? Me, I'd be searching for like half an hour going, where did I put it? Anyways, beautiful, beautiful person, and smart as crap. Hi, Wild White Arts on there. Mrs. Dupp. I love Johnny. Amber Heard's a turd. Johnny. I love that trial. Love watching her look like a bitch. Bitch. You throw out that whole thing. Like, honestly, anyone that watched that trial was like, you're just doing yourself in. Just your facial is doing yourself in. When I call my older sister Paula Satan, because she is just like Satan to me, that's like an Amber Heard. An Amber Heard is basically who my older sister is. Arrogant, narcissistic, full of herself, a liar. And Amber Turd, got exactly what she deserved. She had exactly what came to her. Because when you put out that type of shit to the universe, and I'm not saying that Johnny Depp is perfect, but I knew that she was a freaking liar. And, and she had to pay for it. Sucks to be you, Amber. Merry Christmas, Amber. I teach, yeah, you teach tree school. A-O. I'm not sure why you're saying that, but did I miss something? At all. Are you saying that to me, Mustang? Because he's under a different name in here. Fellow tree hugger here too. Hi, Steffa. And I remember, I'm just chilling with you guys. Okay, we'll talk about Delphi, talk about whatever, but I want to enjoy you guys. Or today I can just spend time enjoying the chat going on in here and to just talk with you guys. Yeah. I hope you guys are enjoying the fireplace and stuff kind of behind here in the Christmas. I love Christmas. Love Christmas. And CJK sent me a video that when we do our next Christmas live, which will be very soon because I love doing the Christmas lives. I don't care if 25 people are watching or 20. I just love Christmas time and sharing it with the channel members. Hi, Steffa, miss you, girl. Good to see you. I love your voice of reason. Steffa, voice of reason. Okay. Mom in Canada says hello. Okay. She is blind, but enjoyed her birthday at Toronto restaurant. Never been to Toronto. I mean, for people in the United States, Toronto and Vancouver are the biggest cities in all of Canada. Never been. I've been to Newfoundland, past it, and stuff like that. Hi, honey. Oh, can you please take Bambi though when you go? Oh, okay. Okay. Husband.
Well, guess what?
What?
I forgot your garlic mash.
No.
I gave you some of my fries, but
Oh, you can have the fries back. I don't really want those. I wanted garlic mash. You guys like mashed potatoes, right? It's Nando's. Do you guys have Nando's? You guys got Nando's? Like a freaking corn on the cob? Well, it looks not coming through the thing. Anyways, let me put that down somewhere. 1 sec. Okay. Guess you went and got Nando's. Okay. Need more room. Need more room here. 1 sec. Move you. What you got, honey?
I'll give you a drink.
No. Do you have a drink?
Yeah. That's why it's still on the
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Love you. Thank you. Bye. Okay. No shopping today. Okay. Perfect. That's great. Okay. Let's go back to that. I am feeling much better. Yeah, Stepha's was sick. Stepha's wasn't feeling too well. Glad you're feeling better. Holidays always bring out sickness too, especially flu season. Allie, tell her hello and happy holidays. Absolutely. So she's blind, but she can hear us, right? Hi, Barbara. Happy birthday, Barbara. That's amazing, though. 97. Good honor. I'm glad, Steffa. I'm just going down. Miss Steffa. Miss Steph, good to see you. Miss Steph, it's only because you can't hear the things I say. Allie, we are med researchers, now retired. LP are a disgrace. The world is a mess and there's so much corruption and hate. We say go back to pen and pat. Well, I will agree with that. I try to stay in my bubble of a world and try to pretend that everyone's nicer and the world is a better place than what it is. And, it's kind of one of those things. If I keep myself in my bubble, I'm happy, and the outside world can do its thing and I'll do my thing. Like, I'll just pretend like I'm on a beach. No, not a beach. Well, yeah, I could pretend that, but I always like to pretend that I'm in a cabin on a lake and that there's no neighbors, like scoot, and good Wi-Fi, or definitely good Wi-Fi. I don't know. You know how you have your picture of perfect of what you would like to do, in a sense? Well, that's me. Like, I like being able to sit at home create videos, talk with you guys. It's like encompasses whatever the word, everything that I am in a sense. Everyone has their strong suits: math, science, social studies, art. Hello, crafts, music. Hello, hello, gym. Hello, other things. Go away. It's not me. Hit the go button. Yeah, we meant paper. That's what I thought. Age is just a number. Treasure loving, caring partners. It doesn't. Right. Right. I don't judge people that way. I could care less. I don't care if you're freaking whatever you do in your own life is. Who cares, right? The guy accused in Sullivan County Jail. He's not in Wabash. Look at the WTHR, I think, news that aired last night. I'm from here and know he's in there. I asked jailers that work there, and it was on the news. The guy accused is in Sullivan County. Ooh, B Rock, who are you referring to? Who are you referring to, actually? If you could just clear that up for me. Because if we're talking about Richard Allen, there's no way he could be in Sullivan County because he has to stay within the IDOC. He has to stay within the prison system because that's the only thing that Judge Frankel ordered. He's not. So is that what you're talking about? Just clarify that if you could. Yeah. Unless you're talking about somebody totally different. My late husband was always had my back and treated me with respect, picked me a while to take my degree, and we were a team. Well, I'm sorry for that loss. Now, now, I'm not sure if you said, but did you find love again? Right? I always keep that door open. But I'm so sad. That hurts my heart. You so cherish those memories for sure. But my heart still breaks for you on that. Nothing worse than having. I always remember this lady, and I don't know what her name was, but she was from like 911, like the towers, and I always remember her, and I remember what's his name, Steve Irwin, and I always remember the wife from the 911 and Steve Irwin's wife, as they're tearing up, and they're like, it's hard. But they were my best friend. That's exactly it. The best husbands are your best friends. And it just broke my heart because I know that pain when you truly have someone that means a lot and that they treat you well and they're your other half. And without them, you feel lost, and those are the two images that always come through my head whenever I think of two people that had said, like, that was my best friend. How am I supposed to move on? Okay, I'm going to tear myself up. Who is Streamlabs? Streamlabs is just a bit of a little pain in the ass sometimes when you don't put your periods in the right spot. I think Stuffa is the one that's in charge of Streamlabs. Pretty sure it's Herb. She did it. Hi, Melissa. How are you? Been a while. It's been a minute on there. Glad to see you. Streamlabs, yeah. B-Rock, I just got the articles and they said Wabash. I just looked at the articles and they said Wabash Valley, which is in Sullivan County. Okay. Thank you, Ivy. See, there's a smart one up there. Who knows? I don't like popcorn. Shh, Lisa. Tone it down. Tone it down. Might get some angry people over here. There we go. Think Christmas, Lisa. Think Christmas. Think, what about popcorn? What about caramel popcorn? What about popcorn like that? That was supposed to be beautiful, Sunny. Let me go back up. Oh, no, you spelled. Oh, I see. I know. I kind of was looking at that word, but I pretty much understood it. That was one heck of a typo. I got to give you credit on that one, though. Okay. Got you not doing anything illegal. Up to the last year, Mom was still swimming every day. Oh, wow. Yeah, because you need to, right? Got to have that movement. That's why you see a lot of the elderly in the swimming pools, because you got to Got to keep those bones going, or else they're going to be like, oh, my arm just fell off. I'm 65 years old. I just started back to work part time, 22. I love to work, so suck it up, young people, and get to work. No, I think I'll just sit right here. I'm pretty sure I'm classified in the young category. I always had a strong work ethic. From when I was 8 years old, I was delivering newspaper with my twin sister. When I was 13 years old, so that continued on. When I was 13 years old, I started with my older sister, Satan, and my twin sister. They were working at Harvey's restaurant back in the day in Calgary. And then one day I was like, they were like, you want a job? And I'm like, sure. I was like 13, right? I was the only person in school, I swear, that had money because everyone freaking leached off me all the time. And every time I bought those little hot cross buns at the, lunch, no, at recess, I'd walk down the hall and I would start with one, right? Start eating away. And then everyone's like, oh, can I have a piece? Oh, can I have a piece? So I started buying two because I was getting pissed off that I couldn't even eat my one hot cross bun without somebody going, oh, can I have a piece? Oh, can I have a piece? So I always worked hard. I played sports all my life, whether it was basketball, volleyball, whatever, track and field and stuff like that. So I would be going to school and I would be working on night shifts and on the weekends and stuff like that. And for us, it was ingrained in us to have a strong work ethic. My mom, my grandma would never let you sit on your butt. They would tell you to stop whining, pick up your pants, shut the heck up, basically, love you, get going, quit whining. And you would get grounded for a month if you did anything that was wrong, and you'd be sitting out looking at the window going, I promise, Mom, please just let me go outside. I promise I won't ever do it again. Nope, sorry. And then usually about the 3-week mark, she'd let you off, going, okay, you suffered enough staring out the window, watching your fellow brothers and sisters play, you know. But anyways, and that's why for me, this whole era going on, I tried to look the other way because I find it very self-righteous and very like I can't blame it because like in a sense, but what I see, okay, this goes against everything that I know to work, having a strong work ethic. This whole pampering, this whole like, they're there. I'm so sorry you came to work drunk. Let me just give you a brochure and I'll see you tomorrow. Okay. And I was like, wait, what? Since whenever is it okay to come to work sloshed and still have a job the next day? So it is what it is. I just choose to try to ignore how lazy it's become because technology has made people lazier, including myself. Hey, son, you want to go play on your computer? Absolutely. No problem. It means that you're safe and inside. Go ahead, go play on your computer, But we're all guilty of maybe doing that with our kids. Maybe spoiling them because technology is advanced and it's created laziness. You can order food freaking to your doorstep. You can buy stuff right to your doorstep. You can meet someone online without having to move from your whatever until it's time to actually meet them. Yeah, it's a lot different, isn't it? For all of us that are, a little bit older. Right. Usually used to talk more on there. Now sometimes people just come in incognito more so, right? Right, Melissa? And I understand, like, each to their own, right? Sometimes people feel like chatting. Sometimes people just need a break and just like to come in. I go in, when I do watch lives, I mostly go in and nobody knows I'm even in there because I don't feel like talking. I don't want to talk. I don't feel like basically like, okay, hi, everyone. I just like to go in and just go in and listen. And then within about 5 or 10 minutes, I'm on my way out the door type of thing. So I'm just kind of like my alone time as well, right? I like my sociable time, but I like my alone time as well. And I deem that as my alone time. Sometimes I'll go in and say something, but it's not often. Narcs are liars. Yeah. So you know what you mean, pretty crafty, making themselves look like, yeah, that was my ex. That was my ex. But I didn't see that till quite a while. I knew that he was definite. Like, I would say that he was like, like beaking off all the time, very racist. And, he was raising, like, he was doing the polar opposite of how I was raising our son. I was Barney, love, whatever. He was, get out of my way, you stupid Chinese guy. Get out of my way, you stupid And I'd be like, are you kidding me? Like, seriously? And he go, because he was like that man's man, whatever. But my ex-husband truly thought that he was smarter than other people. And the thing was, is that you stupid suckers out there fell for that shit. I don't fall for that shit. Okay. I'm literally watching him, like in general. He would sit there and create an argument between two people, and then he would back off like he didn't do anything. And I swear to God, they would look at me and go, see what you started? No, I didn't start shit. Okay. And it's like the more vocal you are about saying that, oh, you must be the more troublemaker because you're no, it's that little sneak there in the wolf freaking clothing pretending to be a sheep when he's not. It's like a duck pretending to be a swan when they're not, And I can't stand those type of people. It's like, cut this shit, right? So I hate watching someone pretend to be something they're not, and nicer than what they are. I cannot stand that. It's just like, just be yourself. If you're an asshole, enjoy your life. Be an asshole, but at least say that you are an asshole. Last night was fun. Oh yeah, on the Christmas one. Oh yeah, we got more to come. I love Christmas. I love Christmas. And again, it's kind of one of those things. I could sit there, by myself if I want, or I can come join a live and do this. And I've chosen, to do more lives again, instead of feeling sorry for myself sometimes. Yeah, I know. I love Christmas. I love color. I love the beauty of it. I love the lights. I like the lights outside. I was showing you guys the snow yesterday. It was our first snowfall here in Vancouver area. I'm in the Tri-City. I'm not actually in Vancouver. I'm in a suburb of Vancouver. But it's just easier to say Vancouver, Canada, because people can relate to that. Instead of saying, well, I'm 30 minutes out of Vancouver. Hi, Bianca, or Boston. Why am I saying hi? Hi, Sean, Bianca. Hi, Boston Christian. Let's see here. Which Boston? Oh, there's my little drunk. Hey, Snooty, how are you? I love your log comment. Hey, if you want to come join me, you just tell me. You let me know in the messenger there. I was just trying to let you recuperate, you little drunk, and tell me all your stories and stuff like that. But you probably want to just chill today, I'm sure. Today, thanks for your beautiful snow live. So pretty. Yeah, I was really hoping that it would pick up again. And those big flakes that I saw coming down, because when I looked out the window, at first they were just coming down, whatever. Now, so I look again and I'm like, whoa, big flakes. Oh, I got to do it live. I'm going to turn my camera around, And I was going to do a live last night with the Christmas lights, but I kept getting this glare from the blue lights below that kept coming into the thing. So I was like, forget it. But I was hoping it was going to snow more. I looked at the weather and it was like, no. See, Vancouver, we get very little snow, and we all say the same thing every year. People don't know how to drive in the snow. They don't know how to drive in the snow. They can't drive in the rain either here, but they definitely can't drive in the snow. It's like hell breaks loose whenever there's like a little bit of snow on the ground. What's the one that's really tricky though is when you're driving and the roads are like, they got the ice slick on them, from freezing, and you think that the roads are kind of fine, but they have that layer. That's where most accidents happen. I want to get old gracefully. I don't want to be a grumpy. Too late, Sean. Too late. Not a way for a Christian. Again, life is what you make of it, right? You can either be that, exist for life, or you could be that big lump of sack of coal that freaking keeps saying how miserable life is. I remember, okay. I remember whining when I turned 30. I'm 54 now, okay. I remember whining. I literally whined for 5 years. I was so pissed off about turning 30. Like, I hated leaving my 20s. I think it was just because for me, that was the best, like, era, in a sense, of my life. And realizing it when I look back, probably in my 20s and 30s, but I whined so much for 5 years. The next thing you know is I'm on my way to 40. And I was like, shit, I just wasted 5 years whining about the fact that I turned 30 5 years ago. Now I'm going to be 40. Then I just started going, whatever, don't care anymore. But it's hard, you know, it's hard. Like, I didn't like turning 30. It just felt old, not old, but you know what I'm saying? I liked my 20s. 26 in particular was my favorite. That's when I left my ex, and yeah, I was just, I was in great shape. I was strong willed, strong and whatever. And I don't know. It was just, I think it's because that was that moment in my life where I was like, I changed it up, and I was like, you know, you always forget how strong you are, until you go through shit. And then you pat yourself on the back because you're like, you know what? Like, that sucked, but I went through it and I made it through it. So good job. Good job, because it's strength, right? It's strength. Not everyone has the strength, but me, it's not that I want to have strength. It's just that you have to have it. It's either that or you crumble. And I don't want to be a crumbler. I wasn't taught to crumble. Whenever I look at my mom's picture, I just look at my mom going, oh shit, she's sitting there telling me to pick my ass back up, quit whining, blah, blah, blah. When I think of what my mom did for us and how hard it was to raise us and how poor we were, and that my mom made it through all that and stuff, I'm very grateful for those life lessons on you had to earn things. You just didn't get them handed to you. You had to earn an allowance. You had to earn pretty much everything you got. You weren't just gifted it. And to go to McDonald's back in the day, that was a frigging treat and a half. Just to go like, oh, really? Yeah. Um, you sound just like my young brother. Let's see here. Can't have Nando's. I can have Nando's. It's gonna be freaking cold soon, but can't have Nando's on a special immunology diet. Thank you, Mom. Will be delighted you mentioned her. Yes, there are really lovely people. Received a letter from our health service last week. Uh, I, you can't have Nando's. I can have Nando's. I can have Nando's. I don't have it very often though. It's just right over there. Hey, SP74. Not mouth. Right brain. Sunny right brain. Huh? Are you sure it's not my left brain? Okay. Wabash Correctional. Right. Is in Sullivan County. Okay. It said that we were in the awe of tenacity and bravery that brought me to tears. Really appreciate all my friends and cherish my memories, which can support be. Ooh, there's a word in there. Erased was was the best friend I had. You didn't make me tear up there. Mummy Wolverine. Hello, Mummy. How are you? He is always with me still. I know. That's the thing is that I know that, but you still just want them back, Yeah. Yeah, take it. I love popcorn too. Garrett, Chicago, Miss Popcorn. What was the one we used to go to? Can't think of it. There was this popcorn place you go, and it had all different flavors around it. Can't think of what it was called. Fresh chocolate and orange. Ooh, which reminds me, I'm so having eggnog tonight. Yesterday I didn't have any because I felt like my stomach didn't want it. So today I'm definitely having eggnog with my Baileys. Right. I'm just gonna pretend like Adam's here. Right, Adam. You just sit in the corner down there. Don't worry, I can handle this live. Oh, mashed extra butter. I can't believe garlic mash. It's so good. It's so good. So my husband doesn't know how to look in the bags before he leaves. This always happens. Oh, honey. Oh, sorry, but they forgot you're this or that. Never think about checking the bag before you actually depart. Just a thought there, husband. Mummy Wolverine. It happens so much that something is missing typically from an order. Seriously. It drives me crazy how many times something is missing. It's like, really? You guys just rush so fast, you guys can't get any order right? Well, I don't care if it's straws that you're missing from your thing, or a spoon for your freaking chili, or a knife for your freaking butter for your bun. You know, It just happens way more than I care to know. Um, what is that? Used to earn a pound, 50 per week. Pound to my mom and dad for my keep, 25p for my bus fare to work, and 50p for my stockings. That's um my allowance was when I was a kid, it was like a buck 50 every 2 weeks. Buck 50. But that buck 50 got you a shitload of candy. I'll tell you that much. Good things have come from it too. Um, I still have chores. Oh, I'm probably way behind. Still chores, home, working 6 days a week, chores, gaslighting, YouTube, steady commented. Okay. Sean, even though I'm 65, I can cross the whole bridge. I did it back in October, but going over the new railing was a little scary and coming back over. Do you remember when I don't really usually like to talk about this person, but do you remember when Noe, when he's sitting there and he's, out with his guitar, and he's the one that was Kagan Klein's jail buddy that drew these pictures or whatever. And all of a sudden, it's like somebody sends me this thing of Noe on the Delphi Bridge, playing this song for the girls. And I do think he forgets that I actually said he did a good job at that song. And then he's like literally walking with his stand and his freaking thing along that thing, and you're just like, really, dude? You seriously? You're just like walking along it like you're not gonna fall off, I guess. That's crazy. Snow, yeah, Colorado. You guys definitely got some snow there, I'm sure. Um, Sean Griffin, yeah, my mom just turned 30. I was gonna say. X had an elevated air of superiority. Oh, I used to work as well, but he made me once take a swimsuit back, and I hadn't asked him to purchase it. Then found he had moved. Oh, moved all your assets, eh? There you go. Nice, right? There's love right there. I saw a study recently that asked people their favorite age, and the average was 37. Really? Really? Mm, mm. Well, it's 37 beats 54. I'll tell you that much. Freaking brain was there. Eyes were all there. With my late husband, we saw the world. Worked in Romania, Africa. Wow. He was so supportive. Drove to Romania. Yeah, you had a good apple there, huh? Yeah. I was like you, Cindy. The hardest birthday for me was it 2? You can equate, yeah. Yeah, I know. Me too. I was being a baby, right? Well, hold on. I was acting like a baby. I literally was pissed off when I turned 30. I was so mad I was turning 30. That stayed, like I said, for 5 years. Just I was like kicking dirt. Fuck off, getting older. Blah. And then people, right? You're playing a game and you're talking online and you're playing a game and someone says, "How old are you?" And you're like 32, and you're like, "Oh, you're a pedo. What are you doing on playing a kid's game?" Dude, this game, RuneScape, was created for adults, you little effer. So shut the F up and piss off. Because you always got those little shits that want to tell you that the games were built for them. RuneScape was actually built for adults to play. Impressive to hurdle, but you get called like a pedo online, stuff like that. Like, it's the trash talking that goes on with people in games. It's crazy, to be honest with you. Hi, Amy. How are you? Amy Michelle Luxury. All right. Where'd the luxury part come from, Amy? Hi, Amy. Allie, spot on, Gen C. Our Lori. All right, I gotta use your words there. Our lorry full of Mediquip was held at the border in Romania for 4 days with guns at our heads. We wanted all the medical equipment. Oh, that sounds like Mexico. That's crazy. Laura Ingalls. Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking of Little House on the Prairie, but that's probably with an E, I think. Or is it with an I? Laura Ingalls. Anyways, from News Nation, videoed me at the bridge, then showed it on a YouTube conference. She called LE on me. They told her to take it down. It's no longer available on YouTube. Okay, so let me read that again. Laura Ingalls from News Nation videoed me at the bridge, then showed it on a YouTube conference. Oh, she called Ali on me. Told her, really? The guards were corrupt, except 41. So kept our cool and we were kind to them. And we were, well, okay. Well, I mean, at least you're here to talk about it, right? Me too. Okay, here it comes. Here it comes. I'm a luxury YouTuber that wishes I could be a true crime YouTuber. Oh, okay. So, what is a luxury YouTuber though? Like, I don't know what that is. And true crime's not that hard to get into. I'm not actually, to be honest with you, um, even though YouTube's gotten better, true crime and monetization don't always go very well hand in hand. Too busy always fighting yellows. They're a lot better right now, but you honestly, it's like you got to dummy down your words and stuff like that. Like, yeah, so he was unalived and da 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 da. Now, but they have gotten better. So now I'm just like, okay, so they were murdered, because I should be able to say that, because we're not doing this in a exploiting type of way. We're talking about cases and bringing awareness, you know. So I say keep that luxury one, and then build your true crime on there. I don't know about Delphi so much, you know. So that's the brain messer one. This one's the brain messer. Yeah, Laura Ingalls Wilder. Absolutely. I'm sorry, but I love the Little House on the Prairie days. I guess it's part of the Pitbulls Investigator. I love luxury handbags. Oh, now, in saying that, you love them. So back when I used to sell sunglasses, which was designer knockoffs, Amy, buy one for 20, sorry, two for 20 or one for 13. Compare our prices to Gucci. Compare our prices, you know, all those brand names, that designers. And beside us was this lady from China who her kids were in school in university here in Canada, because a lot of times they bring their kids over so that they can get the good education in Canada, you know, and then they waddle on back home after they got it. Anyways, she is a very nice lady, and she sat there and she had the designer knockoff handbags of Louis Vuitton and all those ones, you know. And so, you know, because I know that the real thing is quite different, right? Because we would compare our prices to Oakley. And we all know Oakleys are not cheap, but if you could buy them for like two for $20, that was better than losing those freaking $300 pairs you look down over the boat and into the water they went. There's no telling how many times I read those books when I was a kid. They're so good. Oh, I never read the books, just always watched on there. Okay. Now, again, I can tell the chat's dropped off. Either you guys are going to go eat, because there was like 65 people in here. I guess I wasn't talking enough about Delphi yet. Richard Allen is in Sullivan County Jail, not Wabash. Look at the link. Because you don't have mod rights, your links don't show up, just so you know, B-Rock. So if you want to send the link to like my email or something like that up top, but your link won't show up. It might show up to you, but it doesn't show up to us. No, it didn't snow today. Hey, Travis. I remember those knockoff shades at the mall. Absolutely, mommy. Yeah, it was like taking candy from a baby. I think we did about 25, pretty much 22 to 25 grand every month. Yeah. I want to, just because Travis is here now, I want to look and see what he said to me. Okay. She doesn't think I go to some place until she scheduled the hearing in January. Did she leave that one in place, or did she issue a new one? No, that one, a new one hasn't been issued. Assuming that the one still is in effect, doesn't define what a family member is for the purpose of the order. I think it would clearly cover parents and siblings. Other than that, who knows? She doesn't have jurisdiction over anyone outside the state. It says it's on her own motion, but then she grants the state's motion. Yeah. I guess that was because, you know, I mean, we're not talking about it on this live. We're gonna save it for our next live, which is tomorrow. Um, that's referring to uh, David Erskine um, about the law. We'll call it the secret recording that was on Art of Deduction's channel of David Erskine, talking about the gag order. And um, when Little Frank, was talking about it, he was like, well, I don't know that that applies to you because you're in Texas. So I was trying to ask Travis, about that because I was trying to Google it. And it's kind of like, yeah, there's been a gag order since last year, December 2nd of 2022. But exactly who does that apply to? And if you're out of state, you know, are you still bound to that? Because it says, I think, family and friends, I think it was, or family or people associated closely with the case, I think it was what it sounded like. Okay, Ivy, can you do me a favor? Or if anybody else can anyone, um, does anyone know what B Rock is talking about? About this whole Richard Allen Sullivan? Hold on a second. So are you saying that the paperwork is lying to us, B Rock? Because we have the paperwork, right? That says that he was transferred to the Wabash Valley. So is anyone else could confirm what B Rock's talking about? And if you do have time, um, can you just check it out for me? Because it's just a little easier. It's just harder sometimes when you're on a live and trying to find stuff unless somebody gives you the link. Can you pull up that link and read it? Yeah, I can. Absolutely. Um, Sorry, I went to two advertisements when you started talking about sunglasses. They do have a lot of replicas now that look like identical luxury items, but I truly love authentic products. Yeah. So my wallet's not big enough for authentic products. So I would be that person to buy the knockoffs for sure. So yeah, basically what I was saying that the lady beside our designer knockoffs had knockoffs from China of the Louis Vuittons and the different ones. And, you know, like I said, each place has its business, eh? The high end and the low end. Um, um, like I said, if you want to send me the link, B Rock, I'm not here to argue with you. And if you're just trying to help, just send me the link if you could. It's hard for me to sit there and try to go search for a link if and say well, find it on news station. It's really not that simple sometimes just to do that. It's just easier when somebody sends me a link, drops me a link, but you can't. So if you sent one to the email, I can take a look. Okay, so I got no email to my @crimingshame at Gmail. Let me look in spam. Nope, not there. I don't know. He said you're right, and I just took a look, and there's nothing there. Um, okay. Nope. Sorry, B Rock. Like I said, I don't know if I'm not trying to give you a hard time. Uh, if you think it's true and it is, uh, I mean, I don't know. It's hard if I haven't seen proof of it and I don't see an email saying otherwise. I like to think that someone's not going to try to pull my chain, but I don't really know your name too well, so I don't know you. So you have to see something. Simple as that. Yeah. Well, look, there. Okay. Now I just got it. Um, Okay, so let me click. Okay. Well, so Travis, give me a second. Let me pull up the article. Okay, let's see what it says, B Rock. Okay. Transfer of order places Delphi murder suspect Richard Allen in Sullivan County facility. Okay. Sullivan County, the Delphi murder suspect Richard Allen is being transferred to the Wabash Valley. The state of Indiana, this is the article I think that we had actually. Something similar to this one. This one's different. Actually, who is WTHI? But anyways, so the state of Indiana submitted a notice to the court to the transfer. It states that under the Indiana Code, the corrections, the commissioner of the Indiana Department of Corrections may transfer an individual. Okay, so it's saying that he was put into Wabash Valley, in Sullivan County. So, what part are we missing? Sullivan County facility is the jail. I'm from here. So I believe what you're trying to say is that he's not in Wabash Valley, that he's in Sullivan County Jail. But Sullivan County, sorry, let me scroll back up there. I mean, we saw the order come in saying that he's in Wabash Valley Correctional. And you're saying, sounds like, that you know people. It says transfer order placed him in Sullivan County facility, right? No? Well, you're talking about up top there? Yeah, but this is a news article. This is a news article versus the actual paperwork from the actual courts. There's a difference there. So this news article says transfer order places Delphi murder suspect Richard Allen in Sullivan County facility. Right. He's in a facility in Sullivan County, B-Rock. So he's in a facility, and that facility is Wabash Valley. Does that make sense? Oh, there we go. So I think that's where it's getting confused by that wording. Right? Again, I'm not trying to argue with you, but it's just about, okay, let's look at that. Okay, we can see it says he's in a facility in Sullivan County. That facility is Wabash. Okay, let's see what you're saying. Listen, everyone's telling me he's in Sullivan, I think that's what to say, County Jail, from where I live. And I live 5 minutes from jail. So everyone talking about it around here. That's, oh, yeah. So I get that. We, like, besides you saying that, though, we obviously have no proof, besides maybe calling up the jail and going like, hey, is, Richard Allen sneaked over there? Did they make it seem like he was going there, but he's really over in the county jail and stuff like that? Yeah, okay. I think the thing that B-Rock is saying, no, that's jail. But it's one of those things, B-Rock, is that, let me just say this. What you're telling us, though, is hearsay, right? From what you've heard. The thing is, that's totally different in a sense, because as we know it, and not to say that that couldn't, happen, but as we see it, obviously, hold on, I gotta get that document. Thanks, Deb. Come on, slow computer, let's go. Chop, let's go. I ain't got all year. My computer's being shitty when I try to load something. Yep. Come on, computer. Let's get real. Okay, hold on. let me try to do it this way. We'll try to try to go in here and do it. My computer just wants to be a piece of shit for some reason. I don't know why. It never did this before. Okay. Okay, the Indiana Department of Corrections respectfully notifies defendant Richard Allen was placed under safekeeping order by the court November 3rd to the Indiana Corrections throughout the pendency of the section, otherwise determined by the court. On December 6th, Mr. Allen was transferred from Westville Correctional to Wabash. Oh, hold on. Stupid thing timed out. From Wabash Valley Correctional Facility. So, but you're basically just saying, hey, this is what I'm hearing, and I just want to let you know that, right? That's what I'm hearing. Right. And if it comes to fruition, B-Rock, then, I mean, then good on you for letting us know ahead of time. You know? Okay. But you got to knock off throwing the little that tantrum that you're having here. Okay? I get it. I understand 2 + 2. You're saying that that's what you've heard, in the talk amongst people around that you've been there before. You've heard this stuff. But of course, proof is in the pudding, and we have no proof of that. So unless there's something to back up that information, only now we can only go on by what we're seeing in front of us. Makes sense? Makes sense. I'm going to drop that topic now because it was never supposed to be about an argument. It's supposed to be about like I said, you giving information. And hey, if you feel like you're trying to be helpful by saying it 10 times and basically calling us stupid, then feel free. But I'm dropping that topic now. And I'm going to go to the article that we were talking about, the gag order, and do that for a second. So let me find my place. Where is it? Where am I? There I am. Okay, so let me pull up this article. Okay. Drop it. Okay. Yeah. Stop screen. You know what? B-Rock, enjoy the fireplace for a minute. It's calm. It's peaceful. We're all trying to chill in here. You've obviously been a subscriber to the channel because you obviously haven't spent 3 hours. This live has not been going on for 3 hours on there. Okay, so you guys chill, B-Rock? Okay. All right. I think go have yourself a drink, B-Rock. Now, let's go back to this. Scroll down. Here's that PDF. Oh. Okay. So, what part of it that I know, right? Hi, fan. Travis, what part of this document? Wait, I have the document. What am I doing? I don't need that. She said it wouldn't let me send it to an email. Oh no, it's being a piece of shit again. I don't know what it is. There's it never ever did. Whenever I went to go send something to somebody, never did I get my little salt and pepper shaker thing going there. The hour sandglass thing. And now that's all it does. It just randomly does that now. And I don't know why. So where did the gag order? When did the gag? This gag order was December 2nd of 2022. But I was going to do it so I could make it bigger and bring it in through the other way. But its computer wants to be a piece of crap. Read the first paragraph. Okay. Oh, I don't need this one then. Okay, first paragraph. On the court's motion in response to defendant's undated press release, the court issues an order granting the state's motion for order prohibiting the parties, counsel, law enforcement officials, court personnel, coroner, and family members from disseminating information or releasing any extrajudicial statements by means of public communication in whole, pending hearing, which the court has just recently scheduled for January. Hey, what happened? Where'd it go? January 13th at 10 a.m. in Carroll County. Now, it also says that the counsel for the state of Indiana defendant, as well as the professional staff, law enforcement officials, court personnel, coroner, and all family members are prohibited for commenting on this case to the public and in media directly or indirectly by themselves or through an intermediary in the form of including social media platforms, indirectly, right, or directly. So the question became, what exactly does that mean? With regards to, say, David Erskine, who lives in Texas, at the time, he did live in Delphi, but in 2018, I believe, no, in 2020, he moved to Texas. So, hi, Colette, how are you? So, how would you take that, you guys? Anyone in chat? You know, like it says family members. Is that immediate family? Is that aunts, uncles, cousins, brothers? What? It was the day after the press release in November. It was December 2nd, is what I read. December 2nd of 2022. It happened on a Friday. Only because that's what this article that I'm just reading is saying that. So basically, the defense did their press conference on the Thursday, and then on the Friday, this gag order was ordered. I will do so. We'll check in on it, B Rock. Okay, we'll check in on that. We'll always check it if what you're saying is true. We'll definitely check. But you are, I mean, and obviously you're talking about Richard Allen. Simple as that. But we'll definitely check up on it. Yeah. Anyways, put your thoughts in there if you think so. Like I said, does it apply to David Erskine or does it not? Is he breaking a gag order, after being, sadly, secretly recorded? And then, let me put it this way. Actually, no, I'll save that for a different live. Yeah. Well, I was gonna say, Daisy, doesn't hurt to take a booth. Takes a couple of minutes, but you always know that that stuff exists too. We've seen it happen before. But give me a second, guys. Give me a second, and I'll be right back. But anyways, you tell me what you think. Do you think that David Erskine, by talking to people, not just little Frank, was breaking the violation of the order? Well, exactly, Travis. What's a family member? What layer does it go down to? But give me a second and I'll be right back. Yes, Daisy. It's in Carlisle, Indiana. So just give me a second before I turn my camera back on here. You guys, I couldn't just sit there and look at the chicken and corn on the cob beside me and just sit there and keep looking at it. So I had to have a bite. Called county jail, being referred to RA. No, called county jail. So did you call? Did you call Daisy? Called county jail, being referred to RA. Not there. RA is in Westville, and Sullivan. Oh, so yeah, you meant to say, obviously, Wabash. Well, that's exactly. Now, on to if you guys think, you know, that. Oh, Gail, that's so sweet of you. Thank you, Gail. Let's see who got that. Oops, my thing has to scroll down. Oh, so hey, Fian X, you got the membership. Yeah, that's so sweet. The music will go off in a minute. So enjoy again, the emoticons. Oh, Hiwathi did. Perfect. Thank you, Hiwathi. I resolved this on another live story. I was double dating. Oh, were you? Well, I preferred if you like triple dip, to be honest with you. Now, there's Shameen. There's my girl. There's my girl. There's my Canadian girl. Yeah. I so wish I lived closer to her. Me and her would be like great friends. We'd be like BFFs forever. I feel it. Anyways, even though she's my little sloop, my little drunk sloop Canadian, she had a good time. That's all that matters, though. As long as she had a good time, even if she was seeing triple, instead of double, triple D's. Travis, what does it mean that it's pending? To the January 13th hearing. Does that mean? And Travis, I hope you're having a few drinky poos tonight. That's what I need to go get eggnog. Ooh, I'll go get that in a bit. We'll see if Adam shows up here. He was like, yeah, I'm just visiting my brother and then I'm doing nothing. But that would be like 9:00 right now. So, Travis, what does it mean? But it's his mom's birthday, so it's pending. Does that mean? Hey, Charmaine, did you ever answer me, by the way? A little drunk? No, where are you? Oh, I don't think you did you? I'm just taking a look here. Charmaine. Nope, that's okay. I think she made it permanent at the January 13th hearing. But again, what does that include? Does that include, I mean, at the end of the day, David Erskine was a big part of the search and finding the girls. He was the first one, he said, to find the girls. Okay, so one would think he would fall underneath that gag order. He talked about it on the live, but we're going to get into that more on tomorrow's live. We're going to go a lot more in depth onto some of the stuff that was being said on there. Now, I, of course, recorded that whole thing because I wasn't a dumbass and I was a smart ass. And as soon as I saw it, I was like, I'm recording this in case it gets taken down. Right now, it's put behind a membership paywall in order to access it. I don't even think it's up anymore, actually. But either way, I recorded it. And so I have a copy. So I can re-listen to everything that was said. But like I said, we'll talk about that stuff in tomorrow's line, go more in depth into that, okay? And about, like I said, well, David Erskine and, chatting it up. How is Erskine related? He is Abby's step uncle. Mm-hmm. Right. Okay, so Travis says Ivy Rose, it would have ended on the 13th if she didn't say it's permanent or issued another one. Ivy, chop chop. Was there another one issued that you remembered? I'll leave it to Smarty over there. Notice it says it in response to the defense's notice it says in response to the defense's press release. That goes with her recently saying she was bothered by that. Yeah, what she's had said about that she was bothered by that pressing, but the gag order came after that. That's not by blood. I think it could definitely be argued that that he shouldn't be included as family. Okay, well, does he fall into any of the other categories? Let's go back over that again. Okay, so let's stay in motion. So parties, counsel, law enforcement officials, court personnel, coroner, and family members from disseminating information, releasing the information. Right. So he really only follows in the category of anything that would be deemed as a family member. He's not deemed as anything else. And yes, it's Abby's step. And thanks again, Gilherd, for that nice gesture. There we go, right there. Finn, you're welcome. Merry Christmas. Yeah, that's not blood, rightly said. Shouldn't be included in family. Both sides is in the briefs have argued as though the gag order is still in effect. Right, they have. But does David Erskine fall underneath that gag order? Well, they might consider him it. But I mean, we're talking legal terms here. Yeah, but that won't, it's true, but that still won't matter. It's what they put in the documents that matters. Whether he was the first one, second one to find the girl, doesn't matter. It becomes, does he fall into the family as a family member? And how does the court define that? Well, again, how far are you going down the chain? It doesn't define. And I think we talked about this actually. Right. And that's what we were talking about, because as Ardiv did that, little Frank, we call him, okay, little Frank. So as little Frank was talking to him, he's saying to David Erskine, well, because David Erskine first said it was nationwide. And then, he pulled up the order and had said that, like he's deemed as a family member and, type of thing. And little Frank was saying, well, but you're in Texas, and does that order still apply for you? It doesn't mean it's nationwide. So it's just a matter of it becomes, was it, if he leaves the state, does he not become part of that? But in the first place, is he actually deemed as a family member? Because they didn't stipulate what they just said family members. So how far does that go down? Thanks, Sally. Thank you, Senny, and all your helpers and members. Really enjoyed it. Oh, your legal system is different to the UK. So yeah, the US is for sure. Canada there and the US are the same. We don't get this kind of information. Okay, hold on. Yes, he is closely related, and he saw and heard things about the case. Fine. Let's see what Travis is saying up here. She does the same thing with the protective order. Remember, Sonny, the exercise. What would you want to know to remove stuff so you don't get fined? Right. What would you want to know to remove stuff so you don't get fined or go to jail? Yeah. I would think that the family would mean immediate. Step uncle wouldn't be immediate. That's just me, though. Well, again, it's not clearly defined. Why don't they say? Like when they use the term family members, there should be something in place that's telling you this is what's deemed as a family members, so that when something like that is said, that includes, grandma, grandpa, mom, dad, aunts, uncles, but it stops at cousins and, does it include brothers, sisters, So what? That's why I'm saying, like, that should be defined. That when you see family members, like, you should know that this is exactly who that includes. Like, you can't just put out family members and go, well, what does that fall underneath? And it doesn't matter that he saw. To me, at least, I'm just giving my opinion, by the way. And it doesn't matter that he was, say, the first one to find the girls. It just, this order is about who can talk about it and who can't. So we can talk about it all day long, Michaela Babcock, I'm sure, can talk about it all day long, because she's like a cousin. So she's probably not considered including that. No, it's not nationwide. It's more specific than that. Becky could move to Timbuktu and still be legally bound by a gag order. Oh, I'm right, and that's the thing. Yes, a big difference. She has no jurisdiction outside of Indiana. Plus, she is probably precluded from ordering family members. See, because remember, it's all about that. Your amendments. Your right to your First Amendment, Sixth Amendments, all those different things. Second Amendment, this amendment. She has no jurisdiction outside of Indiana. Plus, she is probably precluded from ordering family members to do anything. However, she sort of makes up the law as she goes along. Let me put it this way. I don't think shit all is going to happen to family members that are talking. Like, in all fairness. Honestly. I don't see it happening. They're not gonna, a family that's suffering with this Abby and Libby case, to sit there and, it's kind of like, to me, like, it's put there on paper. But is that going to stop family members and that from talking and stuff like that? No. Are they probably going to do anything about it? No. If it's a witness to evidence, yeah, wouldn't he be under a gag order? Well, it's not saying that, though, because there's nothing there in what they said in those words that puts him underneath any other category besides the family member. The rest of it's all to do with LE, this, that. I agree. I think it's clear she intends parents and siblings. Outside of that, it's anyone's guess. Yeah. So if Becky went over the state line, could she then talk about it without being gagged? Wait, so I'm not sure if you're answering Ivy's question there, or if you're just telling us about the first pesky amendment. Okay, well, Travis, if that wasn't clear, please answer. If someone underneath the gag order went over a state line, can they do that and talk? Or is the gag order deemed simply that, no matter what, doesn't matter what state you live in, you cannot talk about it? Or you're not supposed to? Different story. Wasn't that an issue with Idaho with the gag order? The question whether the judge could there was a big thing over that with the Idaho and, the parents not being able to say stuff and blah, 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 blah. Ivy Rose is raising these law exam type of questions. Ivy Rose, are you almost a lawyer yet? Being a witness event doesn't make a difference under that order. Exactly. Okay, so let's get a clear case here. Like I said, we're just people trying to understand the law, and to read it and what it means. And that's why I said they should have a clear, concise reference to who a family member means. Does it include a step uncle in that as a family member, considering he's not a blood relative? Get your ass to law school. See you in a few years. By that time, we should be at what? About 5 million subscribers? And yeah, don't worry. Don't worry, Ivy. We got your back. Yeah. Mr. Beast, here we come. Lawyers. She has jurisdiction over, and court can order lawyers to shut. Yeah, lawyers. Okay. Ivy, it was discussed last night as what DE actually found. Mm. Well, like I said, we're gonna go over that topic specifically tomorrow. I just don't want to talk about it too much because I want to save that for specifically the live tomorrow, where it will be more intense about the conversation. Half. I don't know if it's mother or father. Okay, 1 second. 1 second. I'm gonna steal more piece of my chicken. Be right back. Hey, Frank. Mm-hmm. Frank, let me ask you your opinion. Were you listening already? So the thing that we were just talking about is what is considered a family member. And if I'm not mistaken, I think of all of us believe that David Erskine is Abby's step uncle. And did he break the gag order? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, so that's exactly what we're talking about at just this particular moment. Was, do you feel that David Erskine broke the gag order? He's in Texas, and he's a step uncle. It won't matter about the crime scene or that he was the first one to get there. He said that part won't matter. But this gag order says family members, and there's no definition of family members. And that part they need to really fix in their system. So my thing to you, Frank, is do you feel like David Erskine broke the gag order based on, one, because he's in Texas, so it doesn't apply to him, or two, because he's not deemed as actual family member because they never gave any reference? Yeah, it would be step. No, but it's more than that. Okay, so unless you're going to say more, because obviously we know that he was being secretly recorded by little Frank, and hence why that live had gone up with David Erskine and little Frank talking to David, and David talking about things to do with the case. So this is obviously, so the photos, um right, I don't know exactly that date on that, but I think it was before that gag order that he gave them to Chris Todd. Oh, once jurisdiction is established, it follows you everywhere. Then you look whether the order is proper. Okay, so that part, then okay. So it say if he was part of that, then it would follow him to Texas regardless, because it's an order that was established. But does he fall underneath this order? And so, Frank, did you listen to that Erskine video that I asked you about? You never answered me back on Messenger if you had seen the art of little Frank's. It's so hard. Here's Big Frank and Little Frank. So Big Frank obviously is Frank Meister. Little Frank is Art of Deduction. Well, Allie, that's a good question. That's a good thought. I'm a diabetic, sadly. Yeah, Deb's in here. Deb's in here. Um, Mustang, I feel guilty for listening, but was interesting in parts. Hey, Daisy. Hey, Daisy, Daisy. Java, Miss Daisy, crazy. And by the way, it's only for like the private people. I just amped up the volume because it was really hard to hear the start of that video. I think due to being there, one of the original people. But see, that's what we were talking about. In the gag order, it says nothing about the crime scene. It just literally says the gag order is literally talking about law enforcement, officials, court personnel. And the only thing he would fall underneath here is family members. Right? So it just becomes a matter of what classifies a family member and where does it stop? Like, there's no definition to that. Yeah, triple F. That's right. Triple F, Frank. Absolutely. Forgot about that. That's right. Ivy says, Travis, I get what you're saying. So if Erskine is considered family and was in Texas when she made the order, it doesn't apply to him. But if he was in Indiana, it was ordered. It does apply to him. That sounds good, Ivy. Because you're right. He moved in 2020 to Texas, so he wasn't in Indiana. So if he's not in Indiana, she doesn't have jurisdiction over him. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense, doesn't it? Travis, is that a good way of looking at it like that? What Ivy just said? Because the order came out in 2022. He lived in a whole different place, Texas. So she wouldn't have jurisdiction over him. If he didn't know he was being recorded, he didn't break the gag. No, he's still no. Well, if he's not interpreted as being part of the gag order, then he didn't break no rules whatsoever. If he's secretly recorded, the bottom line is that you're not supposed to be talking indirectly or directly on social media, like it's saying. Okay, let's cut this to the quick. Let's assume that this guy in Texas meets the court's definition of family member, whatever that is. Okay, so then what is he supposed to not do? Talk about the case? Why? Yeah. So it just sounds like I still feel like it sounds like that we're still fully unsure, but sounds like it doesn't sound like the gag order. I read you the order. You want me to read it again? Okay. The gag order says, on the court's motion in response to defendant's undated press release, the court issues an order granting the state's motion for order prohibiting the parties, counsel, law enforcement officials, court personnel, coroner, and family members from disseminating information or releasing any extrajudicial statements by means of public communication in whole, pending hearing in which the court has just recently scheduled for January 13th of 2023 at 10 a.m. in the Carroll County Circuit Court. Counsel for the state of Indiana and the defendant, as well as their professional staff and other personnel, law enforcement officials, court personnel, coroner, and all family members are prohibited. It says, and all family members are prohibited from commenting on this case to the public and the media directly or indirectly by themselves or through an intermediary in any form, including any social media platforms. Counsel are reminded that they are required to conform to the Indiana Rules of Court, Rules of Professional Conduct, specifically Rule 3.6, Trial Publicity, and its entirety. Rule 3.8, Special Responsibilities of a Prosecutor in its entirety. Violations of this order are punishable by contempt of court and subject to violator to a fine or incarceration dated December 2nd, 2022. Then just a copy. Okay, so that's verbatim, word for word. Oh, stop. The sentence that I read, Sunny, focus. I'm on a different page when I'm reading it. So when I come back, I see you say stop. Focus question by question. Well, question, does this apply to David Erskine? Yeah. Read that last sentence specifically about what they are prohibited from doing. Okay. Okay, well, it says, counsel from the state of Indiana and the defendant, as well as professional staff and others, law enforcement, blah, 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 family members, are prohibited from commenting on this case to the public and to media directly or indirectly by themselves. So again, it says all family members by themselves or through an intermediary in any form, including any social media platforms. So in the top, it says family members. In the second part, it says, and all family members. Thank you, Shelley. Who got that gift certificate? Who got that? Who got that? Mummy Wolverine. You got that gifted membership from. Okay, now what did this guy say or release? Well, I sent you the video. Did you listen to it? You didn't listen to it, did you? So, today. So, he said he was under a gag order, is what he said. Okay. That he fell underneath the family thing. And he started talking about the case. Basically, yeah. Hell no, I read it, but they need to know. Hell no, you read it. No, you have to no. It was audio. Well, that's exact. Well, again, the gist is of the video that he was talking. Like at first he said, I'm not answering questions because little Frank said, well, just give me the start of the day in a sense of, and then Erskine says, what day? And he says, well, December or February 14th. And Erskine says, well, I'm not commenting on that. I didn't stop him from commenting about the case and saying things about the case and things like, little Frank there is like, okay, well, so were there any drag marks? And he's like, no. And was there any footprints that were visible? No. Was there any ATV? Well, what do you mean by vehicle? He's like, well, ATV. And he's like, well, Allo and Amy we're on a quad, and he's talking about the case. And he's saying that he's 20 feet away from the crime scene and that he was waiting there. So he's talking about the case. He's simply talking about the case. So basically, little Frank was fishing for things. What do you mean? Wait, what do you mean, Travis? Don't add your interpretation into the order. I've read it clearly 2 times. I'm talking about what he said. So I'm confused by what you're saying, commenting about the case. Don't add your interpretation. Are you talking about I'm saying what he said, but yet these words here say you're not allowed to talk indirectly or on social media? I'm not talking about the case. It's commenting about the case. Be precise. I feel like I'm getting schooled and an ass licking. I don't know all this lawyer. Like, I'm trying to follow your directions from in chat. So, yeah. What's the difference between talking or commenting? It's commenting. He's talking, yeah? So, prohibited from commenting on this case. He was commenting to questions that were being asked. Would that not be the same? Whether you say talking or commenting? Yeah, and I get that, Charmaine. It's just that it's hard when he's down there and I'm up here and I'm just trying to understand what's being said to me. What document? Okay, here is the point. You have to use precise words right in the order if you want to know if there is a violation. Commenting and talking are not interchangeable. Okay, so I don't know the difference between the two. So if somebody's asking him a question and he's answering back, or is commenting, talking, I don't know. I don't know what the difference is. Right. He's not to comment or respond to any questions? So to me, then he would be commenting and responding. I don't think it matters it doesn't matter about the recorded part. Like, meaning it sucks that someone would do that and then put it out with his freaking work phone number, and other people's freaking Discord out there like that. You don't do shit like that. But whatever. He did his thing. And either way, David Erskine was commenting. What did Travis say? Yes, he commented about the case. But does he fall in the whole? Yes, he commented on the case. I know that Travis's lawyer stuff and talk and every word counts for how it's said. In my brain, commenting, talking, if somebody's interchanging and responding back and commenting back to a question, to me that is, yep. If I ask somebody a question and they shouldn't be talking about something, like let's say someone talks about your wages, you ask somebody whatever, and they're not supposed to talk about wages. you know, you're not, then you're breaking the rule. Okay. There we go. So I'm just kind of waiting for Travis. Well, while we're waiting for Travis, I'm just going to have a bite of my chicken again. I'll be right back. Charmaine, take care of these people, will you? We're just going to follow along, Travis, you guys, and then we'll come back to what you're saying, okay? Yeah. Yeah, I wiped your nose off for you. You're welcome. Good thing Adam's not here. Get jealous. Spurs, I think you mean my piece of shit car. Um, okay, so Travis's last thing was, so what do you think the reaction is going to be when that hits media? Judge issues arrest warrant for victim's uncle. You know what? I actually don't know because it's almost like one of those things that would make everyone shut up that's talking, but yet by the same token, everyone would be like feel sorry for the family member because they're victims' family. Well, definitely. Now, let's see what Travis says. Ivy Rose. Well, there's our best pupil right there. Shut up, Charmaine. Shut up, Charmaine. Guess who the favorite pupil is? Ivy Rose. Oh, who's the number one student now? So Ivy Rose. It would be a ship show. Well, absolutely. Yeah. Well, right, because all the bleeding hearts would be upset, right? That's why, to me, nothing has been done because there's definitely talking going on in different directions. But are they really gonna arrest a family member? We're playing nice. You play nice. You know. Really? You go keep to your drinking, okay? Go drink. Go drink now. Uh-huh. Spurs, I remember you in here the other day or something. Wait, I'm trying to remember. Weren't you being a troublemaker? I feel like you were being a troublemaker. Can't remember. Memory doesn't go back that far right now. Charmaine, this message is for you. You're welcome. Okay, so let's assume she throws caution to the wind, issues an arrest warrant for contempt of court, or it could be an order to show cause to appear in court on a certain day and time. Okay, we're with you. We're with you. Spurs, come on now. No, don't come in disrupting chat right now. We're having an intense conversation. Yeah, I trust very few. So remember this. Tells the sheriff to serve it on this person. I think Shelly said she's good, Spurs. Sheriff says, okay, where are they? They are in Texas. Okay. Spurs, be good. Santa ain't gonna give you shit if you're bad. Oh, so you know how to listen? Okay, all right. Travis is saying something. Sheriff says, I don't have any jurisdiction to serve anything in Texas. Hi, Jimmy. Judge says, oh. Hold on, let me get that. Judge says, oh. There's your unicorn, Sherman. Hey, Jimmy Jim. Don't worry, Spurs. I'm naughty enough for all of us here. That's why you have to be good, or Santa ain't giving you shit. Now, of course, thank you, mods, and everyone for joining us. Kindness and caring mean a lot into this channel. Please respect each other's opinions. More. Okay. What do we do? Sheriff says, I'm not a lawyer, but I think you have to send this to government Govs to get Gov's warrant for extradition. Oh. That ain't gonna happen, right? Well, I thought you said. Governor. Okay, governor. Governor's warrant. Going again. I think I'm going to gloss. Thank you guys, by the way, as we're waiting for Travis to explain, for people that have been gifting the memberships. And thank you to Charmaine last month for all the help that she did with giving people a bunch of gift certificates and spending all of her money on us. That was very sweet. Charmaine, I told you, nothing less than 500 now. Auntie's gone up. Yes, Sharon, that was yesterday. It was literally yesterday. Okay. Travis says, the sheriff says, but I think the governor is going to tell you that another state won't enforce an extradition warrant if for a misdemeanor. So if I found that one, Travis, misdemeanor. So if that person comes to Indiana, they can be arrested, but we can't get them. So there's practical aspect to all of this. Oh, this document is about the gag order. That's what we're kind of all talking about, is the gag order from December 2nd of 2022, and if it would apply to Dave Erskine. So Travis has been explaining step by step the process. And I love you, Travis. Thank you. Not the smartest tool in the shed when it comes to this lawyery stuff, that's for sure. But apparently, number one student butt kisser over there, Charmaine, is. And if Adam were here too, same thing. However, I don't think she has jurisdiction to order anything against family members outside the state. Back to what Ivy said. Charmaine, did you say that? Did you say that, Charmaine? Mm-hmm. Here, I'll put those lips up there just for you. Now, Spurs, be a kind and go buy me 100 coffees. You just shh. Remember, giving is better than receiving. What a mess. Gets deeper and deeper. Nip, waiters and shovel. Smart enough for both. Yeah, thanks. And you know what? Thank you, Charmaine. Honestly. All right. I agree with Travis. She has no jurisdiction out of the state of Indiana. Whoops. And I don't think she has authority to completely limit family members from commenting about their situation. It's overboard. Overbroad or overboard? Overbroad? Don't want to go, but my tummy is acting out. Go take a couple of Advil after the gallbladder stuffy. Ugh. Yeah, Advil. Thank you for the membership that you gifted. I think that one was to Fen. Yeah, feel better. Feel better, Gail. Mwah. There you go. Feel better, Gail. Whoops. Not to muddy the water, but felony warrants can be served out of state, right? Oh. Not to muddy the water, but I will. Oh, felony warrants. Oh, okay. Hold on a second. So Travis says, now, if you go to the top of the order and read the part that states motion to something, it would be interesting to see that motion to see if the state really asked the family not to be allowed to comment about the case. So on the court's motion, in response to defendant's undated press release, the court issues an order granting the state's motion for order prohibiting those parties, the ones that we talked about, law enforcement officials, coroner, etc., and family members from disseminating information or releasing. What does extrajudicial statements mean? What is extrajudicial statements? Okay, anyways, I'll go back to Travis. Hold on. Right, a misdemeanor. Who's in Texas? David Erskine's in Texas. Mark Roberts lives in Texas. Okay. Comment about the case outside of court, outside of courtroom. We're talking about the uh, the live that Little Frank did by recording David Erskine in a conversation that was regards to the Delphi and if he broke the gag order or not. That was from yesterday. Okay, so that's what that means, outside the courtroom, extrajudicial. Okay, I did not know that. I'm not sure exactly where we're at in Texas, at all, to be honest with you. I just know it's Texas. Okay. Anna Lissette. Hi, Anna. Was said last year that the family was also under gag order, which is what's saying here. I wondered if that was designed to give family a break from journalists, YouTubers, etc., and Kelsey could have her baby in peace. CGK, something happened a year or two ago and a state warrant was served because there was additional legal process that had to happen. There was in the news something serious. I don't. Okay, so Travis is saying there was an out of state deposition that they had to jump through some paperwork. Well, the gag order was supposed to be in effect till January 13th. But as all these motions have been coming on, everything's been about the gag order, you know? And well, obviously other things. The gag order, leakage of, you know, disseminating, I guess, crime scene photos and making mistakes of someone getting a thumb drive, etc., etc. Yeah, like I mean, I can't really go see a judge going, yeah, well, let's give the family a break so that they don't have to answer. But meaning it's one of those things that I was I was glad when the gag order came in for the family's sake, so that for all the people that were messaging, in a sense, it gets probably a bit much because kind of like me, like people, in a sense, think that like I'm just one person. I'm a creator. I have a lot of stuff to do, and one person besides a couple people, you know, but meaning sometimes people get pissy in here because it's like, oh, you missed my comment, you didn't say this, or you didn't do that, and I'm like, well, there's other people besides you in my life, so I'm sorry if I offended you, but you're not the only special person in here, and I'm not trying to offend anybody, but we can't always do everything between running the channel, going behind, pulling up documents, doing different things. You can't sit there and get everyone's comments. But some people take it personally, and there's nothing personal about it, because again, nobody that we try to keep in the community, everyone we deem as kind, caring individuals. So it's kind of like, it's like me, I'm here, but we can't always get to it. And again, apologize if we can't, but it's not personal. It's not like we're personally not showing a question because you said it. It's just that the chat keeps going and you don't want to get backed up. So sometimes you have to go past some of the people's things along the way because you got to keep up the chat. I don't think the court would intervene to give the family right. I don't like it. I don't think that like that is more like a personal thing, but I wouldn't think so either. Oh, okay. So Travis said it's done all the time to give family a break. They put in a motion. The family has no objection. Okay. Um, that is code for they need a break from the press. Okay. What do you want to see on my case? How don't know how what Daisy, what? How don't know how you multitask all that. There is a sentence. Have you been what into Charmaine's been doing? Sunny, Travis never read my comments. You get used to it. Travis, you didn't read Charmaine's comments. Redheaded stepchild. Anna said, probably that's why I want to see the state's motion to blah, 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 mentioned at the top of the order. Don't need to see them. Steffa, absolutely. In fact, I pick you up personally each time. Just oh shit, Steph is in here. Great. That's because I can pick up at Tremaine thoughts through channeling. You want my freaking I mean, we'll call it an orb, but it's kind of like a little crystal ball. Travis loves that stuff. Pretty sure he said he wanted to be on the panel next time we have a psychic on with us, because he wants to feel that channeled energy that we feel. Maybe we could get it. But are we pulling up my case still? I'm confused on that. I don't ignore you, Steffa. I'm just wondering where Aspen is, so Sunny can take a break and eat some of her food. Miranda. Or Travis can come up and start talking if he wants. Then I'll just munch my food and listen. Do you have a recipe? Oh, yeah, it's called Google. That's like what I do. Just Google. That's what I love about the internet. You just Google your favorite recipes. Deb, you are so good to me. Oh my goodness. Where's the vomit emoji? Come on. It's Christmas, so I'll be nicer. Oh, Deb, let me just tell you. She said she was doing better now that you're here. That's what I'm pretty sure she said. Yeah. So at the end of the day, I think that we feel like David Erskine didn't violate the gag order. Yeah, definitely. I love eggnog. Travis, why don't we do a live where you're making eggnog? You just set your phone up, live stream from here, right? With it. You basically come on, put your phone up, everyone can see you. We sit back and watch you build eggnog. Yeah. That's what she said. No Baileys. Psst, hey, I thought we were like that a minute ago. Actually, Bailey's is really good. Yeah. What are you guys all drinking anyway? Actually, I really need to go get that eggnog. That requires me though that I gotta put on pants because the brother-in-law's out there. It sounds like effort. But I got Deb, I'm all healed from the C word. Okay. I have a major oral surgery on Wednesday. Oh, I'm terrified. It's gonna suck, but you're gonna do it. Travis, I do not have a homemade recipe, and that sounds like a recipe for disaster. I think what she's saying there. I found that I found that there was a final gag order issued on the first of the 23rd of the 23rd. Did you find like did you put it in chat or anything? Gag order is a term for when the judge prohibits a lot of attorneys or witnesses in a pending. Travis, gag order is a term for when a judge prohibits the attorneys, parties, or witnesses in a pending lawsuit. But I still think, Frank, that that's going to come back to the jurisdiction, right? So, Travis, if Frank's in my messenger said gag order is a term for when a judge prohibits attorneys, parties, or witnesses in a pending lawsuit or criminal prosecution from talking about the case to the public, even though there's nothing about witnesses here, but then, and it's saying, and he puts Indiana law. But again, wouldn't the fact that he's not in the jurisdiction still overrule that? Now, what was I doing? Right. Charmaine was supposed to go live, and we were going to drink Jack Daniel, Coke, and Jack and Cokes. She bailed on me. I don't get any invites to member parties. I haven't done another member party. The A-list party on Tropical Island. Oh no, we'll go. We did the Christmas virtual tours yesterday. Remember when you came in? The Christmas ones. I know that's not the same, but we'll do an Ask Sunny Airlines cruise and take you to altitudes that you've never seen before on our next adventure. How does that sound? And Travis, you are invited and bring your Jack Daniels and Coke, but we do prohibit smoking on the plane, but you can enjoy vaping. You can enjoy not smoking, but you can smoke weed all you want, okay? And if you feel so, I don't know, like you want a challenge, perhaps step out on the wing, see if you can fly. Just saying. You know, we don't care if you live or die, but we're going for that ride anyway. Yeah? All right, then. So we'll do an Ask Sun airline. Now, you guys don't mind if the captain, of course, is a little drunk that night, do you? As long as we get you where you need to go? I'm pretty sure then we're good to go. Absolutely. Now, what link? Wait, where's Ivy? Ivy, was there something that you wanted me to read that you said about the 23rd of the 23 of the 1st? Travis Esquire, my dog is the best. I had a golden retriever. I loved my miss. December 7th, 10 years ago, my golden retriever passed away. Worst thing I had to witness. And just a beautiful dog. My best friend. Yeah. Just a great animal. Yesterday was his first birthday. One thing about golden retrievers, like I said, is that they really start getting those hip issues, you know. Wait, Sunny, did you just read a definition of a gag order? Well, yeah, Frank sent it to me in my messenger. That was the definition. He sent it to me. Blame Frank. Someone win the lottery. I'm actually going to plead the 5th on that. I know I'm not in the United States, but I'm just going to plead the 5th. I'll just take all my amendments. Wait, did Finn say it was his birthday? What is this? Or is he just celebrating life? Someone win the lottery and take us all on a cruise. There's my boy. Get your ass on here. Have some Carl on. I gotta make us room. Oh, there we go. Hi, sweetheart.
How are you?
Save me from Travis. Travis has been hitting on me all freaking night.
Travis.
Yeah, right? It's not bad enough when the
Travis.
females do it. And so I was just saying to Travis, if you didn't hear, that we were going to go on an Ask Sun airline cruise at reaching altitudes of like they've never seen before. Now, Charmaine, who's our sleuth of the channel, of course.
Is she recovered? Is she all better today?
Barely. Yeah. And Travis clearly said that she was supposed to be doing a live while they drank Jack and Coke, and she was too busy being a sleuth around the community. Yeah. And I'm sure she'll join the Mile High Club about 10 times while on that flight, to be honest. This is America. There he is. America.
There's Mr. Yeah.
Whatever you please. GB. Whatever, but yeah, so we have to do one Christmas Alcatraz whatever adventure
I
And,
love the way they decorate it every year.
what?
Alcatraz for Christmas.
Do
I'm
they?
kidding.
Oh, I was just gonna say, right? Don't you like it? Don't you like the chip peeling off? That's
Right.
just adds the decor for sure. And those
It,
bar
it's
cells.
it's almost as pretty as the way they do Westville up with the giant like in Odin We Trust like Christmas lights.
Yeah. How do you feel about Amanda? Do you feel like
I'm
she
just kidding.
deserves? Do you feel like Miranda deserves to be in the sleep category, or is she not quite there yet?
No.
I don't think so. I feel no. I think she's too innocent still. Yes. Good fight. Good fight. Good fight. Um, self defense. Aspen self defense. What?
Self-defense move.
Okay.
No.
Oh.
What would I ever have to defend myself against?
Yeah. Oh, happy birthday to your mama. Happy birthday, mama. For yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
So, okay, almost lawyer, can you find the state's motion for the gag order referred to in the court's order on the screen? Okay.
Wait,
thought-
what?
Ivy. So he's saying, so remember, this is the court order of the gag motion that was put in place December 22nd. So he's saying,
December
in-
22nd of 2022, right?
right. So the motion that this one is, it's saying
Mhm.
that the state's the court issues an order granting the state's motion for prohibiting the parties. So he's talking about
Right.
that motion. Do you have that? Oh, there he goes. He's gone. He's gone, Travis. Let's time him. It's 6:59. People, my time. Hey, Joe Johnson. Well, we try to turn it down here, Joe. You know that. All right. Adam, please find the language in the order. Yeah. See, I'm not almost a lawyer. So, Travis, you have to go easier on me because I don't want to be a lawyer. I can appreciate lawyers, but my brain cells don't want to. They don't. Yeah. Anything I like. I like anything I like. What do you like? Anything I like. Anything at all.
Okay, so I'm trying to grasp what you're asking me to find.
Okay, so have you been drinking? Have you been joining Charmaine's crew?
No. No.
Okay. So
I
in
just have to click my brain onto Delphi.
Okay. So click your brain. It says basically he's saying that there's an order that the state put out there about putting out a gag order, right? So it says the court issues an order granting the state's motion. So the state put out a motion for order prohibiting parties, counsel, law enforcement. So there's an order that happened from the prosecutor side that the motion was granted, the state's motion was granted. And he's saying, Adam, can you find that order that's being talked about that implements this order to that order? Make sense?
And we don't know the date the issue. Do we know the date that it was?
Ivy, where are you, Ivy?
I mean, I'm sure it's on my case, but I mean, I have all of them. I just would have to find it.
Yeah. See now,
What's it called?
Well, that's just I don't know. Travis, what would it be called? What would the motion do you think it would be called? Oh, I know. What does that mean? Have I been black? No, not yet. Not yet. No, you're our drinking buddy now. Ivy says 11:22.
11:22. Okay.
Oh, thanks, Ivy. Ivy, I was expecting that to be in chat. What's wrong? What's up? What's wrong? I put it to the top of it in Messenger. There we go, Ivy. Thank you.
Oh, did you want the Mitch Westerman affidavit from 11/22/23? No.
Okay, so she put the top of it. Adam, don't fret your little brain cells. Ivy's got your back. Okay, so stop screen. Take this off the screen. Sunny, she names the motion at the top of the order. Gotcha. She names the motion at the top of the order. Yeah, but if you're trying to find an order.
Travis, not only does Sunny not speak legalese, she English sometimes.
It's my second language, yeah.
Right.
Okay, did I save that, Ivy? I think I did. 1 sec. Okay, hold on. No, we're not going to do it that way. We're going to do it this way. Yeah. Okay. Nope, we're not going to do it that way because that way's still pissing me off. Oh, no. Hold on. No, my computer's messing up.
Prohibiting.
Okay, close program. Yes, close it. No, don't want to close PhotoPad. Okay, close PhotoPad. Okay. Oh, no, maybe. Okay, update. Fine. Yes. I accept. Sorry, you guys. My computer. Application could not be written. Please close the installer. Shut up. Okay, just shut up, computer. So yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm talking to myself. What? No. Continue as demo. Yeah, recover my projects. Okay, hold on. Sorry, guys. I'm really just talking to myself because my computer wants to crash for some reason on this thing. Okay, hold on. We're getting there. Where's the half cut off thing? There it is. No, that's not it. Is that? No, that's not it. Hold on, Ivy. Ivy, where did I literally downloaded it. Okay, let me go get that again. It's okay. We're good. There it is, Ivy. Can you see this now?
No.
Oh, I haven't shown it yet? Okay, fine.
Nope.
Oh, there it is. Hold on. Can you see that now?
Nope. There.
That's the one right here, guys. Boom,
And we only need the top part?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's all Ivy sent. That's all she gave. I turned from green to back in chat. I have bigger problems. I turned from green to back in chat. I have bigger problems. I heard you say 69 your time, man. Yeah, I'm from Vancouver, Canada. Jimmy. Yeah, the last one we were just reading, the one on this 22nd or December 2nd. So this is motion for that gag order. Oh, I guess I should read it. I was sitting here waiting for you to read it, like a dumb. Okay. Well, I think Travis wanted to hear your sweet angelic voice.
Okay. Sure. I can make that happen.
Here, right there. There you go.
No, I've got it. I don't even need that. I don't even need you. This is the motion for order prohibiting the parties, counsel, law enforcement officials, court personnel, coroner, and family members from disseminating information or releasing any extrajudicial statements by means of public communications, filed on November 22nd, 2022. I think the order was granted on January 23rd, 2023, maybe. Now comes Nicholas C. McClelland, Carroll County Prosecuting Attorney, being first duly sworn upon his oath, and request the court to prohibit the parties, counsel, law enforcement officials, court personnel, coroner, and family members from disseminating information or releasing any extrajudicial statements by means of public communication. I feel like I just read that twice. Yeah. In support of said request, the state shows the following. And
no Carol. So that's the same verbiage that was in the one that we just read, but this is the motion for it. Or the motion for it was the one that we just looked at. Because this is, what's the date? November 22nd? Okay. And, that's why somebody said November 22nd before. And December 2nd was when it was ordered.
Right. Well, no, it was, I think it was ordered on 1/23/23.
Well,
ordered.
So, Adam, the topic has been really this for like the last hour.
How long have you been on?
2 hours.
Oh my goodness, 2. Oh,
yeah. Where were you, husband? Cheater, pumpkin eater. With Dave Erskine. So that's what we were talking about.
What are we trying to focus with family members? Give me the lowdown, and I'll give you my almost.
Well, did you listen to the video that I sent you with Dave Erskine and a little Frank?
Will you know immediately if I lie and say yes?
Yes, I will. Okay.
No.
So basically, Little Frank calls up Dave Erskine, and Dave Erskine picks up the phone, right? And we know that Little Frank is recording him, unbeknownst
What?
to
Okay.
David Erskine.
Okay.
So during this conversation, they are having a conversation about Delphi. So they're talking about the gag order at the start of it, and Little Frank saying that because he's in Texas, it wouldn't apply to him because he's out of state. Gag order was issued November, December 2nd of 2022. He moved away 2020. In this thing, it talks about prohibiting from commenting, and family members corner and whatever. Am I saying this right? Travis,
Do gag orders, like, do they stop at the state line?
well, that's what we were talking about. And Travis was explaining that to us. But because you're almost a lawyer, so he said, what the state's basis in the motion for limiting family members from speaking about the case? Does the motion kind of hint at whose the family members are? So when you read this, does this hint at who the family members are?
No, not at all.
I don't think so either.
No, I mean, and I've heard that even argued. I mean, I've heard that argument before about, is it such a broad gag order that, is someone that, let's say, Libby's second cousin, are they prohibited from talking about it? Where's that line drawn? And maybe there's something in the Indiana code about what defines family members. I don't know.
No. So Travis is saying focus on family members. What do they say in there, and why family members? He came to hurt your brain too, not just
Right.
mine.
I mean, I feel like it's definitely also a little like. I don't think most family members of any victim of a crime like this want to do anything to contaminate a case or to jeopardize, a case. And so, nor do I see a court like punishing a family member if they were to discuss the case. I feel like the parameters within their working, that they're working within, are probably pretty fluid, depending on the situation. I think we've even seen that in Idaho, where the families fought back, and
Put his back.
I mean, we've never seen any. The court in Idaho never took any action against like Steve Gonsalves or something like that. And I thought it was awesome that the family members in Idaho kind of fought back on that. But I feel like maybe. Well, I mean, clearly the family members in this case don't feel the need or desire to. They don't feel like they're being, I guess, I don't know, silenced by the gag order. If anything, they're probably grateful for it. But yeah, I don't see if like Becky Patty were to come out tomorrow and say something about the case, I don't see the court doing anything to retaliate against her. Because what she at this point, what could any of the family members say that's going to jeopardize or hurt the case?
Right.
Really.
Just quickly, on a side note, Travis, I finally comprehended what you meant. Okay, we'll come back to this. What you meant about going from green to black. I'm sorry, Travis, your free family membership package ran out. Okay, so either someone gifts you or tries to gift you a membership, or you spend the $1.99 so that you can enjoy our Sun Airlines.
Right.
You are. Yeah. Finally get.
Travis says a judge can't order a volunteer searcher not to say anything. Well, yeah, I mean, any volunteer, but if you're the uncle of the victim, I mean, I don't think the judge is gonna, like I said, retaliate against any family member for doing or saying anything. But I feel like it's a guideline that most family members are going to be or stay well within. But yeah, I agree with who said that? Wait, where'd it go?
You're talking
Anything
about-
like, yeah. I say any family members that know anything about different aspects of the crime. Yeah.
So Jimmy says, so Travis, so what Travis is saying is that if there's an order, it's enforceable state line.
Right.
Deb says
It is enforceable state line? Wait.
yeah. So Travis is saying if there's an order, it's enforceable state line. And then Deb saying, if you're wondering if a judge can order a large group of people into silence about a criminal case, IU law school professor Judge Madeira assures you it can happen.
Right. It's just a matter of whether they'll enforce it. But I'm trying to think. In Idaho, when did that gag order get put into place, and did it apply to the people in Pennsylvania?
Right. Someone did brought up.
I mean, I know we're talking about different states here, but I was just trying to think of if that gag order pertained to Brian Koberger's family because they lived in Pennsylvania or still do. And sorry, I'm just trying to catch up on the last hour or whatever y'all have been talking about.
Just this really for the last hour.
But,
just trying to figure out if David Erskine, regardless of the fact that it was that he didn't know he was being recorded, if he broke the gag order rule by talking about the Delphi case or commenting about the Delphi case with Little Frank. And if that was a violation, because he's living in Texas, does he fall underneath the family members for commenting or disseminating information? And
Well, I mean, we also read in one of the court documents or filings that Andrew Baldwin had consulted with Mitch Westerman about the case, as he did other cases.
Right.
Which, if that document's to be believed, then that right there's an admission that a counsel broke the gag order by speaking about the case to someone that is not involved with the case, who then disseminated information to the public. But and I've not seen any action being proposed against Andrew Baldwin, so I doubt anything would be proposed against a family member. But I am curious, what did Erskine say to, who did you say he talked to?
Little Frank, triple F.
Who is Little
Frank? Art of Deduction.
Oh, okay, sorry. And so he recorded a phone call
with David Erskine.
Okay, and he played it on a live?
Yeah, like he literally called him. Huh? Yeah, I can see your cat in the thing. Yeah, he called him. And like I said, we're going to get into a deeper topic about this tomorrow.
Okay.
Because like I mean.
Like and did David Erskine give any details that were not public?
Well, he was saying a few things, but I mean, he was vocal somewhat, obviously with the leaked text and stuff like that. But I mean, he was answering or commenting or answering, however you want to deem it as, the things that some of the things. So at first he said he wasn't going to answer anything from the 14th. That didn't stop him from talking about it because Little Frank, of course, is trying to fish and get information out of him, of course, right? That's why he had said, I got gold now on his thing because he was too busy showing his Discord to everybody. And Dave Erskine's phone number. I basically gave Dave Erskine shit because dude, seriously, why is it the people that truly care about the case, and I don't want to say Little Frank doesn't, but he's new to this whole thing in here, and he's coming in. About the case. I believe he cares. He's going in. He's coming in like a wild horse, untamable at the moment, and he's going to be offending a lot of people because he keeps throwing people underneath the bus, and they're showing somebody's phone number, their work phone number, which is Dave Erskine's, and stuff like that. That's just we're talking about etiquette of true crime, but it's his channel. He can do whatever the heck he wants on there. But again, what you put out to the universe expect to come back, and he wants to fight for justice and come in like he's the savior of Delphi and stuff like that. So be it, if that's but
Right. Well,
for me,
and, I mean, when I read what this says, on the screen, I'd have to. I mean, I'd have to listen to what he said, but
well,
with disseminating wouldn't that would to me that I would define that as you're providing information that had not previously been known.
right. Well, there was more than
So
just
I mean,
that.
so I mean, if someone's going to discuss something in the case that's already publicly known and well documented, I wouldn't see that as a violation of the gag order.
I agree.
And I'd have to look at the definition of
Okay.
extrajudicial statements.
Well, that's what at a courtroom, because that's
Okay.
what I asked for.
Okay.
Travis that too, because I was like, what does that mean? But meaning there's definitely things that were sitting there. It wasn't just it was commenting. It said disseminating, and whether
Right. Well, and
indirectly or directly on social media.
right. And I guess that could be the more applicable that but it's pretty broad. Like what I mean, that means you can't like discuss anything in any communication outside of courtroom. But
yeah, so it was just like I said, we'll get into it more tomorrow on the broader part of this all in a sense. But tonight I was like trying to figure out, regardless if he broke the order, and but I do want to say one thing. I don't give a shit that he blocked me today. If you want to deal with people like Chris Todd and those are your friends, David Erskine, then you guys deserve each other, and you reap what you sow. Whatever shit you provide to the universe and want to put out there, so be it. Not my problem. So basically, I just said, go ahead. It's not like I didn't see that coming. Why is it the people that try to literally keep things, in private conversation in a sense, right? Like you're trying to, like I was trying to talk to David Erskine like from a long time ago, to be honest with you. Then he basically told me I was a nutcase for saying that there was stuff at the crime scene. He's, because he says he's the first one there. But I also want to say on a better note, I had a really nice conversation with Becky today on Messenger phone.
did she
And
break the gag order? I'm kidding.
no, we were talking about Christmas a bit. Well, it just so happened that I wanted to talk with her, about something. And then she said, well, can you call me? But anyway, so I did. But all I want to say is this. Libby's birthday is coming up December 27th. And I'm going to do a special tribute video. So if there's anyone, because it's Christmas, whatever. So if anyone wants to do something like that, I told her how bad I felt, of course, for the girls and herself, the families that are going through this craziness going on. So that's all I really wanted to, say, that I just really felt bad. Like I've talked with Becky and then Adam started talking to her at some point, and Frank Meister talks and stuff like that. And we care very deeply about this case. And there's channels that really care about the justice for the girls, and a reminder that the girls, of course, are always the forefront. My thing didn't come back in. The forefront of our thoughts. And there's other channels who do a whole different, having different integrity, have a different style, have a different whatever. Each to their own, do their thing. Because like I was saying to Becky, right? We just control what's on this channel. We can't control what other people do. Or we can decide if we want to put out the facts information. Because I used to always ask Becky, like, hey, Becky, can you confirm this? Can you do this? Then the whole gag order stuff came into place. And that was kind of like one of those things. Like,
right.
You kind of felt like, okay, this will stop people from always messaging them, hopefully, and stuff like that.
Right. And I would never want to put a family member in an awkward situation where they, because I'm sure there are times they probably want to clear the air with something, and they probably aren't, because I mean, if this is confusing to us, imagine how it feels to them. They probably don't know what they can say or when they can say it, or to who. So I've tried my best not to put them in that position where where they even have to like think about that they're answering something that could be in violation of anything.
Yeah, like I don't know what the whole violation.
So I'm always very careful too if I do talk to any of the family members, and how I ask them things so that they don't they wouldn't have, they're not violating anything.
Well, apparently there's a difference between talking and commenting.
What?
Apparently there's a difference between commenting and talking. On Travis said there's a difference because in here they use commenting. And apparently I don't know the difference because to me, talking and commenting, if you're talking to somebody and they're commenting back to you on something, to me that's still talking, but
right
in the law language.
Yeah, and I can't speak to the Erskine thing because I said I haven't heard that phone call. So
well, I don't think
you didn't discuss anything that was not previously unknown. I don't see that as how it could be a violation.
I don't think Anna's gonna like it for the fact that Dave Erskine said, "Oh, look at Anna being fat in that picture." Like seriously.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because he was talking to her and he didn't know he was being recorded, so he made this comment about Anna being fat in this picture. Oh, Anna's something like Anna's fat or got fatter there, didn't she? And then I think Little Frank said like no comment. But he was recording him. That's why, of course, he said no comment. First of all, well, probably wouldn't maybe have made a comment to that anyway. But that's just so disgusting to me. That you literally have somebody's phone number for their work on there. Have a little bit of self-respect, for people and their privacy that way. You don't just come in gung-ho and throw shit to the wind and then whatever sticks. You got to have a little bit of ethicalness to what you're doing. You're not going to make any friends. You're going to bury yourself if people act like that. You're going, you know what I mean? You're going to spend so many people.
So wait, okay, sorry. Erskine said that, or Frank said that?
No, so Frank was showing a picture, and then because they were talking about the case or whatever, commenting. I'm just gonna say talking for the sake of it. And then so he pulls up a picture, and then Erskine says, "Oh, that's kind of fat or something like that in the picture." Right? And I'm just like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? So, but you know what? He's the one that commented that.
Man, family's hard enough.
That's the thing.
I don't know. I'm not going to judge anyone who's gone through to lose a family member the way that they did. I'm not going to judge the way that anyone handles it. I'm not going to judge the way David Erskine's handled himself. I'm not going to judge. Anyone else.
Jerk.
I just, it's just unfortunate. I hate that.
Jerk. I don't. You could be grieving all you want, but to sit there and say that about your sister to people,
to be estranged from your family. I don't know.
I'd be a hypocrite.
I don't envy any of that.
I mean, I talk about my couple sisters on there, but I don't care that I say it because they could come see it all they want, and I'd be like, yeah, I said you were a bitch because you are, yeah.
Right.
But
I'm not saying anything about Frank. I haven't seen it, so but I'm just like, the whole thing sounds really unfortunate.
It's unfortunate, but it's unfortunate that people feel like they need to do things like that, and to share it with other people. Like I said, and this is art of deduction I'm talking about. I get that little Frank. Triple F Frank, whatever we call him, triple F's. Little Frank is coming into Delphi, acting like he's taken on the world and that he's going to kick anyone's ass that says anything differently. Because lo and behold, that's what he said in his video. Don't you worry, David Erskine. I will go to the hells and ends of earth if someone says anything different, because I feel bad that you had to suffer, which I have said to David myself. I'm sorry that a lot of this has happened because David was just trying to be honest and truthful in his text. His text got out. A lot of people didn't like that. A lot of family members, whatever, but you can't change. Shit happens. Shit happens.
And he's discussed that.
And we've discussed it.
We talked about some things that David Erskine had said in a private members only live once, but we never put all of his stuff out into the public.
No,
that was before the gag order, but I don't know.
Travis,
I know I haven't seen it. I'm not gonna, I hate. It just feels.
It's a twofold thing. The video's out there, but it was the fact of, did David Erskine break the gag order? That's the first part. What little Frank chooses to do in his, wise wisdom at his young, ripe age, and what he chooses to do and how he chooses to do it. Again, what you put out to the universe and that comes back. It's his right to do whatever he wants. If YouTube takes down the video because he crossed the personal info lines and stuff like that.
Well, yeah, the YouTuber didn't violate any gag order. I mean,
it has nothing to do with that.
The media is not under any gag order, so.
No. So the point was, the point of it all is that little Frank put out that video. Okay, so that's one thing in itself, okay? Because he secretly recorded David Erskine. Okay, whatever. He has to deal with the consequences of that. So does David Erskine, because he chose to participate in that conversation. So however the public's seen that, that's one thing. That's a whole separate thing. But the matter really today is about, did David Erskine violate the gag order by talking about the case and answering questions that David felt like he's already put out there, but that's not true, because there was things that he said that people are, like, even myself, going, oh, what did you say? What did you say? And then there's times that little Frank cut him off, and it's like, darn it, like, dude, let the guy talk if he's going to talk, But anyways, the main thing here was about, I wanted to know, because I went off on David Erskine a bit and said, why is it that you keep picking these people that do selfish things, like putting out your information to the wind and having no respect and secretly recording you? Like, why do you keep doing this? I've been talking to you here and there, for months, but he basically says shit all, to be honest with you. I'm like, what? Is it because I'm female? Is that the problem? So I'm not a douche male that wants to do that, like Chris Todd, and try to whatever. But him and Chris Todd still talk. So to me, he's talking with whatever. So is he breaking the gag order, was my question. And if so, it's like, dude, just shut up, okay? Like, so many people have messaged you said, and he doesn't have that big of trust, right? Because he took a lot of slack for what happened with those leaked texts. That's a separate thing. You're not real journalists, according to Go. No, we're not real journalists. And so it became to me, okay, is he breaking this gag order or not? If he's not, then he can talk all the heck he wants. If he is, dude, shut the F up. Like, why are you doing this? Like, to me, it's like a sapsucker. You got little Frank trying to, gold now, I got the gold. You got little Frank fishing for information, saying, I know you know Mark Roberts. I mean, I got proof. Well, I can't show you proof, but I got proof. And then Erskine's like, maybe, I don't know. And he's like, well, I got proof. No, he was wanting to figure out the answer himself, because that's what he's doing. He's fishing for the information and making it seem like, I'm telling you right now, like, I know you're talking to Mark Roberts. So if David Erskine knows he is, of course, he's going to say, well, yeah, I know who the guy is. Oh, great. Confirmed. Now, little Frank knows that that's confirmed. That's why he's throwing a little bit of shit to the wind. And,
wait, can you repeat that last part? My audio cut out.
Shit to the wind?
No, the last sentence.
Oh,
what part is confirmed?
Oh, no, but that's the thing. So if David Erskine is answering some of these questions, he was almost insulting David Erskine by basically telling him, look, I already know that you talk to these people. And then David Erskine was like, I don't really appreciate you telling me who I was talking to. Now, in all fairness, they're all full of shit, because little Frank lies to get information, but doesn't like to be lied to, he says, okay? But he'll lie and say that he's a police investigator that helps the police or whatever in investigative stuff. Really? 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 Is that saying that because Ruckus is an ex-cop friend of yours, that you're somehow being the investigative investigator, and that somehow you're being used to help solve Delphi? Right? Becky just simply wants the truth out there.
Right?
But I'm not here, in a sense. Does it piss me off that someone would do something like that? Yes, absolutely. But it's his freaking channel, and whatever
Right, yeah,
karma comes back at him, that's his shit. I just, for me, wanted to know, is he breaking the gag order? And if he's not, then okay, say what you want, David Erskine. Talk to your blue in the face if you want to. But according to David Erskine, he thinks he's underneath this gag order, but yet he was still talking. So it's kind of one of those things, right? But for me,
right.
I don't care. It's either a
Well, I
long
mean, I
no.
think I think he potentially probably has felt kind of fed up and unheard, and probably doesn't care if he's violating the gag order.
And it's not right. And the thing is that it's not just him, okay? And but the thing is that, like I said, like kind of what we go back to, are you really going to arrest a family member of the victims? Is that what's the chance of that happening? Probably next to nothing, because why? The ruckus that would stir up in, like, right, especially with Delphi. Are you really going to arrest someone because they spoke or talked to somebody or they
No,
disseminated some information? I don't think
no.
so.
It's to dissuade people, but most families don't. They don't want to do anything to jeopardize or hurt the chance of the case. So
You know?
yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, and Travis
Mhm.
is right about that. It's the same thing in Canada.
Mhm.
But yeah, so
And maybe it's just immediate family. Who knows? I would like to know what where the I
mhm,
think that should be clear. That should be a clear line where the gag order, like
yeah,
who falls underneath that umbrella of family.
yeah. At the end
So,
of the
and there might be, like I said, and there might be Indiana law regarding that. I just don't. I'm just not aware of it.
yeah. Um, but bottom line is you catch more bees with honey. And I'm referring that to
Agreed.
the other channels. Okay. If you want to be dicks and do things, and I'm not just referring to little Frank on this one, I'm referring to just in general. You catch more bees with honey. I would rather work as a team with people, you know? But if you think that you're going to sit there and use people and toss all the information about that person out to the wind and not have respect, I don't want anything to do with you. You burnt your bridge. Now go enjoy other people. And those people that you want to burn will come to the same conclusion because people want to do it morally correct and fight for justice for Abby and Libby. Not to be the racehorse going, dun, 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 I'm going to be there first, and I'm just gonna screw over everybody so I can get to the race line because I am Tonto and here I come. No, that's what you call inexperience and youth, and that, like I said, so I don't play those games. So, he did that to me. I don't play his games. I will not unblock him if he wants to sneak in here and talk. So be it. I do not care. He's not part of my life, and he can do whatever he wants. If he wants to think he can solve Delphi or find the exact leaker, go right ahead. Enjoy. If that's his thing, that's his track that he's on. Go right ahead. You know. But we like to have on this channel, we like to provide proof to back up what we're talking about, and if we don't, we'll tell you that we don't have it. Or we'll say that it's, our opinion, or that we don't have nothing to back this up. You know, so there's a big difference there. He's not. He's in the Netherlands, or yeah, Netherlands. I see where his heart is. I do. He's just going about it. For me, you don't like. He called Ivy, basically called her stupid, and then he got mad because of the crime photos when we were talking about them one day. Like I said, keep offending people, keep pissing people off. You'll go nowhere fast in the true crime community. You're going to get all the twisted people. Enjoy those ones. Keep them because those ones are all blocked from this channel. Like I said, we're here to try to work as a team, to help each other, to support each
Right.
other in the quest for justice for Abby and Libby. Why don't people understand something as simple as that? Is that so hard to understand?
Right. And I don't watch the a ton, but
Yeah.
I felt sincerity from his I feel like he's sincere about wanting there to be justice. I mean, the decisions that he makes probably aren't the ones I would make in every situation, but most people
Saying it
are.
nicely, I suppose.
But yeah, I mean,
Our, Yeah, I know you say it in a
He can be
soft
he can
way.
be funny. I will give him that.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. If there's one thing that's a little bit cute, is when he starts saying like "free." It's like when, and that's why a lot of people thought that maybe he had a speech impediment because they didn't realize he was from the Netherlands. And so
Oh,
when he talks, it's like his like free. It's
yeah.
like that. And I used to do that when I was younger on there. So I kind of laugh how a lot of times people thought it was a speech impediment, but it wasn't. Like it was just his accent on there. Um, you know, each to their own opinions
Yeah.
about each creator. We'll leave it at that. I
I'll have
do.
to check out this phone conversation though. I will have to go look at that.
Well, I gave it to you because I again recorded it and I
Oh,
made it louder
oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I
because
forgot. I
it
almost
was
forgot
up.
I'd listened to it.
It was up, and then he put it behind a member paywall. Then he went and made
Okay.
everything behind a member paywall. So I don't know what he's doing over there. And then I believe that was taken down, but I recorded it, of course, because I wanted to go back over and I wanted to share it with of course, us in our special group, in a sense that hadn't listened to it, so that they could listen to it. Because at the end of the day, there's some little tidbits in there, that we say didn't know, but there's some also confusing things in there. Um, but it just really became about, was David Erskine breaking the gag order or not? Because Frank kept saying to David Erskine, well, first of all, it's not nationwide and it's not like you're in Texas. So I wanted to ask Travis. Travis, is little Frank perhaps right on this? Is it, you know, is it kind of, if it says family members and he's deemed as a family and he's in Texas, does it matter? Is he still part of that gag order or not? So that's why I had messaged Travis. And then Travis was explaining it to us when just before you came in. And yeah, so it was one of those things. Well, you know, um, Jimmy, it's not something that I'm going to continuously put out there. Sadly, I'm not going to put it out there for the actual. It will stay within our. We have a core group of friends, okay, that we talk to in a certain group, in a messenger group. There is about 8 of us, and so I wanted everyone to listen to that for the fact of the extra little tidbits that they might get from it, because everyone here is just trying to understand Delphi on there. Now, whether he took it down for his own reasons or however it had come down or whichever, that's totally up to him. But I'm not going to keep circulating it. But I don't mind telling you, in a sense, which we'll go over tomorrow, the gist of what was said in there and to provide you with that information. So that's what I have to say about that. Because it's, again, for people that follow the case like myself, I like those little tidbits of information. So thank you, Frank. Thank you, Dave Erskine, for talking and providing a little bit more knowledge. Like, thank you. Because it's those little tidbits that kind of try to help you understand this whole thing. But yet, you know what? I'll tell you right now, nobody's going to understand shit until the freaking trial comes to place and they start talking about evidence and showing what they have. That's when we're going to get to know truly probably what happened to Abby and Libby, like the reason behind it, perhaps, So that's the day I'm waiting for, is that Abby and Libby get the freaking justice that they deserve. Should the court deem that the prosecution has enough evidence to say, Richard Allen, you are the dude and you are the only dude, or this dude and this dude, whatever, who knows, did it, and that the family can kind of move on to a different step in this process of grieving. That's what I care about. I do not care about the drama shit. Yes, it bugs me when I see people doing stuff like that, but at the end of the day, I don't care really what Frank does. Again, I won't talk to you. You'll dismiss. What are you sending me?
Nothing. You can look at it later. It's
Okay. So, oh, you know why, Adam? I know why, Adam. But yeah. So, for me, like I said, people want to cause drama on their channel. They want to talk shit. They want to sneak people's voice recording stuff. That's on them.
well,
Again, I'll just
And we
take
just try to avoid all of it.
yeah,
You know,
we'll take the information, provide it back to you, and let you guys determine, as always, like grown adults, what you will with that information. It's nothing excessive.
don't call
Most
me
of
an
it is
adult.
stuff that we already know. Um, you know, but it was a matter of if David Erskine was breaking the gag order, because according to him, he did. That's why I said, dude, like, shut up. Ron Logan is not your BG, okay? All right, I don't care what the hell Chris Todd tells you. Grab yourself a freaking brain, remove yourself from Chris Todd, because Chris Todd, you guys, keeps sending us creators from different accounts these things saying that he has knowledge about what led them to Ron Logan. Okay? His main email is Cash Out Media. I think that says a lot about who he is. Okay? I think it's disgusting about how he has acted. But hey, if he wants to sit on his throne and commend himself for sitting on court TV and stuff like that, so be it. Enjoy, buddy. If it makes you feel better thinking that you solved OJ's case and that you solved Delphi somehow, you know what? Go enjoy your lap of luxury. Believe in that, okay? Because, from my lips to God's ears, like I said, the truth is already known. But anyways, so Chris Todd, just so you know, is sending us creators from different accounts constantly these things. And you know what I keep saying? Don't give a shit. I do not give a shit what information you have. We usually have the information a lot far faster than you do, buddy. But it's like, here, I can give you this information. You just need, and yeah, this wasn't part of it, Adam, the one email. You just need to get the media there, and I can do the rest type of thing. Yeah. Shut up, go away. Don't play head games with me. I'm not down with that shit. Go away. Shoo. It's in hindsight that I realized it was Chris Todd. Now, because of the same thing that he just exactly said from his Cash Media email address. And I'm just like, dude, really? Cash Out Media? And you're
My
sitting.
goodness.
What? You're allergic?
No, I was like, last night was the night that we were supposed to have drinks, and this is the night I feel like I need one.
Honestly, I didn't want to talk about all this stuff, but then it became about the gag order, and then next thing on this, so maybe I'll take tomorrow off instead. Anyways, like I said, we're not here to shoot. Like, if somebody wants to believe it's Richard Allen, hey, and Chris Todd, if you want to go on with Vinny and sit beside him and tell him about that breaking news that's going to come his way, but he can't say nothing about it and all this stuff, to me, shut the front door, shut up. Okay, you look like a moron sitting on court TV going, I got pictures. Vinny, why aren't you showing my pictures? Come on. You look like a fool, dude. You look like a fool. You didn't solve the OJ case, but hey, if in your world you did, enjoy it. So be it. But people like that.
Well, don't you remember, someone's personal truth is all that actually matters.
That's exactly it.
If I believe it's true, you can't tell me I'm wrong.
Exactly.
Because it's real to me.
Because it's real to you. And I respect your feelings, Tenderflake Adam. Okay.
Now, can I have my trophy, please?
No. Okay. No. Anyways. So yeah, apparently the information is that it was Richard Allen, and Ron Logan helped him. Okay, Ron Logan with those coordinates. So that's the breaking information, people. Okay, that's how they got onto Richard Allen. Blah, 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 blah. We'll stick with in the reality and in real time. Okay, guys, let's try to do that. Okay, anyone that's following the case should know better that what we have been given for information and facts, in a sense, and stuff being talked about, so we could go to Forsen and go, look, he's talking. Yeah. Okay, well, I'm done talking now.
It's always important to remember that, I don't know, the loudest voice in the room is rarely the smartest.
Shit, shut up. Did you just say that?
The people that feel like they have to try really hard to get their point across.
Yeah.
They're compensating for something, because if you're confident in what you're saying, you don't usually feel the need to scream it to everyone. Yeah, because you already know the truth. It's when you're trying to convince everyone else of something that you have to yell.
Oh, Don't you love it though? Go ahead. Sorry.
And that's usually to me, a red flag.
I'm on court TV. I'm a somebody. You're nothing. I think I was told I was a nothing Canadian. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And,
Yeah.
feeling. My feeling.
That's just never an approach. I actually I feel bad for anyone that that feels that need to so desperately
Oh yeah, I'm
be
just
relevant or heard.
Yeah. Basically, it's like he's telling me that I'm like got the horse and carriage over here, where little nobodies here in Canada with the little YouTube channels. I think what he said to me specifically was that I have more people where I live than what your channel subscribers have. That's pretty.
Is what?
That where he lives, apparently, that he has more people in his apartment complex or whatever he is in his area.
Where does he live? Westville?
Then I know, right? Than we do for
kidding.
subscribers on this channel.
Sorry. No
Right?
offense, Chris Todd. I'm just
Seriously.
joking.
It's so laughable when people do that. So I just kept saying, I said, hold on, because he told me to go look him up and go see all of his wares that he has achieved. And I said, don't give a shit. Hold on a second. Maybe I should go look you up. Oh, wait. I just remembered. I don't give a shit. Dude, I could care less. I don't. It's about.
That's my favorite argument I've ever heard. More people live in my building than even watch your videos.
Yeah, that's a hard.
That just means you live in a really big building.
Yeah.
How's the parking?
Right. I mean, honestly.
I'm not saying anything bad, Chris. I'm just like whatever. Like that's.
Oh.
That's silly.
Yeah. So then he's like, "Well, why don't you bring me on a live?" And I said, "Okay."
Oh.
Well, me and Adam, we can bring on Jason Jensen, your partner.
No,
there.
I won't be there that night.
Yeah, and
not with Jason Jensen.
Okay, and Chris Todd, and we'll bring on criminality and Fig Salps, and we can have a nice debate about if Ron Logan is part of whatever.
That would be a good dinner party.
Yeah. Then he decides to tell me what I will do on the channel. Like, no, it'll be just me and you. What's wrong, dude? Can't handle it? You're gonna sit there and dictate to me what this channel does?
He doesn't want me there.
No, come on now, okay? Yeah, blah 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 blah. We would blow his butt so far out of the water with why Ron Logan isn't Delphi. But hey, if he wants to live on that,
I'm open to hearing anyone's.
Hey,
whatever.
I'm all up for the debate. I'm all up for a good debate.
Doesn't mean I'll ever believe something, but
well,
I'm always open for new information.
He said he doesn't.
But don't dangle a carrot like you have information and then never actually give any information.
I know. That's what he kept doing. So he would send from this email and he would say, "I have information of why they whatever, right? Whatever." I answered back something because this time I'm not I'm thinking, like, you're weird already, but okay, let me just play your game. And then all of a sudden it became like, I just ignored him because it was just like, whatever, don't waste my time, dude. Like I said, if you can't answer me back to a question that I answered you, then, what? Like, don't waste my time. So I know you're playing games with me. And then a couple of weeks later, I get all of a sudden, I have information that led to Richard Allen. Now he's on this kick of, I love how criminality talked about my book and Ron Logan, and she was so great and awesome, and she is great.
It's telling when every comment someone, every message someone puts, or every comment someone puts starts with one letter, and that's I.
I know. Criminality is not a stupid person either.
Because it's rarely followed with am delusional, but.
Right, and if he wants to live in that world and chuck insults at me, do not care. Literally,
at least he's got a big support system in his building.
You know what? I mean, he should be grateful for that, I suppose. I mean, we're just struggling here with one subscriber. How will we get on? I don't know.
And I'm not talking about Chris Todd. I'm just joking about the absurdity of the situation. But how did we get onto that?
Travis is like,
I've dealt with my family all day, and now I feel worn out.
You know what? This really upset me in a ways of just how it was handled, right? Have some ethics. You catch more bees with honey. But at the end of the day, I know that I can't control what anyone does. I still won't really just want to know. But am I feeling rice and feisty, you know, between Chris Todd, and Little Frank and Triple F Frank there, am I feeling like, holy shit, where do you people come from? Got Netherlands over there acting like he's gonna come and take on the world of Delphi, and so be it. Hey, solve it then.
Hope he
Please.
does.
Please solve it. Thank you. Please solve it. Nobody gives crap about the leaks anymore, because there's leaks everywhere, so nobody gives a crap about that anymore. That we know that there's these people that leaked in this. Leaks have been coming the whole time, okay? We know this. But am I going to waste my time and energy on trying to figure all that out? What's that going to do? Is that going to solve why Abby and Libby are dead? Is that going to be the answer to why Abby and Libby are dead? Absolutely not. That's the answer I want to know. Why were Abby and Libby killed that day? Why? What for? What stupid psychotic reason did somebody decide that they were going to take Abby and Libby's life? Who gives a shit
Right.
about that part of the leaking? Is that going to solve the case? No, it's not. So why would I waste my time? I've already given enough time to digging down rabbit holes and realizing, you know what? Again, we're not going to solve it. I don't care about the leaks. The leaks keep happening, and I enjoy the leaks, because they give more
Don't say that,
information.
honey. Oh my God. I don't have the energy for any more leaks right now.
Oh, yeah, no, okay. You guys just hold off on the leaking, please. No, but you know what I mean? Because everyone's trying to find the answer to what happened to Abby and Libby. And that's what people should be fighting for together, to try to work together to understand, hey, look, I have this information. Do you think, at the end of the day, it boils down to this. Nobody knows shit all.
Right.
I have an email up in at crimeandshame@gmail.com to answer your question there, Jimmy. But no, nobody is going to solve this case, okay, at all, okay? It's not. It's going to come in the courtroom when we see what they have. Richard Allen has shit all to find on him, really. Unless you're talking to his wife or his daughter personally and got some inside information, then we might gain a little bit of knowledge about who Richard is. Are you going to figure out what other accounts he has? No, nobody has right now. So nobody's going to find shit about that either. So it's wasting your time. Why put the energy into that? Put it into something good and put it into building in the community instead of trying to tear down the channels and try to take away. That's what bugs me.
And that's why I just won't do it. I'm like, I might not agree with everything people do. I mean, I think their channels are vile, horrible. I would never want to watch them myself. I'm not talking about art of deduction when I say that, because I do think his heart's in the right place. I think the way he goes about things is different than I would probably go about them, but that's not even a judgment on him.
Yeah, it is.
But I just,
each to your own. We know that you're the softer one and I'm the harder one. I'll say it in a harsher way.
And I always hope that everyone can progress and learn. I mean, there are things that I probably
Delphi is for closers.
There are probably things that I said and a year ago that I probably would not do the same today, but I think that's just also being
it's growing and learning from your mistakes.
Learning about a case, being familiar with the case, like Sonny, better than anyone.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely. Picking up BG, calling him out. I learned a lot. I learned that it's not good to hurt other people when you have no clue if they were involved truly or not. To discuss people that have been talked, like that people that are bringing up, say Delphi, like Eric Kurtz, right? He's in jail. He's been charged. No problem talking about the dude whatsoever, right? But I have learned a lot of lessons, and I hope little Frank starts learning that, because when I was talking to him for that whole 3 days, right? It was simply, honestly, I didn't know who he was. I could see right through who he was. And I decided, okay, well, let me see what information he has. I come to realize in a very short period of time that any of the information he had we had it way before him anyway. And, whatever. But he went bipolar on me 2 times in Twitter, thinking that I wasn't understanding what he's saying. No, dude, you're all over the map showing me all this stuff. And I didn't even call you out on it or tell anyone, whatever. But then you come on going, well, thank you, Sonny, for sharing that with me. And I'm like, dude, come on. Like, I don't put out there anything that I don't have a problem saying, yeah, okay, I gave that or I said that. But
Right.
just have some courtesy. You don't take people, and you don't do that. Like, you don't do that to me and never think you're going to get away with it, because you need to learn some manners and learn some lessons. I learn manners and lessons and stuff still as I'm growing, because I'm willing to accept that I'm not a know-it-all, and I got a lot of growing to do in the true crime community and stuff like that. But I'm not going to sit there and throw people under the bus left, right, and center and expect them to keep talking on me. That's just not going to happen. So hopefully, like Greeno, that they grow as people and learn that you catch more bees with honey when you're nicer, and you get more things accomplished when you're nicer, and stuff like that. So it's a lesson that they each have to learn.
I try to treat everyone with respect, and hope that everyone does the same in return. But I'm like, I've never talked to that person directly. I've been in their chat a few times, and they actually, I said hello in the chat one time, and he asked me a direct question like on the live, and I had no problem answering it. So he was like, "Did this person send you the crime scene photos with this person?" And I was like, "Oh, no, this person did not, and no, this person did not." Because I wasn't hiding anything, so I had no problem just being like,
We just try to breathe truth and honesty here, and we'll stay who we are as people. And like I said, we'll delete people, block people that don't encompass the kindness, caring, and compassion. So although Frank does care deeply, little Frank, about Delphi, you can see that heart's in there, like Adam is saying, and I saw that. Just go about it in a better way. That's advice.
My intuition tells me that from the limited knowledge I have is that he has a good heart. I don't know enough about him to know more than that, but I sense there to be a good person there. It just needs
and to go about it a different way. Like I said, you don't just get information and go, well, I'm just going to use everybody, get information, and I'm going to whip it out there. And you have to have the proof to back it up. You got mad at me because I kept saying, do you have proof? He's like, why are you questioning me so much today? And I said, I'm just asking. I'm not questioning you. Like, how do you tell my tone through Twitter when I wasn't even upset or anything? I was just saying, well, do you have proof of this? Do you have proof? Why are you questioning? Like, did it? And I'm like, because you don't just go out gung-hos blazing and not have proof to back that stuff up. If you want. But I can see how he works. He fishes and he throws stuff out there. But again, it's just a tactic that I would never use. As for Travis, he says, where do the tweakers in Delphi hang out? At the trails? If so, everything is going on back there. Yes. Well, Garrett Kurtz and he, his group, Michaela Babcock, which is Libby's cousin, and Garrett Kurtz, and that were good friends, like best friends and stuff like that. A group of them would go down to the bridge, drive down there, and, tweak out, and stuff like that. So it is a place that definitely is gone down to do their drugs, besides just the people that go for the actual strolls. And that's from people in Delphi that not only has Garrett Kurtz talked about it, but also others in Delphi as well that have talked to me about it as well. But, because some of us were looking at the meth angle, because there's a lot of meth going on in Delphi. And, there's a lot that's been said. Now I'm just, like I said, I don't know where. I know where Delphi is going. I'm waiting for it to get to that part where we're in court and we're going, okay, we probably won't see it on cameras. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. Doesn't matter. I want to get to the part that they get to the evidence. What do they have on Richard Allen? And will the jury find him guilty based on that evidence or not? It's going to be a shit show if it's televised, for sure. The cameras in the courtroom, definitely. I believe it adds to it. But then again, by the same token, you want to be able to have your amendments, right? Like, so I don't know. Addicts stick together. They certainly do, JP, don't they? And maybe he was, and maybe don't make videos talking crazy shit about victims' families and call them liars and say their kids should be taken away.
What?
Maybe don't do that. Right. Well, again, he's got to learn his little lessons. Got to learn his little lessons.
Well,
And
maybe I'll regret what I
well, Brett, I don't watch him. Okay, I only watched that video yesterday because it was with David Erskine, and I know that we've talked about David Erskine privately, and so I was like, really, dude, seriously, like. You're talking and he's literally recording you and he's showing everybody's info. He's literally showing people's chats and he has at the bottom, like, I have gold now. And that gold comment, meant, David Erskine's talking and I'm recording him, And it's just like, hey, man, or whatever, like, exclamation mark. Have some tact, but it's only advice. Do whatever you want. But we'll stay respectful on this channel about how we do things like that. The stats on meth addicts being victims or perpetrator of violent assault are staggering. I have a great peer-reviewed article on it. Yeah, absolutely. I have, like I said, a niece, Travis. She's 33 years old. Beautiful, beautiful child, beautiful. Had everything going for her. She could have acted, she could have modeled. She's beautiful. Low self-esteem. When she was 15, girls picking on her. She struggled. She's still doing it. She's like many times we've gotten, can you come to the hospital? Paige is OD'd. Beautiful girl, waste of a life. It's so sad to watch and see. But you know what? Can't do anything about it. It's not like you can pick her up and carry her over to the recovery. She keeps entering herself in recovery programs. She was actually, you know what? When she went on her downfall, in a sense, was when COVID happened because the government was giving free money. And
it happened to a lot of people, for various reasons, I think. But yeah.
Well, so her contract. So basically, because she was being like almost like a support worker because of her experience and helping others and and then that contract ran out. So they found her a different position. And basically, because my niece is bi and whatever you want to, she calls herself queer. I'm not sure if the word's changed since. This one girl kept picking on her. And so she kept going to her boss, she said, and did nothing. Now, it just so happened at this time, the girl that she's with and her are detrimental to each other. It's like fire and ice, whatever. And anyways, COVID, C word come around, and government was giving out basically $900 every 2 weeks. And, both of them started collecting it. And you know where it was going after that. So basically, this good couple of years that she had sustained fighting these demons, it's just sad, right? I don't want to speak for that because it's hard if you are addicted to something, and you have to fix yourself. No one else can do it for you.
Yeah.
So you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. And so yes, I don't know.
Yeah, and sadly, a situation like the COVID word, for a multitude of reasons, that gave a lot of people either the opportunity or the means to find to create an addiction or to rediscover an addiction. But I mean, for a period of time, I felt like every neighbor I had was walking by my house with a Yeti cup, being like, "There's wine in here." I'm like, it's 11 a.m.
I know. I mean, I freaking, like, everyone has their issues. I during C word, like I said, I had, I'll just be truthful and honest here, because during the C word, you couldn't purchase lottery tickets, and I didn't play that often, but whenever from being younger and playing Texas Hold'em poker, and stuff like that, we always played for money and whatever. Anyways, so you had to buy your lottery tickets online. Oh, what? They got all these casino games that I can play. What? And right, and it was like I was going through a really bad time. I was working, but it was during the C time, and I'd go in 3 days a week just to help out, but I needed to. I can't be by my own thoughts because they go too deep in a sense. Like I'm a deep thinker, okay? And I'm a worrywart. And so I need to be out in fresh air and stuff like that and have a balance. Anyways, I started gambling. And I thought, of course, like anyone, yeah, $10, $20. Oh, what? $50? Oh, wait, what? And so it's progressed. I started having what I would deem as a gambling issue. Now I'll probably say it was a problem, but at the time I was like, no, because I know that I can not do things. Like I can easily.
So now you're a drunk and a gambling
I
addict?
know. They don't got the drunk part right, but one day I'll become one of those two. Okay. When I mean, if I can get over the diabetes thing, perhaps I'll do that. But meaning the thing is that yes, I've gambled before and stuff like that, but I can control myself typically. My only habit was I was smoking. That was my only habit. Other than that, I was like, just deemed as what I deemed myself as a pretty decent person. Smoked, okay, some people like it. But back then it was more acceptable and stuff like that. But because I was home and I was bored, I was doing videos and this and that. And then at nighttime, I was just bored. And I was like, oh, maybe I'll just go, play a little spinny spin or whatever. Play blackjack, because I'm really good at blackjack and cards. Play some whatever. The thing is, I would win a freaking lot and I could lose a lot by being so stupid and careless. But at that point, I didn't care because my life, my son, the hurt and the pain from my son not talking to me, and the pain just of everything, my family broken down, my mom's dad, just there's so much. And I was feeling sorry for myself. I was mad at a lot of things and I didn't give a shit if I lived or if I died. I could have cared less. Whatever. What's another $100? What's another this? Okay. So I'm not proud of that person because that's not a person that I've ever been. So I had to look at myself and go, well, who the fuck are you right now? Like, I'm not proud of who you are, And it's because I was feeling sorry for myself. I was feeling like, what? World's shitting on me. I don't give a shit no more. The only thing is my husband. I wouldn't take my own life. As many times as I had suicidal thoughts, I would never take my own life because I just couldn't do that to myself. Like, what am I going to do? Jump from a building? No, don't think so. Going to be splattered? Nope. No, can't do that. Right. But the thing is that everyone goes through things. So I'm not proud of that moment. But again, I appreciate the fact that I grow from that moment as well, and learn things. But, to make myself a better person, because I didn't like I was like looking at myself going, who the fuck are you, for the last couple of years at that time, Oh, I just told you guys a whole bunch of information that I normally would never have said. And I don't care, honestly. I'm pretty transparent about everything. I don't think that everyone needs to know all my shit. I don't really have a ton of shit like that. And most shit I've already shared with you anyway. But it's just to understand that, we all go through different things. There's always things, whether it's abuse of gambling, overeating, doesn't matter, anorexia, whatever, is that there's always people out there that are going through the same thing. And that you hope that at some point, and I want to say that to Jimmy, congratulations on overcoming your addiction. Addiction and addiction gambling, yeah.
That's awesome, Jimmy.
Yeah. So
I think addiction is one of those things that, especially when it comes to substances. I mean, I know that shopping, gambling, all that stuff is horrible and dangerous. But when it comes to substance abuse, I would say that is there any family that it doesn't touch? I mean, is there any person alive that doesn't have an immediate family member or close friend or person that they know that has been affected by substance abuse? Because I know that I've lost 2 cousins to substance abuse, and it's not something I would ever wish on anyone, and I can't imagine the difficult road that it would be to recover from something like that.
Well, absolutely. I'll always be one to support anyone.
Right.
That like it's when you learn and become a better person, because you realize you're only damaging yourself and you're damaging the other people around you.
Yeah.
And that's
what
I
think it touches every family.
Every
because like Jimmy just said, like some people don't keep it quiet.
Mhm.
I actually know.
Yep.
I actually know more than one person that either themselves or someone in their immediate
Oh,
family
wait, great back stuff.
is an alcoholic or an addict of some sort, but because they're in successful positions or jobs, um, no one looks at it that way. But they are absolutely, um,
Oh,
you know, a morning to night alcoholic or user of something.
yeah.
So
I'm still trying to get to that point of the alcoholic, but it's not successful yet, Adam. Mm-mm-mm-mm. But I do want to say this too to Ivy.
yeah.
Absolutely. So my brother was telling me that my dad had well, I knew my dad had a gambling issue, but I never associated it. But so I have four half brothers with a different mom, Timmy, Randy, Billy, and Ricky. Uh, Ricky spent a lot of time in jail growing up. Anyways, my brother was telling me how we have a gambling addiction in our family. Now, my son has a gambling addiction and he blames me. No, son, I didn't just because I played poker with you or we weren't playing for money. It's white court. You either go to strip clubs, you go gambling and whatever. I didn't force you to put in whatever, but apparently genetics, that's what my brother had said. That addiction runs in the family. I know. And I realize like me, I'm a one person. When I get on a one track thing, I am there. And then I get bored of it and then I move on. I wasn't getting bored of it because I enjoy all the spinning lights and all that stuff. And I'm actually a good winner. But the thing is that I got stupid and I would make stupid things. I'd be like, oh, I got like literally this one week I won like $35,000 a couple years ago. $35,000. I was like, I could not lose if my life depended. I was winning like $1,200. I kept getting the bonus, going to the top, getting $4,800 and stuff like that. It was crazy, And I was like, wow, is this company even actually going to pay me out? But they did. But anyways, I could sit there and take like $5,000 at that time and go, let's see, $50 a bet. Oh, yeah, let's try 100. Yeah, let's try that. That was getting crazy. Okay, that was getting crazy. Normally, I would be like if I've ever gone to the casino, it's been like 150, $2. Spin, spin. Oop, that $20 is gone now. Spin, spin, and you kind of just walk away after a certain amount. But I was getting stupid. But like I said, I didn't know, and like my brother had pointed out that kind of like gambling in our family is the thing. But normally, I'm smart enough to stop when I know that I'm getting stupid.
Right.
But I didn't.
Like I'm one of the youngest grandchildren in my family. Well, I've grown up. I've always known that addiction is prevalent in my family on my father's side, and I think in a weird way,
Thanks, you
it
guys.
actually, because I was always so cognitive of that, it almost created, like, I think this, like, if I were to be addicted to anything, it's control, which is probably one of the reasons I don't dance. But I think that was born out of the fact that I'm always so hyper aware of like all of those things in my genetics that I'm like I would refuse to ever give power to anything like that. And so, if I don't feel in control of myself at all times, I
I get it.
don't want anything to do with it.
Yeah. Can I say something here? Because I'm almost in tears. Because we started talking about addiction for a minute, and then this turned in, and I was telling you about my addiction. To say that I'm far from fucking perfect. Do I try to walk a good road most of my life? Absolutely, but I'm far from fucking perfect. And I started sharing a story, and it's so wonderful. I'm so sorry, but I want to be in tears right now because it's so wonderful, Adam, that you're sharing that you're saying that Carol was saying that she was addicted to Xanax, that Mom Wolverine is saying 32 years clean and sober, that Jimmy was talking about how he was addicted to meth and stuff like that. And I just want to say thank you so much for sharing that. Do you know? I love to consider this a family here when we're talking. And if somebody wants to record me saying that and try to put it into a twisted video, go right the heck ahead. I do not care, because again, for me, we all have things in our life, whether it's depression or all these different things. And so I just want to say I'm very appreciative that people have actually opened up during this talk and said stuff because, again, we're all humans. We all make mistakes. It's just a matter of us changing our behaviors if we see us
Right.
destructing ourselves and people around us.
No one gets out clean.
What is Duckin? My dad was a compulsive gambler. Sometimes he'd go gamble, rent the money away, and make my mom cry. Absolutely. That's what my dad did too. We owned 2 toy stores in Vancouver, right? In the most prestigious part of Gastown and Blood Alley. And my dad gambled it away. We had toys galore, whatever we wanted, right? And he couldn't manage his money. Yeah, he liked to open up toy stores. He ended up skipping off to England with my brother and hiding from paying child support. My dad was what I call a loser dad, and stuff like that. But actually, I forgot, meaning that's what he did. He was mismanaging the money. He was gambling the money. And my mom just was sick of it. And I was about 5 years old when she left my dad and tried to hide from him because, my dad was, and for years, he was in love with my mom. My mom, very beautiful lady, very beautiful. She's a definite looker, right? Even with those beehive hairdos, and he was obsessed with her. And when she left, he threatened to drive us over a cliff. If my mom didn't go back to him while we were in the car. I remember that. Scary as shit, knowing that your dad's saying to you that if your mom doesn't come home to me, I'm driving all of us over a cliff, and stuff. It's hard, but stuff. But again, it's I know those memories are there, but I'm not going to live my life around the fact of, how things went.
It doesn't, right? You can't let it define you.
I never let it define me. Some people do. And I feel bad for that. But I just like it that, like a South, right? Went through a gambling issue problem. You move on. And then, my twin sister, she was so gracious to tell people at my husband's job where she worked as well that I had a gambling problem. Why don't you tell people about your shopping problem? That you shop. Right? Same shit. I mean, sure, you got shit in there. But imagine shopping every couple months or 6 months and redoing your whole home and repainting it and thousands of dollars. But the thing is that, so my twin sister doesn't know enough about me. But what she does is she tries to hurt me. Her life is so effing miserable that she always will try to put me down because I'm the happy outgoing one. So here, let me just tell her, my husband's boss, which is her boss, which is my sister-in-law's boss. And let's tell Sherry, who tells my brother, that I had a gambling problem. But no, make it seem like I still do, And so Ryan, my husband's boss, was in a pissy mood the other day. And he's, from what my husband was told, Ryan, the boss, hence I have my brother-in-law, Ryan, which is my husband's brother, Ryan, is walking around the office going, well, for somebody that wanted to borrow money and blah, 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 and they're not, whatever, right? So he's beaking off, or first of all, whoever asked to borrow money. And then Ryan ended up telling my husband that my sister, my twin fucking sister, was telling people about our personal life. And I'm just and I know this was probably from months ago. So I can guarantee you, Adam, that when my brother-in-law was having that, remember the immigration stuff, and it cost $7,000,
right.
$6,000 to $7,000 for it. So Ryan, the boss, had offered to help because it's a working type of immigration, right? Yeah. And so he offered to help, right? So it was shoot, we never offered. It wasn't our problem. It had nothing to do with us. We weren't asking for money. Ryan offered to help. And so then he turned around and said, a couple of weeks later, he goes, when he was talking with Timo, he said, no, Ryan decided that he's not going to help. I'll tell you why. I tell you right now, it's because my effing bitch sister was too busy sitting there saying about our life issues because she would rather, my sister, trust me when I say this, she'll do everything for a penny for herself. Okay? Road rage here, sister rage, twin sister rage. You are my effing family. My sister will butt her nose into everything. If it means making me look bad so she looks good, my sister will do that because her life is so miserable. So I didn't know that my sister had told my sister-in-law and Ryan's boss, hey, well, just so you know, like Steve, like my sister has like a gambling problem and stuff. Like, really? So I literally sent her a message. So I was already upset at her because she's the most unhelpful fucking twin sister ever. Right? It's almost like, well, this is business and this is no, you bitch, you are my sister. You are supposed to be there for family, just like I would for you. So when I found this out, I sent her a message and I said, have a cup of go fuck yourself. I said, how dare you sit there and talk about our personal stuff? Why don't I go into your personal stuff about your shopping that you spend way more money on than I could ever probably gamble away and stuff like that? Like, but why would I do that? Why would my sister want to do that to me? Because she's so effing miserable. And that's why Ryan decided not to help. Because you know why? Because my sister put her nose there and made it seem. That's why Ryan was going around the office going like, well, why isn't he working overtime if they need money and did it? No, we didn't ask for that. Ryan is the one that needed help with the immigration. And Ryan, he said it, whatever.
What's the status of that, by the way? Is he
Oh, well, he's paid.
Sorry, I didn't mean to take.
No,
I was
no.
like, I forgot. I am curious about that.
What
like,
happened was
getting his new visa or what?
Yeah, well, I mean, at the moment, so what happened was we didn't know that it was a 2 year, and then after that he would have to go back home, or
Right.
he would have to have applied for this. So we were racing, like trust me, our life was literally hell for a couple of weeks.
Right.
There. And so, anyways, as the minute as it stands, and the government issued him the same working holiday visa and issued an extension until April, up until the working visa for the company comes in. And then Ryan will need to spend another $7,000 to become a permanent resident. Crazy, right? $7,000 for a working visa, $7,000. Really?
What's that cost go down to if he marries a Canadian?
Crazy. You money grubbing, hungry, freaking Canada. Seriously?
Ryan and Charmaine kissing
I know.
in a tree.
And then, so Charmaine's like, is Ryan open to marriage? No, sadly, he doesn't have. Anyways, but it's like, but
way to turn Charmaine down there for him.
I know.
Charmaine's like,
No.
you're like, sorry, Charmaine, not interested.
You have a sister like that too. Okay, well, that's my twin. Then I have an older Satan one to go with that. That's the Amber Turd one.
I'll be back in an hour.
No, I'm not getting into that.
Don't forget about your brother.
But, so excuse me if I had a shitty couple of years with my family, right? Because I believe in helping each other. I would never turn on my family. But I'll tell you, when you sit there and you talk about my personal life and sit there and try to make us look bad, right? And you won't even help out your damn sister, right? With the immigrant, I'm too busy for you. My sister turned into an angry person. And all I want to do is put a shot of sun in her ass and be like seriously, stay miserable, get off the pot and shit or whatever.
Right. Well, hey, if anyone can do it, it would be you, Sonny.
Definitely on there. It's so frustrating because, like I said, I'm all about helping each other, helping people, caring about people. When your family needs you, you help them, unless it's Satan, sister. You don't help her. She can't help herself.
Sonny, tell me about it.
Yeah, right. Anyways, I don't know what tangent you started off on with that, Adam, that got me going again. I have no idea. This live was
supposed members only.
This live was supposed to be like it's 3 hours and only a member not.
Yeah, but after you edit it, it'll be like an hour.
Yeah, right? I'm just going to edit. I usually don't edit lives. It's very rare.
I'm just playing.
Yeah, it's so rare. I hate because it's like YouTube takes forever. I don't know what you guys got started off on this tangent. Anyways, love each other a little
We'll
better.
be the target of all the drama this week.
Yeah, I know. Can you believe that she said that? Yes, she can. Yes,
maybe the Supreme Court will make their decision tomorrow.
Right? Well, if so, I'm all wound up for that now, aren't I? I'm probably going to have, being a Cancer, I'm probably going to have a downer now. And I'll be like, whew, that wore me out. Now I need to stay away from
I was just going to say, the Supreme Court will come out tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. and you'll be like, I'm just really out of it this morning.
Yes, he can, but he would have to actually leave the apartment to do so. But yeah, I would. Do you actually
TJK, I've been trying to pimp Ryan out for like 8 months now.
Right.
He's a good-looking guy.
Who
But
is?
the
My
longer he
husband?
sits there and plays video games, he's gonna get less good-looking. So he needs to strike while the iron's hot.
Yeah, he's like 6'3". Yeah, good looking. My husband's great looking. Even
Especially
though
for Canada. I
so
mean, they ship
he's
half
from the
their like
UK.
good-looking ones to America.
He's from the UK.
I know, but he's in Canada.
Oh, okay. Do you want me to answer this, Jimmy? The email that you sent me.
Jimmy said, "I thought the Supreme Court said it wouldn't be until." Yeah, Jimmy. It could be any time, of course, but you know, the first original action writ response was on the 22nd of November.
Okay.
The second one was December 1st. So, it could take an indefinite amount of time for them to decide to rule or not, and if so, then to make a decision. But
20,
it could be soon. It could be after Christmas.
Yeah.
Who knows?
23. 23. He's ripe. He's still ripe. Yeah. My husband's 33. He's
We
10
could
years.
bid him off on in an auction. Okay.
I know. I'm just like, dude, he doesn't do cameras. He doesn't do things like that. Like
All you need is a strong Wi-Fi connection.
yeah. Hey, we need to answer a question for Jimmy.
Okay.
Okay. So Jimmy's question is, I'm just gonna put that. Hey, Jimmy, you got to good with this one. So Jimmy says, "Hey, look, I'm just curious why you have such a strong opinion on why Ron Logan isn't the bridge guy. You just said something in the live about tone or how to take this tone. Yeah, no. So he's basically saying, look, I'm not trying to offend you by no means, and don't worry, don't take it as that at all. If you have your thoughts about Bridge Guy and Ron Logan, absolutely, everyone is entitled. Oh, Travis still stayed with us. He must be drinking. Hey, buddy. Right, he's still
You said he
here.
was hitting on you. He's probably trying to wait till closing time.
Probably. Travis, I ain't getting off this choo-choo train right yet. But no. But so basically you say I won't offend you, but hey, like why do you say it's not Ron Logan as the bridge guy? Adam, only because I need to go get a drink.
Oh, you're gonna put me on this. You're gonna thanks for throwing me and Ron Logan to the wolves there.
I will come back to answer that because we know we have each our opinion. So I'm going to let you start off with yours, okay? So we're going to give Jimmy a well-balanced answer. And then, again, you can decide whatever you feel. That's totally up to you. But anyway, so give me a moment. Sucker. Bye.
Okay, well, first I will say, I think that in any case, when people start to form opinions, they form those opinions based on the information that we as the public have. Ron Logan being the property owner of where the girls were found, and being in several of the news media interviews, footage from the early days of the case, and the clothing of him matching kind of the body style description of the bridge guy that we saw on the bridge. People make assumptions and conclusions based on limited information. And I think Ron Logan is a very strong suspect if you're going off of very limited information. But as soon as you start to expand on that, I think that it falls apart completely because, one, I feel like he just doesn't look like Bridge Guy. I mean, Ron Logan's 6'3", I think. And even if you want to argue the Bridge Guy's height, I mean, if you look at the leg to torso comparison of Ron Logan, that's not Bridge Guy. The guy that was on that bridge, he had little short, skinny legs. Not to mention, we've heard the age range of 18 to 40. I can't remember.
18 to 30 and 18 to 40.
But no one said mid-70s. And I think that eyewitness statements can be notoriously incorrect and differ from each other, which they were in this case. I don't know how much eyewitness statements could differ from saying someone's, middle aged to saying someone's in their mid 70s. But and like I said, I can go on and on. I mean, we we know that he did not have a license. He shouldn't have been driving that day. He did. He falsified an alibi. I think that all of that, but even without it, law enforcement said he didn't do it. They did everything in the world they could, I think, to look into Ron Logan. The FBI did a search warrant of his house. They looked at his house twice. They didn't have any evidence to prove it was him, and in fact, they decided that he wasn't involved, and therefore they never brought charges on him. And the actual only Delphi-related charges that were applied to Ron Logan when he got arrested were the obstruction of justice one, and that was the only charge that was dropped when he went to jail for violating his probation. So, and like I said, I can go on because Jimmy, I've looked into Ron Logan a lot.
Yeah. Oh,
And I'm probably not explaining it the most. I'm probably not explaining it as simply as I could right now, but I have so much information compiled about Ron Logan, and I haven't thought about it all at one time in a while. So
yeah, I was gonna say for me personally, I could not put Ron Logan in or out for a long time. When I first came in, and there was that one channel, and I can't remember what it was, but it had this fuzzy stuff that made it seem like it was Ron Logan. So I looked hard at the bridge guy, as most people know from this channel.
He should have been looked at.
Oh, absolutely.
He's a good suspect.
Why did he lie? All these different things, right? We ended up seeing a transfer video from Fig Newton, because of the cookies, Fig Sobs, of the transfer station video that day. Why did he lie? So it took me a long time to not put him somewhere in the equation but again, knowing the bridge guy, when you look at him, in no way, shape, or form does he have anything. They've never, like Adam said, there was never an age range for someone that was freaking 77 years old at all, nor did he have that facial hair. And it just became, so what I originally thought with Ron Logan was that I thought that Garrett Kurtz had possibly taken a hat that looked like Ron Logan, because Ron Logan's hot, not just, Are you good? You okay? You okay, buddy?
Yeah, just sorry, I was.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to
coughing.
all of a sudden I see you lean forward and we'll go to the thing. So the bottom line is that it's one of those things. Again, if somebody wants to think, and if Chris Todd wants to think that Ron Logan had something to do with it, but dude, don't shove your stuff up my ass and tell people that they're loonies if they don't agree with your opinion, because everyone is entitled to their opinion, and don't sit there and send me and other creators false emails pretending to be somebody you're not, and stuff like that. So for you, like I said, we've just dissected our own information, come up with the answers, looked at what's logical, looked at that Ron Logan. I mean, that guy was hammered in a sense of, them trying to pinpoint like that was Ron Logan. And then they realized
he lied about his alibi. Yeah, but he lied about the wrong time.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, and he had a receipt from the fish store that the owner remembers him being at the time that he made the purchase at the fish store.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so many things.
Right.
And
go ahead.
Was Ron Logan a great guy?
No.
I don't know. There's indications he had done some shitty things in his past.
Yeah, how he treated women and stuff.
But you know what? The same people that he allegedly did bad things to, which he very well may have. They still showed up to his funeral, and they still said nice things about him after he passed away. That doesn't mean that he didn't do something horrible to them, but I'm just saying, I feel like Ron Logan he's a good suspect, but
definitely was.
He's not He wasn't involved in this case. Law enforcement told us that he's not the guy, and people can't give it up, and so they start to like twist it and turn it so it still fits the narrative of what's happening. It's like, oh well, Ron Logan was throwing a party at his house that weekend, and maybe the Kleins maybe Tony Klein hunted on his property.
Yeah, there was all that stuff.
Oh, and maybe Garrett Kurtz, he was friends
he
with
worked
them
there, and he knew.
And then now it's like, oh well, how do we know that Richard Allen didn't know Ron Logan, or how do we know that we know that Richard Allen or Ron Logan didn't commit the crime, but he helped, and he helped cover it up because he threw the clothes in the creek. So you see the like involvement of Ron Logan twist and change as more and more facts come out that point to the fact that he's not involved in this at all.
Yeah,
which law enforcement have told people.
Yeah.
So rather than say, oh no, we're wrong, they say, oh well, I'm not wrong because he's still involved, but this is how now.
Yeah, but yeah.
And you've seen it change several times, and it probably will continue to change. But let the poor son of a bitch rest in peace at this point.
Well, I was
even if he was a bad person, let him rest in peace.
When, first of all, he's not even close to what the bridge guy is for height or anything. He really isn't. There's no white hair all sticking out, coming across at all. The same things. Again, it took me a long time, a lot longer than Adam. It took me a long time to dismiss Ron Logan. And that was only in the recent half year, I would say, that I was going, okay, you know what? I am settled now that Ron Logan didn't have any involvement in this. One of the things that always stood out to me, Jimmy, was that video where Ron Logan was talking to those girls that had come and done an interview with him. And he literally choked up when he was talking about his son. I look for sincerity in someone, but I look for the facts that go with that, in a sense, or the thing that makes the most sense. And I think it's one of those things that it's kind of like, okay, if people out there want to believe it's Ron Logan, go right ahead. This channel by no means feels like it's that Ron Logan has anything involved. He was put through the ringer. By all rights, he lied. He's definitely not the spitting image of whatever, a male figure in a sense. We know that there's those, abuse allegations and how he treat whatever on there. I think I think for anyone at this moment, it just comes down to like whatever you think your narrative is to it. And I like to focus on the facts of what they're putting out there. And I think you asked, if I'm not mistaken, like, do you think it's RA? Going back to the pictures, once the picture of RA came out, I cannot help but notice that the BG has that same droopy nose that Richard Allen has. Richard Allen has placed himself there. I do not think that Ron Logan was going, oh, let me just put my GPS over here and let me go down to the crime scene and clean it up for everybody and stuff like that. That's to the point of getting ridiculous to me. And it just became about the facts that are out there versus what made sense. He's definitely not the BG to me. There's no qualms to me about that whatsoever. They were never looking for an old guy that was that tall. And, he didn't even like to go over the bridge or didn't want to. I think he was afraid of heights on that stuff.
And he wasn't home.
And he wasn't home. And he
Right.
Honestly. So it took me a long time to do that. But like I said, so there's many good reasons why he's not first of all, the BG. But I think more people now are peddling the fact that he assisted.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's because they're like, okay, well, maybe if he didn't commit.
No, he's not the BG. Let me just add him over here.
And remember, and like I said, and that narrative changed because a lot of people for a while were like, he's the killer, he's the killer, he's the killer. He was on the bridge, he's the bridge guy. And then I started to see people say, well, he still might be the killer, but there might be more involved because he threw a party that weekend. And all these people are here, so now it could be all these people, but he was the one that killed them. And then it changed to, I don't remember if it was first or not, but it was like, well, Garrett Kurtz, was friends with him, and maybe Ron trained him to be a serial killer. And then it was, Tony Klein hunted on the property, and then it was
when I just
party thing came back up again. And then it was, well, maybe Richard Allen and him knew each other. And then it was like, oh, well, Richard Allen committed the crime, but Ron Logan found the bodies and he didn't want to get accused of the crime. So he threw the clothes in the creek. And like, and he was next to those bodies at 10 p.m. And like, it's like the narrative has to twist and turn to fit the fact that not necessarily that Ron Logan's guilty, but that these people that are accusing it aren't wrong, because that's the bottom line.
Yeah,
is that the people that have like dug their feet in the sand and said Ron Logan is guilty in some way can't be wrong.
Can't change.
They just change their story as time goes on,
instead of going with the actual facts that are out there.
And then they always follow it up with like, well, but if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But then they refuse to ever admit they were wrong.
And I admitted that I was wrong. Because
and if you message me tonight and say, I still think Ron Logan did it, I won't make fun of you. I won't be mean to you, because if you believe that, that's fine.
Yeah. Like why do you believe
I feel like anyone that you think is capable of doing something like this, I feel like it should be able to be held up against scrutiny.
Yeah. And in saying that, Jimmy, what do you have? No, go ahead, finish your sentence.
I was just saying, and I accept that with Richard Allen as well. There are things about Richard Allen's personality that I don't understand and don't fit with me. But when I ask myself about any like other POI or whatever with Delphi, I can come to a place where I can exclude them from guilt. Richard Allen, I have questions, but I can't in any way exclude him. And he's the only person that I've come to in this case that I can say that about.
Mm-hmm. Well, what I was going to say to Jimmy was, and you can feel free to put it in chat. So what things would make you think it was, like in all honesty, because you have to always look at the flip side of the coin. What about his height and everything that would make you feel like it matched the description of what they put out there for the Big G? Because at the end of the day, there's definitely a certain height involved here. And it is definitely not Ron Logan's height. So then it becomes, well, if he's not the BG, where do you place him? So I put this in the Brad Holder folder. Did you get that? Did you hear that? I didn't even plan on that. Put that in the Brad Holder folder. But anyways, is that what moron would leave all his stuff up on social media in Odinism, and it would not have taken anything down, but only added to it in all the time that he's been into his Odinism, and then be part of Delphi and be that stupid? Okay,
kind of like what idiot would commit the crime and then leave the girls on his property?
That's exactly what my point was, right? So when you look at everything, the totality.
Like, here you go, Webbers.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, the line is right there. All you have to do is go scoot, scoot, scoot. There you go. Not my problem, on different land. But no. So when you normally think about a crime, right? Like, do you honestly think that Ron Logan exactly, went all that way down there, committed the crime, and then was like, well, by the way, I was at the fishing store, so I got my perfect. But he wasn't home. Okay. But at the end of the day, most people aren't going to do stuff like, don't get me wrong, there's serial killers that plant little bodies on the front. But it doesn't
now, moved the girls, and 200 pounds and a 100-pound girl, and then redressed one of them, 77 years old, after hiking down the hill and across the river. Sorry. I'll stop. If anyone thinks that Ron Logan is still guilty, message me. I'll talk to you about it.
So remind me of this, Adam. Am I wrong? But I don't recall Ron Logan placing himself on that bridge. Did he?
No.
I understand that he placed himself at that bridge.
He's talking about in the affidavit
about his coordinates.
But if you really look, it says the area of the bridge, which the area of the bridge is literally his entire property.
He's talking about RA, by the way, I guess.
Oh no, RA.
Yeah.
Oh RA. Yeah, no, he did. He did put himself at the bridge, wearing the clothing that is in the video. Mm-hmm. At the time that
and the thing that's will burn him, if anything, is that when the footage comes back for videos,
absolutely
yeah,
that because that's going to be the thing that stops all of it when people
yeah.
say, oh well, no, he said 12 to 1:30. The 1:30 to 3:30 thing was made up. That video footage is going to
Surface,
clarify any of that.
let alone other video footage of like
Right.
there's a lot of things, and that's why Adam keeps saying about like the prosecution, right? They're not biting what the defense was trying to deliver, which to us was a load of crap. Looking at it, that's not going, oh, I read this and it's a bunch of crap. It was going, okay, let me look at this. Let me go look at Odinism. Let me go look at these runes. Let me put a good thought process in there about Brad Holder leaving his shit up all over Facebook.
Right.
Let's talk about spit and DNA from Elvis Fields. Oh wait, what is the defense supposed to do? Right? They took their best thing, Odinism, because that was getting looked into, of course, because obviously that stuff happens.
And all of it was subjective. Remember, they didn't include any of the DNA results from Elvis Fields, or any of the actual information or details. Just like they can say, oh well, Richard Allen says he was there from 12 to 1:30 now. They're like, but they don't have to say, oh, but he's also seen
2 sex Adam.
I'm sorry.
True. I know this is pathetic. Call my husband.
So I mean, all of that information can be so subjectively written, and it was. But that's not the evidence is going to show that, not me. So I definitely sense a huge amount of confidence coming from the prosecution in this case, and I think that when all of the evidence is presented, everyone will understand that. Miranda Lee says it was someone from Delphi who was familiar with the area, not someone from 2 hours away who has never heard of the Monon High Bridge. It's a good point. And that didn't have a car at the time, so had to get a ride and would have had to have left at 6:30 a.m. to have been spotted there at 8:30 a.m. Even though their phone stopped communicating at 7:30, but it was still in Rushville. So I agree with you. Where'd you go, Sonny?
Present. No, sorry, my husband. I was asking because I was messaging him right all the way from the bedroom to the. Can you make me an eggnog and a Bailey's, please? And then all of a sudden I look and I'm like, I thought I heard him get up to make, and then all of a sudden
Right.
I'm like, oh, where'd he go? So I had to go open the door, literally, heaven forbid,
Right.
and be like, honey.
Carol, trust me, I've had that. I've had that thought. I mean, there are themes that run throughout this case, clearly, but that's one of them, absolutely. Fish or catfishing, looking at fish. There was another fish too, and I can't remember it too.
Fish called Wanda.
I met with involving this case.
Oh, catfish, king fine. Okay, no. And I just want to say to Jimmy, that's exactly all I'm waiting for. I realize that we can talk about it, and I realize that we can discuss it, and again have our feelings about Ron Logan. Thank you, honey. And have our feelings about my eggnog. Please, get jealous. Yes. Okay. All right. Okay, that's good. Yeah. Okay. Got a couple more hours in me. Maybe Adam doesn't, but I do. Let's go. Okay. I know it's been a long day. It's your mom's birthday today and all that stuff. But I absolutely agree, wholeheartedly. So again, the truth is going to come out. I just like to stay along, like I said, that line of, using the information that's at hand and then deciding and I can tell, Jimmy, that you're a very level-headed person and that you have your own thoughts about things, but you're not, off the wall rails like some people are, in a sense. You know, it's just that through everything that we were talking about now and whatever, clearly to me and Adam and other people, that Ron Logan is not the bridge guy. So then people have to place him somewhere else. Because again, I mean, there was nothing there about a 6'2" dude on the thing. Not even the, say, the math students, but even the
Right.
bridge guy, whatever. It doesn't matter. Bottom line is, he's not a tall dude like that. So that in itself, he doesn't have brown hair and whatever and da 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 da.
Right. And also, they looked at his firearms.
Yeah.
None of his firearms matched the unspent round that was found at the crime scene, even though it was his property.
Yeah.
None of his, electronics. Just like everyone says, oh, well, Richard Allen's electronics, nothing had him connected to the crime scene.
Yeah. Because
they didn't find anything on Ron Logan's either. Like I said, if someone really wholeheartedly believes that Ron Logan committed this crime or was involved, I'm happy to hear you out. Because I've not yet heard a convincing reason or argument to make me even give thought to it. And trust me, and I've thought about it a lot.
Yeah, like when I was talking, say, to Chris Todd that one time, right?
Smells fishy, sorry.
When I was talking to Chris Todd that one time on Zoom, if he wasn't, so arrogant and so caught up in his own, basically saying that that you're a loony if you don't agree with him, because he said, I feel that if I'm talking to someone that doesn't believe it's Ron Logan, then you are a loony and you don't understand that it is, in a sense. Great. Well, you just basically ixnayed any conversation because you've now told me that I can't have a conversation with you because I can't tell you how I feel, even though I'm willing to listen to how you feel.
Right.
And I knew
don't forget, if someone's just written a book saying Ron Logan is the killer, and then a month later someone else gets arrested for the crime,
yeah,
you've got an invested interest to continue to say that the person you publicly accused of the murder in a book that you're trying to sell is the killer, is being proven not to be the killer. It's a conflicting, it's a conflict of interest there. So
absolutely
not good for book sales when you've been proven wrong.
And and so but in the emails that he sent me, if you want to be braggadocious and be like, you're just a pathetic Canadian, well, I'm sitting there on Court TV and Rick Snae's channel and I'm looking so amazing and awesome, and if that's the way that you want to come across and be that type of person, so be it. Like, who cares?
Well, Jimmy, we know not you. So we're not dissing on you. And I said, even if people aren't here, if anyone that's in the chat thinks that Ron Logan's involved in this, I'm really not trying to insult you. I would just like you to give me a reason or provide me with information that will change my mind. Mm-hmm. And never has anyone ever been able to do it.
Yeah. And and that can, I was talking with Criminality yesterday and Messenger. We had a nice laugh together, and she's a nice person. I love straightforwardness. I love her. I like the fact, when she was on this channel, and I believe she says she was a Sunny fan, not an Adam fan. I'm pretty sure that's what she said. She was a fan girl.
Not what she said to me.
Okay. But what I loved was that Adam was saying something different. And then Adam's like, well, I'm not trying to be argumentative. And she's like, no. Give your opinion. That's exactly it. Again, you come in here respectfully. You want to talk about Ron Logan, and you want to say things not like you just wanted to know our opinions. But let's say someone came in here and they're like, well, tell me why you don't believe it is. Okay, great. Now you tell me why you believe it is, type of thing. And again, doesn't mean you walk away going, well, I won that round. Yahoo.
Right. Well, it's like we talked about with Amy last night. For the case by case. Case
by case.
It's done a lot of videos about Ashley Garth and things like that. And, that's an example of, I admittedly told her, I was like, it's hard for me to be objective when it comes to Ashley Garth. because one, I'm friends with
Mhm.
Ginger, I'm friends with Dottie, I'm friends with Cher,
Mhm.
and and
Yeah.
and I don't have a lot of sympathy for Ashley Garth. But if you believe what you're putting in these videos, and there's something objective for me to look at here, I absolutely should look at it. But I'm going to admit that it's hard for me to.
Yeah.
I'm not coming from a place of zero. I'm coming from a place of I can't stand Ashley Garth. I'm willing to hear you out and respect your point of view, but it doesn't mean I'll agree with it. But I owe you the fact that I owe you the
Courtesy or whatever you want to call it.
that I should I should
Well,
look
not
at
even, but yeah.
and consider what
Consider.
what you're showing me.
And yeah, and that was exactly that, right? I didn't want to be judgmental. Although I have strong feelings about Ashley from the information that
Right.
I've come across.
Right.
And my thing is
But
that
we're aware of that though.
yeah, absolutely. So my thing is, okay, I want to watch these videos. I want to see for myself. So thank you so much, Case by Case, and her name is Amy, for bringing this information to us so that we can decide for ourselves. So although if Amy thinks, hey, look, Ashley got the short end of the stick and so be it, and that's what she felt, absolutely. She's working hard to do what she thinks that she feels, right? If she feels that Ashley Garth is a lot more innocent in a sense than and wants to produce content because that's how she feels. She feels like she's fighting her fight for a good reason, in a sense, to provide people information. And then it's us to decipher what we want with it. And that's where I love is when people don't force their opinions on you, that you can come into this channel, have that space, as long as you're courteous about it, that you can voice your opinion, whatever that is, and not have somebody call you a crackerjack unless it's me or something. But those are usually the flighty ones that come in here and I get them on the go right away. But you know what I mean? Voice your opinion.
When you don't have confidence, it makes you more irritable. And so people that have less confidence in what they're saying are going to be quicker and more likely to become irritable when they're confronted with any opposition. Because if you can't argue your point or you can't prove what you're saying, of course it's going to piss you off if someone challenges you on it. And
Right.
so that's why I say, anything you say should be able to be held up against scrutiny. And and if it shouldn't, I'm sure I've said things that I can't back up before, but I'll be the first to be like, yeah, I can't back that up.
Exactly. And we don't allow that here, Jimmy. Okay. Because I love a good debate. And
Yeah.
I love good, when somebody's talking in a level headed way and they got, great thoughts and they might be a different opinion, that you can walk away from it going, okay, look at, we're not going to agree on this, but we heard each other out,
Right.
and you gave your thoughts on why possibly. Doesn't mean it's going to change.
And neither of us have invested interest in the guilt or innocence of any one person in this case. We can just observe what we're seeing and make judgments off of the information that we have. And and at this moment, Richard Allen is the only person that I have looked into that I can't rule out.
No, I mean you can't. There's too many things to put him there, but there was too many things with Kagan Klein to put him there as well, or not to say put him there for Delphi, but pointed towards him.
Right. Now, like you said, if information comes out that exonerates the guilt of Richard Allen,
it's a bit.
Of course, we'll be like, what? I'm like, I'll be the first one to be advocating for his freedom, but
if there's
I've seen absolutely not one thing that has given me pause towards thinking that this person is most likely involved.
Well,
given the information that we've seen.
I was gonna say, right? I mean, it's kind of one of those things. Normally, if it quacks like a duck, walks like a duck, it is a duck. So he places himself there. There's a bullet between the two girls, and video footage, say, of the vehicle and stuff like that. And he literally sees himself in a picture and goes, "Oh shit, I better let them know that I was there before somebody else says I was there. So let me go give my explanation. But hey, don't come back out in 2019 when they're asking for the person for that vehicle that said that they were there or anything like that. But anyways, there's a lot of stuff, and that's exactly why he is in. Like, let's not debate about the prison and jail thing, but that's exactly why he is there where he is, because there was enough. What's the proper word I want to use? Probable cause. Is that the word I want to use? Enough. Is that the right word? Probable cause to justify that they're getting a search warrant, that he's sitting where he is today, right? Because, like I said, it's innocent until proven guilty, but there's enough there to say there is a good probable cause that this person committed these crimes, and it hurts the family.
and they confess to
And then,
the
oh wait,
charges
sorry,
to the events as charged 5 or 6 times to their wife and mother.
yeah, and
Like, it's
and
just one of those things I can see where you're like, okay, well, maybe this, maybe that. But given the information that we have right now, every arrow is pointing in the direction of
average.
Carroll County finally got something right.
I'm not 100% there, but I'm darn close, right? Like, I'm not 100% there, but I'm pretty darn close.
Right. But yeah, exactly. And ultimately, even if he is guilty or not guilty, it's going to be up to 12 people from Allen County, from the jury pool, to decide that.
And I want to say to Jimmy specifically that, of course, Jimmy, you emailed me already. If there is a day that you would love to come and sit up here with us and talk with us about this and have a conversation about Delphi and put your thoughts out there, again, just like Criminality, when she came on, it was a pleasure to have her on the channel, and have her thoughts. And, she has her own mind again, and that you walk away still respecting each other's opinions, that we each are allowed to have those, and trying just to, talk and give your stuff, that what led you to believe this, or what led you, or what do you think happened to the girls that day? Like, how do you think it played out? Anyways, that offer is there. If you want to ever sit on a live with us, absolutely feel free.
Right.
Again, you have the option to be off camera or on camera. I like the personable action myself, but it's not forced on anyone, because
Right.
I like to, sure, we do this and stuff like that because I'm like, oh my God, I'm so sick and tired of looking at it. But,
Right.
But the thing is, not everyone wants to be seen, but they might want to be heard, So that option is there, not just for you, Jimmy, but for others as well. There's an email for a reason. So if anyone does, I love it when Ivy Rose, when Charmaine, when Dub, Travis has become a great friend of ours here. I hope he feels the same way. He can come sling it. He can come joke around, have a few drinks with us, have some laughs, and talk about the case and stuff like that. There's some really great people that come on these lives. Like I said, Lewis, Metal Michelle Mama will be coming on Friday, and Criminality, don't know her. I really like her in just a short time and stuff like that. And it's a pleasure getting to know the people that really come in here because they just care, and even if their opinion's different. So that goes to anyone that wants to join us on a live. Okay, sometimes it's the more the merrier. Adam, they're going for you. I know that you think that you're on the US side, but I know that you're here in Canada. How did you get across our border? How? No. Yes, probable cause to arrest. Thank you. Sometimes
Right.
I get that mixed up with the
I always think it's funny when people are like, they had no right for the probable cause to, I mean, the standard for probable cause. I mean, most probable cause affidavits, they do way more than they even need to. Probable cause is not it's not a thesis paper. You literally just have to have enough information in there to get a judge to decide, yeah, you should probably either look into this guy or arrest them, depending on what the probable cause is for. But people are like, oh, well, they lied about this, and this, and this. Like,
yeah. I think that Carroll County has a lot of corrupt people in there. I think a lot of counties have a lot of corruption.
exactly.
And Carroll County, we do see, and that's why. But do I think that that is what's stopping the case or what has been preventing it? Not that type of corruption. Like just knowing that people are going to want to cover their tracks when they make mistakes. We all know that stuff. Like, you know what I mean? We all know shit goes on. Like I said, all you have to do is go as far as
There's
judge.
corruption. There's corruption in every
But
every communal society in the world. There's some form of corruption.
I
But
think, yeah, and I think it was,
but I think two things can be true. I think that
yeah,
this horrible thing could have happened. I think that there can be a level of corruption. I think there can be a level of ineptitude.
yeah,
But I mean, at the end of the day, what's the worst way you could ever handle trying to hide corruption? By letting it go on for 6.5 years on a national platform. I mean, that to me is the most asinine thing in the world, is when people are like, but this is just corruption because they wanted it before the election. I'm like, this case has been on a national stage for 6 years. And,
almost 7.
well, no, I meant like when they made the arrest.
Yeah, okay.
And people that are like, oh, well, this guy's a patsy. I'm like, they could have picked Ron Logan. They could have picked Keegan Kline. They could have picked 5 other people that people would have really not given as much thought into their guilt or innocence of, because they've been focused on so much. But yet, so like out of the blue, they just picked this random guy a month before the election, which then has opened the door for all of the talk about corruption, which in my mind, I'm not a lawyer, but in my mind, if I don't want to expose corruption in something I'm corrupt in, the last thing I'm going to do is make a choice that's an obvious spotlight onto that corruption. It doesn't make sense. I just think that more things can be taking place at one time, at the same time. Like you can have corruptness or corruption, but it doesn't mean that that this case against the girls was corrupt, and it doesn't mean that that they're covering something up. I think you add a little bit of ineptitude, a rural area that probably has some corruption, and then you add this horrible thing that happened. But I don't think that anyone's intentionally covering up anything.
Yeah, I mean,
I never have.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not into this. Like I remember there was this one person, man. She thought that everyone in Delphi was part of it, from the archaeologist
Some
to
people
the.
still do.
I know, and hey, if those people go to those other channels that want to deal with that type of mentality, I'm sorry, but the whole town is not involved and corrupt. And when it starts getting like that ridiculous to me, sorry, it's never going to be that far off.
Right. The other day I heard now Francis Gull, Nick McClellan, and Brad Holder are all in the same Mason group, Freemason group.
I was just going to talk about
First
that.
of all, women can't be Freemasons. I understand they can be something that's the equivalent, but people just they just put all of this stuff together to make the corruption thing that they want to fit in. But it doesn't. The math doesn't math.
Mm-hmm. And Jimmy Emmett too. Like I said, I think most of us here, the logical thinkers, we fight for justice. We fight for justice, and the smart ones know that. Hey, we can talk about it, we can look at things, and we can whatever, but we know that there's a process that's going to happen, and that at the end of this, a peer is going to decide whether Richard Allen is guilty or innocent. And we have passion for this case. That is, and a lot of people do, even the whack jobs, okay, that are set off on a different planet and stuff like that. I mean, they're people too, I suppose. They're just not, wouldn't want them in my circle for sure. I like to stay grounded. Right? Right?
Travis said in my Freemasons group, we give certain women a waiver, and I think he's being serious. But I mean, that just goes to show. I mean, it's like there's.
Yeah, I'm not going down the like. I remember so many people try to
It's
get me.
not the Freemasons.
It's just one thing that I particularly, honestly, took no interest in that line of thinking. Honestly, it hurt my brain to even think of it.
Remember, it was motorcycle gangs, and
Yeah.
then it was, and then as soon as we heard about Odinism, it was Odinism. Well, then it was retaliation against Derek,
Yeah.
the and the cartels and everything. And then,
Yeah.
but then it was Odinism, and then now that people are like, though it's not Odinism, that's BS. Now they're like, oh, it's the Freemasons. So it's like people like follow these like these like pathways of conspiracy
Right.
that
And
never pan out, ever.
no, like we can take that defense 136 page memorandum, and be a critical thinker and go down it
Right.
and go, hey, does this make sense what they're saying?
Right. Hold it up again. Anything you want to like say is true. Hold it up. Make an argument against it and see if it holds up.
No, hold it down, put it to the ground.
Put it in the trash. Okay.
On there, we don't let Odinists in, male or female. What about? Are you sure they're not Odinites? Are you sure that they're not a rock, a mineral?
I've got an Odinite in my shoe right now.
Yeah. So and so when people sit there and go like, oh well, the defenses they got to be telling the truth, and there has to be something all to this. No, there doesn't have to be. I mean, they might want to make it look like a work of art. Why? I'm sorry, but when somebody says, I'm sorry, David Hennessy, but when you say that something is a work of art, that doesn't that sound to you like, look at this freaking masterpiece I created from A to Z, that that we can create reasonable doubt here because we got everything in there. Come punch your holes in it, Forston. Come punch your holes in it, Mitch Westerman. Actually, Mitch, you probably wrote it. So, and then and then call it a work of art. When somebody says a work of art, that's like, there you guys, suckers. There you go. Look at this. Look what magic we did with all this stuff.
Right. Well, and I have nothing against David Hennessy. I actually found him pretty charming when he was on Defense Diaries the other day. I was like, I see why people think he's charismatic, and I'm like, I would get along with him. He seemed like a cool guy. But when he calls something a work of art, all I could think was, I was like, you know what? I guess one person's trash is another person's treasure.
Yeah.
But I think that one thing that's funny that someone said just a minute ago, every single case is biker gangs, drug cartels, cults, etc., etc.
Okay. I had it up there.
Don Spain, I've said that before. It's the satanic panic of this era.
Yeah, I know. I was going to say something. Actually, what I would like to say, like I said, I was talking with Becky today, and what Becky had said, and which I think a lot of us know, it really hurts their family. And that's why, remember when she said, you guys want to stare at pics? Instead of looking at those crime scene pics, why don't you look at these pics of the girls? It was kind of like her way of like going, look, okay, these two girls are dead. One of them is our granddaughter. The other one is their granddaughter's best friend, Abby. And she said that it really hurts them when people in Delphi seem to forget about the girls and doing lives about, oh, poor Richard Allen is being, depraved of starvation, like he's being starved and he's being mistreated and all that stuff. And yet he's in where he is for good cause, hence why he's there, because there was enough probable cause to support that he's sitting there in jail or prison, however you deem it. So here you have a lot of these bleeding hearts, forgetting about Abby and Libby and all the case, because now it's all about poor Richard Allen. Let's go protest and I'd feed him. Well, you know what? He got moved over to here because they were so mistreating him and they forced that confession and stuff like that. And again, and then you have two girls that are dead, and the families have been trashed. They've probably gone through every damn emotion with Delphi. So I'm going to urge everyone that follows Delphi and that really is in it for the justice for Abby and Libby. You know, Richard Allen is where he is because of a lot of the supporting evidence, right? Okay. That's why he's there. If the courts deem that they had it wrong at some point, okay, you know what? That really sucks, dude. A lot of people have been in your spot, perhaps. Okay. Do I want him to get treated fine? Of course, absolutely. Do I want him to have a fair trial? Absolutely. But I would just like to urge those people is that this channel never forgets Abby and Libby, because that's the justice that we're here for, first and foremost. It's not the circus act that's been going on, with this whole memorandum and leakage of photos and all these other things that have been going on. Why don't you put up a picture of Libby and Abby on your Facebook, Twitter, make
They
it
don't even mention them.
icon, right? But to sit there,
And when they do, they turn around in the next breath. They say something horrible regarding them.
I'm just going to urge people to remember, if they could, a lot more, that these families have been through a lot. And Richard Allen's family, they are going through a lot because of exactly what's going on now. But Libby and Abby are dead. They were murdered. And so I just urge people to remember. And that's why, like I said, a tribute video, I like doing those for the girls, because it's my way of saying, don't worry, girls. This is my piece of remembering you that I'm going to put out there. And if other people want to enjoy that tribute, then so be it. And if a family member sees it, so be it, type of idea. Because I know that, I usually send a burp there, tribute video to Becky, because I want her to see the beautiful tribute, in a sense, that the girls, it's not just about a story that you're trying to cover, in a sense, that it means more to you than that. So I'm just urging you, remember those words from Becky when she says, like, that people are forgetting about the girls, and they're making these lives, and they're forgetting even to show a picture of Abby and Libby. And we did on this live already at the very start, I incorporated it in the thumbnail as well. Because this channel wants to always know that the reason why we're here for Abby and Libby, for Delphi, is for Abby and Libby and justice for them first and foremost, and that their families at some point can have closure. So just remember, if you guys could remember to do things like that, hit that like button and share, so that other people as well can either watch this, hear this, and decide that they want to do something special for Abby and Libby to show their support and love and care for the justice of Abby and Libby. That's all I'm going to say. It's up to you if you choose to do that or not. But
the funny thing, I'm sorry.
No, that's it.
The funny thing about that is that, I think that when channels that fight for the rights of Richard Allen, and they twist their narrative into it being for all Americans, or it for being for like his civil rights. They're also the same channels that then, when they get called out for the fact that they don't mention the victims, in this case, the real victims in this case, they're also the first ones to then, because they're embarrassed by the fact that they've been called out, not specifically even, but when they're called out for standing up for someone they don't know whether is innocent or guilty in this crime, more so than they do the girls, and they don't even ever say the girls' names, they're the first ones to then say, oh, well, if you accuse us of that, you're virtue signaling. And I laugh every time I hear that, because of course that's what you're going to say when you've been called out on your bullshit. And I would much rather be accused of virtue signaling than defending a potential child murderer.
Can you look at Duncan's thing for a second there, Adam? Just read that. I've only half read it.
You know what? I've seen other people talk about this before, and Duncan says, does anyone find the different groups of teenage girls that were there suspicious? The statistics are pretty clear. The Slenderman case, those are a handful of cases, but the juvenile witnesses in this case, all, to my knowledge, were never under suspicion because one, they all were incredibly cooperative with investigators. There's never been any suspicion on them. And I think without like those high profile cases like that you mentioned, which are horrific cases, I don't think anyone would even suggest that there was a reason to look at the juvenile witnesses in this case. Not to mention, there's never been an indication of any motive that would lead people to think that any of those girls could have done something like this or why they would have. And yeah, I mean, I don't think they would ever been looked at even halfway serious by investigators.
And I want to answer Jimmy.
But you're not the first person at all to ever suggest that. Sorry, Sunny.
No. So I'm going to share my own personal feelings on this. So Jimmy says, I understand that the importance of it is all for Abby and Libby, but in the United States, we have a constitutional right where pretrial detainees don't set foot in prison before conviction. So my thing is this. First of all, Jimmy Abbott, let me ask you, have you been in prison? Have you been in prison or jail? Which one, if any? If any? You said you kind of did drugs there, so I'm wondering about that. Because my thing is this, is that, and I'll wait, and you can say whatever you like in a second here. My thing is this. Do I think for 1 second that Judge Frankel is going out of her way to put Richard Allen in harm's way, to put him in a place that she knows would be worse than sitting in the county jail? As a mother, as a human, do you think really that the judge is going, or is she going to look at the case at hand and determining what's best, and in a sense for Richard Allen, that he would be best suited in a place that can have, like the mental health, nurses or whatever, deal with his mental health or whatever's going on, and put him in a safer environment because she perhaps deemed that was the best place for him, knowing that it's not the normal way that things happen. But if it's deemed that he'd be far more beneficial, which I believe that would be why she would do it, is put him in a place that can meet these needs and yet still house them and give them, probably what they said, like even probably get treated a little bit better, to be honest, than sitting in a county jail, where chances to me are, I think a lot that couldn't meet his needs at the time and whatever, and that the defense kept trying to shove down the throat and promoting pictures, and basically Judge Franco calling the defense out on their crap and their lies or whatever that they were trying to propagate about this all abuse and confession abuse of Richard Allen and stuff like that. And people can sit there and go, now, well, what do you think he was moved? Well, we don't know the answer to that one, because it was best for the case that he be moved. Maybe because it was best for Richard Allen that he be moved to the Valley View. So to me, I get it. I get that things go normal a certain way, but I also believe that there's an exception to the rule. And I think the Delphi case is the exception to the rule, because there are a lot of people that would like to take Richard Allen's life, that don't care about the laws, that they just want justice. And they think that Richard Allen, you did it, So in my heart of hearts, I don't think that Judge Frankel was trying to take away, the rights of Richard Allen as much as she was trying to protect Richard Allen and give him more of the benefits that a Westville prison could handle Richard Allen, knowing that this case is ridiculously a high profile case. That's what I feel like, So to me, again, there's exceptions to all rules. It doesn't mean it all goes a certain way all the time. There's exceptions to those rules. And I think that Richard Allen was the exception to the rule and why he sits where he was for the betterment of Richard Allen. That's preach it, Sonny. That's what I think.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, are you done?
I think that has nothing to do with anything on this one, Sabina. So what is Judge? So if Judge Gall didn't care about Richard Allen, why did she not allow him in chambers? Maybe because she's not
Oh.
wasn't comfortable with it.
It's not appropriate. For second of all, I mean, even Travis talked about that. You know, she wasn't comfortable with it. It could have been for a number of reasons, but I don't think anyone seriously has given any indication that they think it's because she didn't feel safe with him, physically safe with him in her chambers. I mean, she would have been well protected still with, guards or with bailiffs. But can I answer the last question?
Thank you, Jay. Go ahead. Absolutely.
About
Which one was
the
it?
safekeeping order.
Where's that?
First of all, I mean, I think it's important that one thing a lot of people don't remember is that that all originated because Carroll County, rightfully so, I think, they came forward and said to Judge Diener,
bloodlust.
We don't think we can keep him safe. Like, in our facility, we don't have, we think this is, Carroll County Jail's in Delphi. The setup of that jail, they were like, we don't think we can keep him safe. And so I think he went to then White County. Was it White County or where was it? In between.
Wasn't it White?
Yeah, and then
White.
And so then Diener transferred him into Indiana Department of Corrections custody at the request of the Carroll County Sheriff's Department, because they were like, well, if Carroll County can't take care of him, the natural procedure is then to let the Indiana Department of Corrections take that matter in hand, which is not something that happens very often, because it doesn't happen very often that a case becomes this so high profile that's necessary even. There are a number of cases where there are examples of high profile people awaiting trial being held in state prisons. But once put into the Indiana Department of Corrections custody, he was put at Westville. There have been requests for him to move to Cass County. The sheriff of Cass County said, we can take him, but we don't want him. And he wouldn't, and he would be in a smaller cell. He would not have the mental health help that he has at Westville. They listed the reasons that, they didn't think that it was a good fit. And you also have to look at what facilities are in the chain of the Indiana Department of Corrections. So they're limited to even what facility they can move him to, because if he's got to remain in their custody, they can only move him to one of their facilities. And this whole move to Wabash, I've yet to see any resource that he's going to be given at Wabash that he didn't have at Westville. But their number one thing that they were required to do when he was put in their care is to keep Richard Allen alive. It's a safekeeping order. And so the thing that the Indiana Department of Corrections has been tasked with being responsible for is keeping Richard Allen safe and alive so that he can stand trial for the crime he's accused of. They've decided he is best. The best way for him to do that is to put him in this facility. And so far, they've kept him alive, and they've kept him safe.
Absolutely. So who is it that has the right to say that what proof is there to say that he wasn't kept safe? For anyone saying that he's not kept safe.
I've never even seen the defense team say that he wasn't.
So what proof, when someone says, well, he wasn't kept safe, where's the proof? Where's the proof that he wasn't kept safe? He's alive. He's healthier.
Right.
But who is somebody to decide that they know the system, that they know how Richard Allen is living?
Right.
So for me, I'm going to go with the fact that someone that's in a high-ranking position, such as Judge Frankel, is doing the best for Abby and Libby's case. And as for Duckin, I think I will let the Supreme Court decide. Like, this is no attack on you, but I will let the Supreme Court decide what they deem, that if they deem that she didn't follow the proper protocol,
Absolutely.
that will be coming back to us soon enough. And we are going to know the answer to that.
Right.
It's not for me to sit there and say that Judge Frankel, that she didn't follow the constitutional rights and do all this. Lawyers, they can't even decide what's going on themselves. So I will wait for the Supreme Court to decide that, and not by someone that, say, isn't in the law system. Someone that's in the law system has great advice because they know, but I do not know
their
nothing
opinion.
about it. It's still their opinion. It's still their opinion. So I will wait for the Supreme Court to decide if Frankel didn't follow proper procedures.
Right.
So
But you know what? I will support what the Indiana Supreme Court decides. If they decide to keep Frankel on the bench,
no, it
keep
hasn't.
keep Rosie and Baldwin removed, I will support that. If they choose to reinstate Baldwin and Rosie and kick Gull off of the case, I will support that. I don't think that the people that want Rosie and Baldwin reinstated and Gull kicked off, I don't think they can say the same, because I don't believe that those people will accept the Indiana Supreme Court's decision unless it goes the way they want it to.
Yeah.
Whereas I'm saying I support it either way.
Yeah, even Travis, who's in here too, because it is unprecedented. So we are going to find out in the very near future. And thank you, Stumble Great, for your earlier comment. We are going to find out in the very near future. And I am willing to let that process happen instead of saying that Frankel is shit and she should be thrown away, and the lawyers shouldn't come back and stuff like that. You know, again, we can have our opinions and stuff like that, but I'm never going to say that I know better than the law or above the law to say a comment like that, because the Supreme Court will decide that, and that's who I will, follow in what they decide. Whether it's Frankel out,
right,
and new judge in, new lawyers in, and old lawyers in, new lawyers out. I will wait for that to happen, and I know it hasn't happened, Duckin, yet.
Right. Stumbled great. I don't necessarily agree. Being clothed for neglected into correction. I'm not quite sure. I don't quite understand what you're saying, but I would like to respond to it. So if you could put that back into the chat. I'm just not quite sure what you mean. People say all the time it's a fixed job, was a knowing they moved him and it wasn't his request.
They're doing, if it's not his request, because they're doing what's in the best interest of Richard Allen. That I will not think that someone is intentionally trying to make Richard Allen's life miserable hell.
The worst thing that could happen for the state of Indiana is if Richard Allen dies while he's awaiting trial.
Absolutely.
That would be a nightmare for the state of Indiana.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You know,
there's nothing that they would want to cover up that badly, that they would take that heat on. Because can you imagine the shitstorm that would come down on Indiana if this guy, I mean, this is worldwide, this case, that people are talking about.
It's huge.
And if all of a sudden he ends up Epsteined or something, Indiana, like, you name one thing that could be bigger than that they're trying to cover up. It just doesn't hold logical sense. It's not happening. No one's trying to kill Richard Allen.
Yeah. Now, let me ask you, and I'm not sure if Travis is still here on this, but so we know that the Attorney General.
Not for Liggett. Sabrina, Liggett is a sheriff of a county in Indiana in a town with 2,800 people.
Not for Liggett?
He does not hold the power to the level of corruption that people are alleging.
Well, what was that in response to be honest?
Well, about the fact, what are they trying to cover up in Indiana that's big enough that they're going to cover up this Epstein type situation if it were to happen, in a case that's covered all across the world? It's not real.
Mm-hmm. Oh, ugh. A big shield bug flew right in front of my face and
Oh.
landed on my computer.
Oh, I was reading the comment on screen and I'm like, well, there's
Yeah.
nothing wrong with
1
that.
second. I need to get this. I need to get this stink bug off my computer. 1 sec.
Sabrina, he changed witness statements. That's in a defense. That's in a defense document, and but still, even if it were true, like I'm saying, if Tony Liggett changed witness statements, like that, I don't think that points to corruption. Like I'm like, it would be a horrible thing. And again, why would he do that when it's going to be proven in court immediately? It serves them no purpose. I think what most likely happened in that thing is that the defense was able to use subjective language when they wrote about that, because they can say that Tony Liggett said tan shirt or said blue shirt when it was a tan shirt. All that has to happen for them to be able to say that is if Sarah Carborough had said at one point it was a blue shirt and then later said it was a tan shirt, he can then say, well, she said it was a tan shirt. They could have left out the part where she said blue shirt first. I'm just saying you have to keep all of that into consideration. The defense of a client, they have many more liberties that they can take when they're writing their documents and when they're filing things than the prosecution. The prosecution cannot lie. And if they do, there are very strict consequences. The defense of a defendant does not have a strict consequences, which is one of the reasons we're all talking about this right now, is because we're seeing the consequences that are suffered by defense attorneys when, in the judge's opinion, they don't act appropriately.
I think that Travis passed out to his favorite booze, Jack and Coke, and Charmaine joined them.
And it's 12:40. I need to actually get going soon. I didn't realize it was so late.
12. I guess it is 12:40 there, right? On there. Yeah.
And again, if I'm not trying to preach. If you disagree with me, I respect your opinion, and I'm not trying to. I'm not saying I know more than anyone else. I just think it's important to look at things from every side before you make a conclusive decision.
Absolutely. I wouldn't want to see harm to come to someone, but that's kind of, to me, like, come on. When you go to the hospital, do you think a doctor specifically says, you know what, I'm going to treat you shittier and I'm going to treat you all better, type of thing and stuff like that? And I think it's kind of like, honestly, not too hard to think that a judge, in a sense, is going to try to do the best to keep Alan in a safe space, type of thing, because definitely heads would roll.
Right.
So it is in their best interest to make sure that he's being treated, and like I said, I believe he's getting that little extra care because of this highly intense profile case. And yeah, like most people are not going to go all the way to try to harm someone. So I can't see that the case being here. People might go, well, still, it's my constitutional right and stuff like that. Well, the judge has the power to do that. And I don't think that the judge is trying to harm Richard Allen by no means.
Right.
And I think
Sabina says the prosecution will have no witnesses as none of them saw the same guy, Adam. Sabina, you know what? If you're right, we'll know that answer because the prosecution would not call those 3 witnesses. But as of right now, they're on the witness list. So as of right now, the prosecution is confident enough that they're willing to call 3 witnesses that you say aren't saying the same thing as their witnesses to prove Richard Allen did this.
The witnesses aren't the end all.
And this isn't about me. It's about I'm just interpreting the information I'm reading in these documents as well.
Yeah. Well, at the end of the day,
I just remember. I mean, please just remember that
there's other evidence for him.
And we'll see. And you know what? the prosecution is not going to call witnesses that are going to contradict what they're trying to say. Just like the defense won't. Just like the defense team isn't going to call someone as a defense witness that says, yep, that's who I saw on the bridge and it's Richard Allen. But you know what? If there are 3 witnesses that are going to say, yep, the guy that's sitting right there is the guy we saw when we passed him on the bridge, you bet your ass the prosecution is going to call them.
If you have evidence and they come back with evidence that shows Richard Allen's vehicle went and parked at the CPS building and that that's a lie, that he wasn't there between that time, and they have that, right? Besides those witnesses, right? It's the fact that, so all of a sudden the story changes to 1:30. Oh, but I'm sorry, because we have your vehicle clearly crossing this camera at this time. We have, an unspent round, whether that sticks in there or not. We have you placing yourself there. And we've already heard many times that witnesses, some of them aren't just that reliable, right? So yeah, to me, it's like, yeah, okay, this person's seen this person, but to me, this is going to come down to more than that. To me, this is going to come down to the evidence to prove that Richard Allen was there at the time of the murders and was part of the felony murder, kidnapping. And that's what they want to prove. That's what they're going to, that's what they're there to prove. So I think it's going to be one of those things that once the trial comes and the evidence is put out there, it's not going to be hard, possibly, for a jury to go, you know what? There's enough there that absolutely Richard Allen is the only person that could have committed the crimes that day based on that. Hopefully that's the way it goes, if he is guilty of it, which I believe he is. But I'm like Adam in a sense too, where prosecution hasn't been playing the game with the old attorneys that the old attorneys were playing. They're just like, okay, you say that, okay, all right, but we're going to see you in court, and then we're going to throw out the exact evidence where it may, and
right. And can I just answer? Sabina says Betsy Blair saw a 20-year-old man with poofy hair, Will Slickney color. I mean, if going off the information I read in the defense memorandum, if I'm Nick McClellan, no, I'm not going to call Betsy Blair as a witness. So it'll be interesting to see that contradiction and to see what she has to say, because I think once you see Betsy Blair,
the defense would call her.
Well, yeah, that's what I said. I think but once I think once we actually hear her statement, I don't think there's going to be as much ambiguity to it. So.
Ivy, evil laugh. I have everything. And no, Carol, I have no clue about that. About if they owned a Comet-looking car or anything like that. No, do not. No. The defense said Betsy Blair saw a man. Right. And
what Carol was referring to is the in the Down the Hill HLN special, when what's his name? I can't remember his name. Is that interviewed Mike Patty out in the driveway? There's an old style vehicle, and I don't know the model or anything.
Oh, okay.
And people are now saying that looks like it could be an old car, like the one that was rumored to be seen at the CPS building, which again is more allegations towards the family having involvement. And so to me, it's just cringy.
Okay.
I mean, we're 7 years in. If you're still accusing the family of this, I don't have a response for you. Just go away.
Fair enough.
And not you, Carol. I know you. Not you.
Carol, go away. The defense will call her. The prosecution will cross-examine Betsy. Yeah, and they'll probably be like, okay, wash on that one. Again, we're gonna see between camera footage, anything to do with perhaps devices, whatever. We'll see what comes out in the wash, and that's the most really logical thing we can think to do. Is just wait to see what comes out in the wash. No accusing of Richard Allen is being mistreated until something proves otherwise. He's alive. He's gained weight. He's healthier. And I just feel like part of me just feels like, come on, Like, if you could keep wanting to buy what the defense is selling and you want to live off the whole Odinism angle, even though there's no Odinism proof at all,
Right.
zero, zilch, nothing. There's nothing about that crime scene that shows Odinism. Okay,
And let's be honest, Sonny.
Oh,
Sorry.
let me say one thing. And one of the things that David Erskine said in that video was that he didn't even know there was an F tree until a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
That's how.
because you couldn't see it. You couldn't see the F during the day. It wasn't until I told you that.
Right.
It wasn't until
until they
artificial light was
illuminated
on.
it. Right. So how important was it for the person that left? Did you think that they had one of those little markers that scratch over it and whoop, there's an F that comes out? No. If it was so visible to the eye, and they wouldn't have had to do it at nighttime. So how important was that marking on the tree? And was it enough? I don't think so at all.
The reason that picture was taken at night is because the crime scene investigators didn't see it until it was nighttime, and they used artificial light to light up the crime scene.
I know it feels weird.
But I want to say really quickly, wait, what was I going to say?
That we're awesome. We're amazing.
What were you talking about right before that?
I was talking about the F tree and aerosol.
No, before that.
Shit, Adam. We were talking about Odinism and there's nothing to show Odinism. That's what I was talking about. That there was nothing there at the crime scene to show Odinism, besides the defense, that people believing what the defense is trying to sell them. And there's nothing hard about breaking down their story and talking common sense into it and realizing there is nothing. I want to know who here in chat can sit there and tell me what there says that crime scene is about Odinism, not a ritual, but Odinism. What person? Because I've seen the crime scene photos. We've seen the crime scene photos. So we know that those antlers don't exist. We know that F tree had to be lit up. We know that there's nothing in Odinism that mimics those sticks. And how typically Odinism is done is not through leaving sticks on the body like that. But hey, let's say it's a noob that's just working its way out to create an Odinism. There's still. You think that person still wouldn't have a little bit of knowledge? So why, if that Odinism, if that tree with that so-called F, if it was so important that be left as a marking for Hail Odin, which it never stood for Odin anyway, that wouldn't be seen virtually without having to illuminate it up, and you got no sticks on Libby that signify any sort of rune, whether it's in the elder Furthark or if it's in the younger Furthark, okay? So if there's not that, and we can loosely call Abby's sticks an Aster egg. We can loosely. Like when you build fireplace, a fire in the camping, and you cross the sticks over in a sense, and you go, oh, that looks like a snowflake, or that looks like, this. So that's very loosely in itself. So someone tell me.
Good night, Ivy.
Night, Ivy. Love you. Somebody tell me then what there is telling you that is Odinism. That not that it wasn't some ritual and that these sticks weren't laid, but I'm just saying Odinism. So somebody please tell me what they can tell me from the crime scene that says Odinism.
Right. Sabina, Sabina says Erskine told Ruckus that he never went to the crime scene. He was 20 feet away, so no wonder he never saw the F. Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know Erskine talked to Ruckus too.
No,
but
according to young Frank, little Frank, Frank was talking to Erskine, and he said, "Why wouldn't you talk to that Ruckus tried talking to you, but you just ignored him because he was a cop?"
But Erskine told Ruckus that he never went to the crime scene. But so yeah, no, Sabina, and that's fair. If he was 20, if he was 20 feet away, I can absolutely agree that there's a chance he wouldn't see an F on the tree, even if it was bright as can be. I don't know because I don't know if Ruckus talked to Erskine or not. So, but going off your message, if you're 20 feet away, I can see where you could miss an F on the tree. So yeah, I don't know anything more about that, but from what I've been told, the reason that the F tree picture that we've all seen on social media that was taken at night are, clearly the reason that picture was taken at night is
Thank
because
you.
the crime scene investigators didn't see it until the actual scene was lit up with artificial light.
So let me tell you what was said. If you're referring, I'm not sure, Sabina, if you're referring to little F Frank's thing, because I've listened to that video like 3 times. Okay. What little Frank said was, have you talked to this person, Mark Roberts? What about Ruckus Rocks? And then he said his real name. And then he said, because he said he's tried contacting you, but you didn't want to have anything to do with him. That in no way, shape, or form was attached to that 20 feet about that part in that video yesterday. So you're saying that, but Erskine told Ruckus, which is literally hearsay. Whereas yesterday, Dave Erskine was speaking for himself with little Frank, and he clearly said, little Frank clearly said that you won't talk to Ruckus because he's like whatever. So that's hearsay as well. But that had nothing to do with the 20 feet when Erskine was talking about that. So I'm not sure if it's something else that you're referring to. Like if there was another time on Ruckus's live that Ruckus had said that or not. I don't know. But when I'm hearing the words come out of, say, little Frank, who's playing this recording, having a conversation with actually Dave Erskine, I'm going to take more credence in that than to, but Erskine told Ruckus that he never did it. Does that make sense? Can we stop? Who's blaming Mike Patty?
Someone said, well, Mike Patty owns a Comet. And that's what I was talking about. Anytime that we hear people being like, oh, well, don't the Patties own like an old car like that? Yeah, they have an old car. And there was like a random, statement that, like there was Mike Patty was at work. We all know that. And that's why I said, if you're blaming the families,
leave the channel
after 7 years.
Leave the channel.
You're in the wrong chat.
We will
because it's an idiot thing to say. I mean, even the crazy people have stopped saying that.
Yeah, we will not entertain blaming the Patty family, the Williams family for that stuff. Anything to do with, well, they had a car. No, we won't entertain that whatsoever. Okay, it is hurtful. It is cruel. Anyone with common sense knows that Mike Patty.
It's boring. It's just boring.
It's the most ridiculous thing that 2 grandparents would take in these children because Derek Germain and Carrie couldn't deal with.
I know you're not Sabina. No, I know. I wasn't talking about you, Sabina. You were just pointing out that he did it because I said, yeah, I think Mike Patty owned a Comet or a car like that. So I'm not saying you. I'm saying the people that do
in general
on about that.
Yeah, because like I said, we talked to Becky. I've tried talking to Anna before. She's a tougher cookie. And, so, okay, You know what? Do your thing, Anna. Dave Erskine, hey, if you want to talk to me, dude, oh, okay. You want to talk, you think Chris Todd is your God now? Okay, enjoy that. Go ahead. Thank you for the block then, for someone that never asked anything of you. Well, no, I did ask a couple questions, but I never did anything that was disrespectful, in a sense. So, hey, if you want to hang out with the douches, go ahead and enjoy, not my call. So, but we're not going to sit there and I'm not going to say that David Erskine had anything to do with the girls' deaths or that Mike Patty did or Becky Patty. That's way beyond ridiculous now. And it doesn't make sense. You don't take caring grandparents and then try to throw them underneath the bus when they took 2 children in because their son and their daughter-in-law could not handle, they were going through issues of their own. They've taken Cody in, adopted Cody. Okay, people would never, you know what I mean? That doesn't make sense. That's not even close to the same wavelength. Okay. Yeah, okay. I'm tired. Okay. All right. Yeah. But anyway, so guys, we're at the end of the day, I want my food that's beside me that's been sitting here for about 3 hours now. I
What
think
do you have?
I think it's a great conversation that we've had tonight.
Yeah.
Totally unexpected than I thought it was going to go.
What do you have to eat? I want to know that.
I have Nando's. My husband
What-
bought Nando's.
What is it though?
Nando's chicken.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right.
Yeah. So I have corn on the cob and about a piece and a half of chicken left because they're pretty good pieces, actually.
I feel like next time we get into an impassioned debate about something, I'm just gonna start doing ASMR or something like in the microphone and be like,
Well, one second. Sorry, hey.
that's gonna be my new coping mechanism. Anytime like people start getting like impassioned, I'm just gonna be like,
Yeah. Who do you think's going to be watching this 6-hour live? Pretty much. Who do you think's? How many people do you think are going to be like, yeah, you know, it's Christmas. Yeah, forget.
I'm just glad I was only here for 3 of it.
Yeah. And I am not gonna lie. I'm too lazy, and I'm gonna promise myself in the new year I'm gonna make more shorts. The reason
Let's just make this a members only.
Yeah.
If you were here, you were here.
Hey, yeah, little Frank, we're gonna do you. Yeah, put it to members only. You know, I don't mind busting someone's chops. He has no problem busting chops on other people. So if he can dish it, he can take it and learn from it and stuff like that. I'm glad that we kind of learned. I think we learned about David Erskine and about the.
I haven't yet.
Wait, what?
I haven't yet.
No,
I still haven't seen it.
Yeah, about the gag order. So, okay, just correct me if I'm wrong here. So we determined that because he lives in a different state, that really that he's breaking the Carol, shit. Miranda, somebody.
Travis said a state judge's order ends at the state
line.
State line, but
then Jimmy went and said, so what Travis is saying is that it's like goes across the board. I believe was what he said.
I think it could be argued.
Let me put it this way.
I mean, he might be technically legally right, but I still think someone could argue.
They're not going to be arresting, no. You know, I mean, David Erskine has,
right.
He's done things. Yeah. What does it say? What? Yeah, as well, because Patty's to this case is so well known and so thoroughly. Oh, absolutely. But I think we can safely say that Dave Erskine has maybe not made the best of decisions for sure.
Wow.
Definitely not. And I think that he will not get arrested. There's definitely, more people talking than just him. That's a fact. And stuff like that. And honestly, nothing's going to happen. Come on now. Like I said, I mean, it's hard. It's a case that it's not like someone's going out there with a megaphone going, da, 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 just so you guys know, this is what happened that day. Don't see that happening. Carol said, does Robert Ives fall into that? Why? He retired. So he doesn't fall into that gag order. Oh, that thing flew in front of me again. That beetle bug. Those things are weird. It's like it got its Rune Defender on. Crazy, those things. Anyways. Yeah, and they have been investigated. Either way, David didn't know he was being recorded. Fair game to not release anything on his behalf. That's never a tactic that you want to do. Okay, come on.
The show, if not.
Yeah, you don't want to play that kind of tactic. And you're going to get shit on very fast when you start showing people's personal info like he was doing. Yeah.
And Carol, I'm like, Ives is, an interesting guy, but
he's not
I don't even think that Robert Ives has to be under a gag order to realize that as the he's been in Nick McClelland's position before, so I don't think that Robert Ives is gonna voluntarily do or say anything that's going to put especially at this point, because he hasn't had information about the case since 2018, so I don't think he's going to do anything to voluntarily put information out that isn't public. I don't even think he needs a gag order.
I'm going to put it this way too. I've talked to certain people. He's to me one of those people that reminds me of. I'm going to cherry pick who I speak with. Alexa, she's a profiler. So
But you have to remember, his information is a snapshot in time.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
And I honestly, I mean, it was literally he left office in the beginning of 2018.
Yeah,
and
you know, does he hear things? Of course he would.
Of course, we all do.
Of course,
but he doesn't know.
You know, but the thing is that, like I said, so does Robert Ives talk to people? Yes, he does. He has talked to Alexa, like Alexa has said. He has talked to other people. He's not going to sit there and come on this podcast and be like, yeah, let me come shoot. Okay. Like, I'm sorry, but I know like Robert Ives type, and to me, he's above being a channel surfer. He will sit on Profiler's channel, perhaps. He will sit on Detective's channel, perhaps. He will sit on Oprah. He will sit on those. That's how I deem Robert Ives myself. You think he's going to come sit on this channel?
I've never reached out to him.
I have, and he never answered. So
did you have Go Trump in your avatar? I'm kidding.
No, I was probably only at about.
I'm just playing.
About 4,000 subscribers. But no, he's not that. That's not his style. Some people have a style, and this isn't his style. Come and sleuth on a.
Alexa doesn't have one subscriber, and he talked to her. Okay.
Yeah, but she's a criminal profiler.
I'm playing. Miss Depp says, Sonny, it's one of those electronic new toys, and Aspen was just operating it from his phone. Don't be tricked.
Talk about that freaking bug that's flying. Oh, there he is. He's sitting.
Miss Depp, I would, if that was a possible toy for me to like have that could fly into Sonny's room and bother her, I would do it in a heartbeat.
Oh yeah, you remember you were getting dive bombed by seagulls? Hey, that little my problem was this. I have this piece of tissue. I picked it up, I put it in it, and I threw it. Huh? What? Oh, and I threw it towards the window. The thing bounced off the wall instead of going through the window. It bounced off the wall. Now he's sitting here, literally perched on my, one of those sunlights, not sunlights, but filter lights, that white things that just sit there for people that have bad lighting and stuff like that, or bad skin, one of the two. But anyways, this thing is literally perched right exactly in the middle of this filter light, staring me down at him. So if you could just kindly use your bionic toy. Yeah. Okay.
Where's that masculine, like, British husband of yours?
He's in there. And you know what?
Could he just swing his bare behind up to smack it?
Listen, you got to give me a minute. I need to.
Well, I've got to go to bed.
I know we will go, but I need to go to the bathroom so bad that I don't have time to literally end the stream, wait for blah, 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 then talk to you for a second, blah, blah, blah. So you're going to wait for me because you're a good man and you love your internet wife. And
she could have played the outro by now. I didn't think she'd ever leave. Peace Train, I'd forgotten all about that. That feels like a long, long time ago. Yeah. Oh, Carol and Peace Train both said Aspen is a toy. Yeah, but I'm like one of those ones from China that like has lead paint and breaks easily. Oh, Miss Depp says, Aspen, I have the best idea for white elephant gifts for Sonny and Deb. Yeah, Miss Depp, I decided not to give them gifts because both of them have been naughty girls this year. Especially Deb. Deb's the naughtiest of all the girls. And she knows it. Of course, I'm kidding. Deb's like a saint. Anyone knows that. Sonny just needs like a filter for what she wants to tell everyone. Miss Depp says, what did she do? Deb. Oh, yeah. Deb's constantly in trouble. I mean, she's a
kingpin of trouble.
If she's not, if she's not at the bar topless, then she's, behind the bar pantless. I'm kidding.
No. If I have a remote Peace Train, it's to a different type of toy. I'm telling you that right now. Okay.
I'm constantly like, Deb, too much. Like don't tell me those things.
In all fairness, doesn't
She's
Deb tell us?
freaky.
I was gonna say, doesn't she tell us too much about her dungeon? It's a little bit kinky and freaky at the same time, isn't it? Don't you think?
Right. And of course, I'm only saying that because she doesn't actually curse or drink or smoke or
Like
do anything bad at all.
on any of those days that end in
Right.
Y, she does
Right.
though.
She's like, here's my beautiful landscaping.
I know. You know, it's those little nun type people that have the darkest secrets in the dungeons. Right, Ray
Oh, yeah.
Jones, wherever he is. See, we haven't heard from Ray Jones in a while. What's going on, Deb? What are you really doing? What's behind your channel? I feel like there's a little bit of what's that word I want to say? You know, like a laundry front. I feel like she's having a somewhat of an operation, drug operation, perhaps.
Oh, like money laundering. Okay,
Money laundering. That's what I was thinking of. Yes, I feel like she's money laundering. She's still not at
there's the name for. I know there's a name for that though, like front something. I can't remember.
Anyways, okay, so that's enough about Deb. Talked about her too much already. She's not even probably listening anyway, regardless.
Right.
Charmaine's out.
She's probably like, "What did they say?
Yeah.
Did they get me one more subscriber?" Okay.
I know.
Anyone that's watching, if you're not subscribed to Deb's channel, go subscribe. I think she's almost to 1,000.
And we're gonna say, hey, Cordy, if you're watching and being a nurse not talking today. Oh, Isaiah, you haven't come out of the woodwork yet, so I don't think that you watch this channel anymore. Now, if you truly are watching the channel and you love me, you're literally gonna make a comment. But I don't believe that you are, Isaiah. I think that 100%. You say you are, right? 100%. Wait.
Let's see what Deb's doing.
What's she doing? Oh, Deb, you guys know right now, right? You feel panties flying in the air. She's probably slingshotting them right across her room, landing on the freaking thing. She's like, oh, these are my Christmas ornaments this year. Let me see how many of my little pretty underwear I can sit there. Yeah. Like, wait, haha, no, it's funny when you say something and ask Deb to repeat it and then you ask her to say it again. Like you type 606 on your calculator and ask her to read it in class. Right.
We all know what that means. We all know how that reads upside down.
Actually, no, I don't. So that's what I was trying to figure out. And I was pretending like I knew. I was thinking boob. I was thinking.
Sonny, you have two of them.
Yeah, boobs.
And they're right under the camera.
Boobs. Yeah, but usually we use is this?
Do you remember on a calculator when you were in middle school? People thought it was funny.
Because on here the 6 is coming off different than if it was the calculator is more. You know, yeah. You know what? I'm done with this live tonight.
Are you? Well, hold on just a minute longer.
I had nothing to say.
Oh wait, so yeah, that's right. Deb's got 1,086 subscribers, so she's there, and she needs a little over 500 watch hours to go.
500 watch hours.
Even if you're subscribed to Deb's channel on Deb's True Crime Notebook, after we end this live in like 35 seconds, go to Deb's True Crime channel and play one of her videos and get her some watch hours. I mean, you should watch it and listen to it because it'll be good. But even if you put on one of the lives and go to bed, get her the watch hours.
And then just leave a comment going, that was a great video, Deb.
Yeah.
Even if you have to sometimes lie.
She deserves the hours, and I would like to get her there. I would like to get her there before the end of the year.
I think I use that word "I" sometimes too.
Sunny doesn't care, but I want to get her to the. We want to get Deb to a monetization.
Oh, that's so hard to say that, isn't it?
It is. It doesn't come out naturally.
It doesn't. I know. It's like promoting. Promoting a tampon for you or something. It doesn't come out right. Now I was going to say something.
I know how to put it back in.
Yeah. Now I was going to say something deep and important. I don't think actually I was, but yeah. Oh yeah. If you guys, people that are watching this, you know what? Just love us tonight. Maybe, like I said, do it for the victims' families. Just put a picture of Abby and Libby up on your Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. Hello, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube.
I have to give
wherever
one
you're coming
compliment
from.
before we go.
Shit.
Sorry.
All right, get your last word in.
I don't. So it's not a channel that I'm not saying anything negative about them, but it's not a channel that I look at a lot. But someone has sent me something from this channel recently, which isn't even what I ended up focusing on. But of all channels that has been highlighting pictures and things about the girls every day, and I know this person is not a fan of mine, but wife Lilith has been posting pictures of the girls pretty routinely on her page. So I have to give her props for that.
You paying attention to that, huh?
Well, I noticed it, and I looked back, and I was like, oh, she's been doing it pretty consistently, and I'll give credit where credit is due, whether they like me or not. So
I don't, because I'd have to pay attention to them.
I didn't notice it, like I said, until someone.
Do you think that, like the Grinch that stole Christmas, that her heart is growing just a little bit bigger?
I said I'm not passing any judgment either way. But I'll give credit where credit is due, and that's something I'm not seeing on a lot of people's channels right now. So the fact that I saw like it was multiple days in a row where she would just say remember the girls, and there'd be pictures of them.
Well,
I have to give her props for that.
Then good on her for doing that.
Yeah.
Not a fan. Again,
Right.
But if somebody was to, of course, like I said, not sit there and try to bash people, but try to do things like that, then of course, right? Every little bit that the Patties, the Williams, and that they make a difference. Tag Becky Patty on Twitter. Tag Kelsey on Twitter. It's Patty Rapper, right? Becky Patty. Just type it in. Find Patty Rapper, find Kelsey, and just tag them to a picture that you've posted or whatever else you have. If you're on their messenger and stuff like that. Like I said, those little things mean a lot to people that have had a lot of things. Just like it means a lot to us. When you come and support the channel and stuff like that, like Charmaine and others, you guys did, to help me achieve that goal for my husband for a Christmas present and stuff like that. I don't like to ask a lot of people, and it really is humbling always to me that people do. They're those ones that just go, you know what, I got a little extra. Thank you so much. So thank you to those people that gave gift certificates today. Appreciate that so much. To the people that got those, congratulations for having a month subscription for free from somebody that donated or that did that for you. Shit, I'd have to remember the names. Shit, I have to go back. I don't like not knowing the names when I'm saying something. I mean, I could have just left it at thank you for those people that donated membership. Oh, look at that. I lost one. We lost one subscriber during this live.
That was you.
Shocker. The shock of it all. Earn.
It will probably lose a few more after more people watch it.
Right? Do not care. Quality versus quantity. Okay, numbers are just numbers. Numbers just, it's for the people that truly come to this channel, that hit that like button, that hit that share button, that leave a comment in the comment section. Those are the ones, honestly, that make a difference to this channel. Those are the ones that make a difference. If the subscriber number doesn't, okay? But if somebody is not a YouTube creator, just know that 75% at least of the people that watch the videos are not subscribers of the channel. But hitting that like button, all that stuff helps to push it out into the algorithm. And the loyal people of this channel know that they will hit the like. And for the new people coming in, hopefully they will do the same thing. They come in and enjoy the content. Please, like everyone always says, it's free to hit that freaking thumbs up button and hey, get it. A little Christmas giving, okay? All right. So let me just thank quickly those people. So from the, oh wait, no, those were memberships. Those were memberships. Darn it. It doesn't show me the name when it's the memberships. It shows me who got the memberships. Stop with those things. Thank you, Lone Pony.
Thank you, Lone Pony.
You want one of these dances? Welcome Welcome to the new member category. Now you do not have to put up with slow mode, and you can play with the emoticons all you want. Thank you so much. I'm just going to leave it at this because my brain's hurting me right now. Because I know that Gail did one. And what's it? Was it? No.
We can always say it tomorrow night if you look.
I know. I'm just having a moment now.
Right now.
Sorry.
I wasn't here when they happened, so I don't know.
No, but at the very start, that did 5. Oh, that was Sarah, Clara, and
Oh,
Clara.
awesome! Thank you, Clara.
Yeah.
Clara.
And who's the other person? Are you still in here before? I'm just trying to remember because I don't think it was Fibro. Oh, there's somebody else. So I feel bad, because I like to appreciate and do it properly. But hey, if
You can put it on the community page, or you can just say it tomorrow night.
Exactly. It's just that super chats, it shows me the name. But
Right.
when people gift memberships, it just shows me the new members that have come in. But it doesn't show the person who gifted them. So it's up to my brain to try to remember that crap. Okay. How long have we been saying we were going to end this live? Oh, KA Pisces. Yeah, you're just in luck. We're about to end this stream. But you know what, KA? I'll tell you this. And because you're a Pisces, you will. This live has been 6 hours, and we want you to enjoy every ounce of that properly.
Right.
So you go back to the replay crew, and thank you for joining us at the last second as we hit it.
Right. And
It's Libby's
Jimmy,
birthday month. Yes.
Jimmy, yeah, her birthday's the 27th.
27th. The 27th. So again, please go put up a picture of Abby and Libby today. Hit that like button if you haven't hit that like button. Thank you guys so much for being you. Thank you for joining us tonight. Thank you, Adam. Happy birthday to your mom. And
Thanks.
we will see you. We should see you tomorrow night unless me and Adam just we did a 6-hour live. We're over this for a while. No, but we'll let you know if there's any new information that comes out in regards to the court proceedings and waiting for, of course, the Supreme.
Goodness.
So what?
Yeah. It's probably going to come out at like 8 a.m.
Forgot about that, didn't you? All right. Mwah. Love you guys. Have a great night. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. And we're out of here. This is Sunny Justice and Aspen Connor from It's a Crime and Shame, wishing you all a good night.